Hello and welcome. I'm Jeff Gersman from GiantBomb.com. We are here at the YouTube stage at PAX Prime 2015. Welcome, everyone. The doors here are open. People are starting to flood in. And yeah, I don't know, games are getting played, live streams are being streamed, T-shirts are being sold. It's about to be chaos around here. There's a Subway downstairs that no one will want to eat at within the next hour or so because those things just get filthy fast. I am joined by Greg Kasavin from Supergiant Games. How you doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Great. I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. Rich Gallup from Disruptor Beam.
Hello.
Hey, hi.
What's up?
Not much.
I'm on East Coast time, so I have East Coast energy for this morning.
Man, no.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a West Coast energy. It's more of a, all right. Yeah, we can do this. Just look at Brad Shoemaker down at the end. He's
to like sponge some of his energy out.
Have it,
Let me
yeah.
absorb it.
yeah.
Good morning.
Brad and I had a kind of a late night last
Yeah.
night. We had an event up the street at this weird comedy club that the company rented out, and got up in front of people, played a bunch of Rock Band 4, did a bunch of stuff. It was a good time. But yeah, I don't know. PAX just gets bigger and weirder every time. I know, Greg, you guys have a booth here this year.
Yeah.
Just
Down at that end?
Yeah, just down at that end, showing off Bastion and Transistor.
Yep.
And a lot of T-shirts and
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
that's right. No, we've been coming here ever since 2010. Yeah, when we were a tiny little PAX 10
Right.
little stand and just kind of trying new stuff with our booth every time. But yeah,
So what percentage of questions would you say you get from people walking up saying like, so what are you working on next?
it's pretty high.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty common. I mean, we appreciate it, right? It's like it's always coming from a place of people, interested in the stuff that we're working on. But
Yeah.
yeah, we've always been pretty mum about the stuff we're doing until we're ready to show it. There are a lot of developers that do really well with like from the moment they have an idea, they're putting it out there and live streaming it and so on. But our thing is more we like to kind of fail in silence for a while and just
Sure.
throw ideas at the wall and see what sticks. And appreciate that kind of quiet time until we blow it open, I guess.
So would you say that you have a firm handle on what's? I mean, I'm not going to say like, hey, let's
Yeah.
talk about the game.
What are you working on next?
Yeah. Have I don't know that I've ever had a firm handle on anything at any point. No, I mean stuff always takes us a while. I don't think our games come off as like super experimental or crazy or anything like that, but they do happen in a pretty kind of organic way. We never start with like, here's the game design document and let's build these features one after
Right.
another. It really is much more like throwing ideas at a wall. And I think if like random people heard those ideas, they might think some of them are cool, but we tend to throw a lot of that stuff out early
Right.
on, and we just don't want to get tied down to stuff that we might have to change for whatever
Yeah,
reason.
if you get out there and talk about like, hey, this thing's, people think something's cool, and then you drop it, then they're disappointed. Like, expectations. Right.
Exactly. It's better just to once we do finally have a sense of what we're doing, and then put it out there and let people judge it, and so on. Go from there. I mean, it worked for us with Bastion. It worked for us for Transistor. So I think yeah, whatever we come up with next, I think we'll want to approach it similarly in that regard. But yeah, thankfully for us, our last game did well enough for us to stick together as a team and keep going. That's kind of all we want to be able to do over the long haul.
Awesome,
So.
awesome. Rich, you're out here doing improv?
Yeah, man.
What?
So we're a Boston-based studio, and we're also a small studio, Disruptor Beam. So when we go big on a show, PAX East is our show. But we know a lot of our fans are here. We know a lot of our future players are here. So trying to get a little inventive on how to get in front of people. So through our friends at Cards Against Humanity, we are teaming up with a Chicago-based improv group called Improvised Star Trek. And we're doing a stage show tonight.
Yeah.
Hopefully the East Coast energy carries me through to that point because they've asked me to be on stage too.
Yeah, no, that's when the West Coast wins out and overtakes you, is the later it gets.
We'll find out.
I watched you leave last night while I was there for 2 more hours, so I know how this
All right.
goes.
So what we've done is, for our game Star Trek Timelines, our narrator is John Delancey, Q.
Q.
My buddy JDL.
Yeah.
You know.
Of Star Trek board fame.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he's our narrator. So for this improvised Star Trek team, which has a regular podcast, they're all trained, like Second City or something, I forget which one it is. I think it's Second City because they're in Chicago. They're a crew with a podcast and set characters. So in our game, Q shows up. He's like, hey, a big anomaly's happened. All the timelines are mixed up. All the characters from every Star Trek ever are here. So what I did is we wrote some lines for Q to say just for this show, where he's basically vetting the crew of the Improvised Star Trek podcast to see if they can help him with the events of the game. So we have, on the screen, we'll have gameplay footage. It looks great. We'll have Q's in-game art. We'll have the dialogue and everything. So it'll feel kind of like a live-action playing of the game, but will likely go poorly because the crew will be found lacking ultimately.
Okay.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
Improv shows aren't supposed to have ends, are they? I mean,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. And.
Yes, and
yeah.
I'm very excited to hear more about it later on.
Yes.
Brad Shoemaker.
Yes. Hello.
You're here in Seattle with us.
I am.
How much on a scale of 1 to 5 would you rather be in a hole somewhere playing Metal Gear?
Let's say a 4
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's definitely. It's one of those weird timing things.
Yes.
Like, I mean, like this weekend. I mean, like it's the weekend after Madden comes out, so that's
Yeah.
when like games start shipping again.
Yes,
All of a
video
sudden,
games.
And-
Two fairly major games out next Tuesday.
Yeah. So it's like what? Like Infinity comes out today or
wow.
Sunday,
Yeah.
and then Metal Gear and Mad Max are on Tuesday, and like it happened just like clockwork. That weird thing that always used to happen of like if you are in the business of reviewing games.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah. No, it's
For me, it's that every Thursday.
yeah, right.
Right.
That's every
What's on the
Thursday.
what's featured on the App Store today?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the App Store? What, like when you think about like shipping a game on Apple devices, and I assume Android at some point.
Yep.
Like
And desktop.
and desktop. Okay. So all over the place.
Making it with Unity, you can do anything.
That's right. You just push the buttons and it just spits out
it's
everywhere. right?
magical. There's no other work beyond that.
You're making me want to get into making games.
You
Like,
should.
this
Actually,
is-
Unity's pretty fun.
It sounds actually not that like well okay. Not,
is.
I was about to say
Yeah.
it sounds not that
It is.
tough,
It's
but
really hard.
that's not actually what I mean.
Yeah.
But I mean like learning stuff. Like it seems like the tool sets have just gotten easier and easier and easier. Greg, when you got out of the games press,
Yeah.
you went to EA.
Yep.
And that was like definitely like that was the midpoint of like the Unreal Engine generation. Like
Yeah,
everyone's
yeah,
been
yeah.
using those tools. and-
Bioshock and
yeah. And how much have the tools changed over the years? Like, do you feel like it's just getting easier, like, to get in?
No, for sure. I think a big, I don't know that anyone was. I think Unity technically existed then, but I don't know that anyone was really talking about it.
Especially not like for a big.
Yeah, no. Unreal Engine was definitely the thing that so many AAA studios were using, and I think alongside the whole kind of rise of independent studios. Unity got really big. I mean, they were cross-platform and made that aspect really easy, as easy as is possible, because it's still really difficult. They made it possible for small developers to ship their game on a variety of platforms, and there are just so many resources out there to learn. It's still really hard, I think, but I also think it's never been easier in the sense that like you're not just floating out on some island on your own, and if you can just invest the time,
Right.
you can start getting somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to generate content. You still
Yeah.
have to
And
build art, build assets, like write stuff.
Have
Yeah.
good ideas.
Well, that's whatever. That's I just assume the ideas
Okay,
are fine.
yeah.
All right. Okay, it's a shooter. It's a top-down thing. It's a guy running, and then also he can shoot in any direction while he runs.
Yep.
And then there are robots.
What if you're running backwards? Can you still?
Yes, you can run backwards and shoot forwards.
That's key.
Like this
Sticks?
is
Are there
option.
2 sticks
I
involved.
was thinking
or-
that maybe you would have like one stick devoted to movement and then
Yep.
the other one for shooting.
Genius.
So you could put them in different directions no matter what, and just shoot. Is that
Yeah.
has anyone done that?
One of my favorite stories from working in the Boston area is there's a lot of people who've been doing games forever. So like I got to work with the guy who made Miss Pac-Man for a little bit. And I got to work with another guy who was lead architect on the Atari 7800.
Whoa.
And when he was that, he said, our goal was it should run Robotron as well as the arcade.
That's a great goal.
Yep.
Yeah.
They didn't do it. Like the 7800 version of Robotron is like not. It's. I mean, it's close. Like it's
Yep.
way better than a lot of the other home versions.
Yep.
But like that. That's not a good Robotron. That's not a great Robotron machine.
But it was a good goal to strive for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Brad, let's make games.
Okay, sure. Let's
All
go.
right.
Robots.
Just getting out of this, making some stuff. Yeah, I don't know. That's I mean, you guys both kind of made the jump, for different reasons, I guess. But like from kind of covering games to actually making them. What was the craziest thing you learned when you first made that? Like, what was the biggest like misconception you had about game production? That as soon as you were in it, you were like, oh, of course.
So for me, it was the realization that every single negative thing that someone in the press or comments say about a game, the people making it already know that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And there's reasons why they couldn't act on it.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Yeah.
It's one of the funniest things about like covering games still is like kind of like knowing that and having had a lot of conversations with developers where they say things like, yeah, your review was dead on. I could tell you why that stuff didn't happen, but ultimately, like the game had some flaws. Meanwhile, there is like a legion of people out there, like fans of the game, that are glossing over all that stuff and saying you're wrong. They made the perfect game, but like everyone who made the game, and a lot of people are like, no, man, it's not a great game. You're right. It's not a great game. Yeah.
I think it's rare that a creator of any form of media will be 100% in love with the final product and will focus on the flaws and therefore will know about the flaws. Yeah.
So what's the worst part of no?
No, yeah.
But Greg, David.
Yeah, I certainly share that. I think for sure, I totally agree. Developers know what they're putting out there, and they kind of cross their fingers and hope people like the good stuff more than they notice the bad stuff.
Yep.
Or whatever. But for the most part, when the bad stuff is brought up, the marketing director is pulling his hair. What are you doing? Going crazy. But the guys who were kind of on the front lines of it, they're like, yeah.
Does it ever get to you guys that the first assumption on the part of the audience is always like you're incompetent? It's like, oh, how can they do this? They're idiots or they're crazy.
I've definitely met some folks for whom that's like really infuriating. I have more of a like kind of a Zen philosophy toward it myself. It's like, yeah, dude. I mean, you can't like. No one cares how hard you worked. They don't. They bought your game or whatever, and they're playing it. Like they kind of only care about the end result. So whatever trials and tribulations, it's like you can't really make excuses for it at that point. Just take it on the chin. Try to understand where the person's coming from, and it's really important to me to like you can't just. You can't disregard someone's play experience and be like, oh, you just played it wrong. You should have like adjusted this setting in the options menu. It's like it's your own damn fault as a developer that you didn't like expose that to the player well enough for them to be able to have a more enjoyable experience with it.
You also have to love that you made something that elicited such a passionate response from them, either positive or negative. So like at Disruptor Beam, we made a Game of Thrones game that's still out, Game of Thrones Ascent, and now we're making a Star Trek game. You want some passionate fan bases.
Yeah.
And so
I was gonna say like it's kind of a different process, especially for like that Game of Thrones thing, because you were like updating it alongside the TV show, right?
Yeah. Oh, that was so. It was
like this constant flow of new stuff.
It was like the transmedia dream in a way that was actually achievable. And so like when you hear about a movie game not working well, it's because we needed all this lead time to make the giant 3D world of the movie.
Yeah.
For Game of Thrones Ascent being more of a strategy RPG, like we're making 2D flat art and text. The art looks great. But making 2D flat art and text, you only need a couple weeks lead time to get ahead of something. So for Game of Thrones Ascent, we get to send our writing team down to the HBO offices in New York, and they get to watch all the episodes, like sometimes only a couple weeks before they come out, but generally there's a ton of lead time. We write a few dozen quests a week and kick it out. So you can play the game on Sunday. You can watch the show on Sunday, play it on Monday, and it's not like that dream that we all want for our kids now where it's like, well, I'm just jumping into this 3D world and I'm living the show I just watched. But it's pretty close, and it's a lot of fun working with like HBO and CBS, your boss.
Right. No. Yep. Yeah. That's just disclosure, I guess.
Kind of weird that different angles of the.
Yeah. You basically you can't get away. You got away before GameSpot became CBS, but then still now you end up.
My parents eat at CBS Scene once a week, and my cousin was in a pilot for CBS. I love CBS.
We all love CBS.
Actually, it's been really cool working. So like, it's fun seeing the difference between HBO working with them on video games where it's fairly new to them, and working with CBS on Star Trek, where how many dozens of Star Trek games made. Like, there's just this awesome machine, and all they want to do is help you succeed. And they're like they got us John Delancey, or they got it like for our game right now. We're going through these awesome headships. You'd appreciate this, Brad, as a Star Trek fan. We're like, we can watch any show of Star Trek, and we can look at any voice clip and say, like, we want Worf saying, it's a good day to die, this time code from this episode.
They have to give it to you.
They don't. Oh, I don't know if they have to, but they do. So it's like we're getting this amazing voice cast for our Star Trek game thanks to CBS. The Sound Lab will get it for you, and it's like they strip out all the sound effects, all the music. It's just like
just get it clean.
Yeah.
That feels like kid in a candy store kind of stuff. It's like I want this and this and this.
Yep.
Seems like a really good way to make ringtones too.
Yes.
Just like if you get
You guys
like
want to get
raw
in the ringtone
audio.
business?
Yeah,
I know some guys at CBS.
Yeah, all right. Well, this is how it's going to work. Because I don't know anybody there. So, like, we'll go out to you, and then you go back in, and then we'll get a bunch of weird next generation.
It's a good day to call.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, yeah, yeah, if you could just have them cobble that together, that would be fantastic.
Thanks, guys, in the Sound Lab. They've been a lot of fun to work with.
Yeah, that's cool. So, all of us have a shared history at GameSpot.com, and they're going to actually be taking over the stage for the rest of the day. Once we're done here at around the top of the hour, Danny O'Dwyer will come in and talk about stuff. But man, you guys, that site is damn near 20 years old.
Wow.
1996.
Yeah, 96.
Will they invite the staff to the party?
No, I am the last person who remembers that it is damn near 20 years old.
Okay.
So
I'm just remembering the 10-year party. It looked like the people who got to go to that had a good time.
Yeah, what I remember the 10-year party was Giancarlo getting thrown in that pool, and that's roughly about it.
Yep.
Yeah, so that seemed like it was probably a good time. I don't know. Brad, were you at that thing?
I don't think so.
You were,
Yeah.
you were with us.
Yeah,
You weren't
you were-
invited.
Where was it?
It was at that weird bar
yeah.
in San Francisco,
Yeah.
the pool.
Like in the Tenderloin.
Yeah. That has like changed names like 9 times. Backflip it was for one.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, backflip. That was
let's
it.
talk about Backflip. No, so it's you know, GameSpot kind of dawned at this era of websites kind of getting big enough and the internet kind of getting just commercial enough to support that as a replacement for like print magazines, which was how you know were able to get information about games. And you know, it's like, I mean, obviously like, video was a part of GameSpot like on day one, but like now, well, you know. Now GameSpot is going to host a show on the YouTube stage for a full day, so like things are pretty different again. It feels like this weird transition. I mean, what are your early memories of going to GameSpot back then? And you came in on the PC side. I want to say, like probably right around the same time that I started on the console side.
Yeah, no, I started there as an intern, and it was like it wasn't even a it's just an internship at that point.
Hi, hello, you're doing this again, huh? Yeah. You cards people. Yeah. Who's holding your camera?
Alex.
Cool.
Hi. Hello.
Hey.
Yeah.
What's up?
Yeah. Huh? Are we working? I mean, not we're kind of working. I don't know. You're not in the shot, so it seems super crazy.
Hi again, Jen. Pretty well. How's yours? How'd your tattoo turn out? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you should just come up. I mean, because it's. You know, it's weird. It's a weird shot if if you're just off camera doing this stuff, and also people at home can't really hear you unless they talk into the microphones. So we were talking to Greg about the early days about GameSpot. How that was 20 years ago. What were you guys doing 20 years ago? Preschool. Yeah, great. and reading about video games on the internet, naturally.
I was 20 years ago. I was 15, 16. I was in high school. Yep, 22 years old.
So you came in as an intern on the PC side of things, and worked out in the front of that travel office. Like, what?
I have gifts for you.
How did that end up? Like?
How do you think their interview was going?
Really well.
How'd that go?
I'm excited to hear what Greg says.
I mean, it was one of those things where like I bet both you and I, it's like we couldn't have imagined being there for as long as we did.
Yeah.
I mean, I just like remember my parents saying like, oh, that's in their funny Russian accents. It's like, well, it's fine that you have something resembling a job now and you're doing something with all the video games they're playing, but like, what are you going to do in another 3 or 5 years or whatever? And it's like, I think I might just still be doing this.
Yeah.
You know? So it wasn't, it certainly wasn't like a career path or whatever at the time, but it just kind of kept growing. We try to grow along with it, but for sure, I mean, GameSpot, I was very like dazzled just going in there for the first time because I was doing my little gaming website stuff on the side, but GameSpot just felt like legit from the start as far as like the ambition of it, the resources behind it, and so on, and what it was trying to accomplish. So it was cool to see that. It seemed like a very kind of progressive idea in 1996. So
Yeah. It was at the time. It was kind of like my weird way of like not going to college. Like I had a magazine job for almost a year that kind of, I had done some video game stuff at a magazine, and the print magazine folded, and that left me a little bit bitter at 19, which was like a good, jaded at 19.
Yep.
Like,
Oh yeah.
perfect for the video game business. And then, there was this thing of like, well, I guess I could just like go to school and figure out what I'm actually going to do with my life. And then
How's that going?
Yeah, it's still figuring it out. One of these days, I'll probably have to go to school.
You only need like 12 more credits to graduate.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. I'm getting there. If I could like turn this into some like video production credit or something like that. I worked in high school. And it just kind of ended up happening that way. Rich, you came in. You had done some kind of Eternal Darkness like contest.
So I started GameSpot I was an intern in like February 2003, I think. 2003 sounds right?
Yeah.
Yep. Where I had just been a QA tester in LA for THQ, where I'd used this money made from the Eternal Darkness Films competition, a Nintendo contest where basically you got to write a film treatment, and if they picked your film treatment, they gave you $2,000 to make the movie. And mine was
perfect. That's all you need.
Exactly. So mine took place in the video store I worked at. So I did it with my friends. So I spent like $10 making the movie, and then I used the other $19.90 to move to LA to chase the film dream, where I knew nobody, and the only job I could find was testing games at THQ, which was literally the worst job I've ever had, worse than being a dishwasher. Which is I learned a lot, which is great. So now when I work with QA, I know how they shouldn't be treated.
Yeah.
Basically, the way I was treated and my coworkers. But so I get up to San Francisco. And using my college's alumni network, the Middlebury Alumni Network, I met Susie Ryder, who at one point left GameSpot to be the chief marketing officer of YouTube, which is, again, connection.
Yeah, no, there's no escape.
Yep.
There's truly no escape.
So I got an internship at GameSpot Live, and I was like, hey, here's this video I made about inspired by Eternal Darkness, and guys like Ryan McDonald and Tim Tracy are just like, oh, this is rad. Dave Toole, this is rad. Come work with us. And then about 4 months into the internship, they're making their first DVD, I think, and they're like, you should try doing some on-camera stuff. And I remember them my first memory of being on camera was Dave and Ryan being super obsessed with the fact that my shirt was wrinkled, and they kept making me tuck it in tighter and tighter to pull the wrinkles out. And it's in the old CNET TV studio up on the top floor of the CNET building, where it's this super abandoned TV studio because the internet bubble had burst, and they no longer had someone on salary just to run the teleprompter. So you'd be one person in a control room running the teleprompter, switching the cameras, making sure everything was patched correctly, and shouting through to the cold TV studio, be all right, let's do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, with that video team, we had to hustle so much, and now it's turned into a different hustle where for us it was just so much hustle just to get something made, and now watching the crowd doing it on YouTube now, it's you just know how much they're putting out, how much community interaction they have to do, how much networking they have to do with game publishers, and they don't have this behemoth of CNET behind GameSpot helping them do that. They're trying to do it by themselves, and
and
it looks exhausting.
And people are getting huge in the process. There's definitely that.
We missed our moment. We're too soon.
I always say
by
we were
6 years.
A few years too early for this to work out,
but they couldn't have done it without us doing it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. Let's take the absolutely.
So you guys just get a cut of it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. All of everything. Well, I mean, actually, I want to ask Brad about that stuff, but Greg, in some weird way, you were among the first to have long form video gameplay, one of the first Let's Play style things when Oblivion came out.
It was really fun.
That was you played it for 12 hours on the day of release, right?
Through a fire alarm.
Put it out live. Yeah, through a fire alarm. Well, no, was the fire alarm for Oblivion?
Yeah, there was a fire. Yep, right at the end, 6 a.m.
Yeah. Did you think at the time that seemed crazy? At the time that seemed is it even legal for us to be?
Yeah. No, I remember that rather vividly, because the only reason it had to come together really fast from my perspective, because I was this has to happen now because if I kind of talk to too many people about this, it's going to get shut down. Like, no one's going to allow this. So, one of the big differences between whatever Let's Plays today versus how that went down back then was I didn't have any like sort of community interaction. There was a chat going the entire time, but I didn't see what was going on.
Right.
So most of the night I was just on my own playing this video game, whatever, like eating like cheese wheels found in crates or something. And
But that was like deliberate because you were reviewing the game.
yeah,
right?
I was. Yeah, I didn't want to. That's right. But then the next day it's like, oh, there were like whatever 40, 50,000 people watching it like concurrent, and we're like, oh. Okay then.
Yeah,
like
I
we, I don't remember what the number was, but it was some bigger than expected number, and it turned out, yeah, that we're still talking about that random thing now. I think that was like, of all the, whatever various junk I did, that one stood out for a long period of time, and it was super fun to do, and the forum seemed compelling even then, and now obviously it's much easier to just do that sort of thing, and
yeah, I mean,
it's
like
built right into consoles.
Yeah, built into consoles. Yeah. The hardware to do on a PC is easy. It's crazy.
For all the skepticism around that stream, around that idea in the office beforehand, I remember the next morning, like business people in the office just like striding around, going like, "Go turn on San Andreas. Let's do it again." Like the number.
No, yeah.
Yeah, it was that immediate thing of like, "What's the next game gonna be? What are we gonna do?" It's like, wait, whoa.
No, and I remember Vince Brody saying, "Hey, I don't have time to play games anymore. Can someone just play all of Wind Waker and put it up on the site? The kids will love that." And we're like, no.
Yeah. It's like,
terrible.
why would you do that? It's a story you want to experience. Like playing the game
matters. That are
matters.
short. They want short videos.
Yeah.
Well, and there was also the concern of like, wait, we can't just put up the whole game, right? Like we're ruining the whole game. Like people won't buy it or whatever because they could just watch the entire thing. It's like, well, we all saw where that ended up going. Like that just happens now, and that's just kind of part of what games are, and yeah, you have that option as a game player just to watch the video of the thing.
Right. Yeah, and that was the thing, like kind of coming to Giant Bomb and doing stuff and trying to figure out like, okay, we're a really small crew. What's going to be the way we cover games? It ended up where we weren't really in a position where we could deal with like asking for permission. Like the whole internet, I guess at the time, like it was still like that 3 to 5 minute video thing. Like no one was doing like long form stuff on a regular basis, and for us at that point, long form was like 15, 20
Yeah,
minutes,
even our stuff started out pretty short. We just don't know how to self-edit, so.
Yeah, no, now it's like the podcast 3 hours, every quick look's an hour plus because like literally we just don't know how to stop.
And that's short now.
Yeah, and an hour seems short in a lot of cases. Like when they said like, hey, do you want to come up and do the YouTube stage for an hour? I'm like, yeah, sure, like an hour. Like what, like, let's do 3. Like, I don't know, like. Let's just keep it going, but yeah, Brad, you came into GameSpot as an intern as well, right?
Yeah, just a summer intern, and then I tried to stay, and somebody talked me out of it.
Yeah, I feel like that was like I feel like I seemed like I remember having this conversation with you of like we didn't want to rob people of school.
Yeah.
And hiring people that were still going to college always seemed like a dirty move.
I had that experience myself. I actually really, because I was like, whatever, 18 or something when I started as an intern, and I very nearly dropped out. I was going to college at the time and not having a great time there. Meanwhile, having a good experience at GameSpot, and I wanted to drop out. And Ron Doolin at the time, remember, is like, he's like, you know what, we're still going to be around when you're just wrap it up and we'll be here when you're done. And I kind of bit my lip and suffered through the rest. In my case, I was in the middle of it and I was glad I finished. But yeah, it's a good, even though what I was learning there was like not, it was like a totally different world and not really directly, even though I was like majoring in English or something, it's writing related. So it's, but it's a totally different world, but it helps with like the deadlines and stuff like that. That part was directly relevant and just
time management or like doing the things you say you're going to do.
And doing things that you don't want to do also, which I mean from the outside always, both for video game development and gaming press stuff, they're both perceived as these kind of dream jobs, but you talk to anyone in it and they, hopefully they appreciate what they're doing, but at the same time there's the part that is the most kind of joyous and awesome part isn't necessarily always the majority of the time spent at all times. So
yep.
I find that my training and education as a video editor helps me to this day still as a producer of video games, where it's just like, when you're making a creative endeavor, it's really easy to come up with all this great stuff, but you can't do it. Can't do it all. You never be able to do it all. So how do you pick the parts that? How can you visualize what parts can go away, what parts can stay? And trying to cut a video review because the deadline is as quick as you can, but make sure it's only. I feel like I got pretty good at like, nope, this, yes, keep this, yep, all right, good, and the end result would be pretty good.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, would you say that was because you were at 38 Studios?
Yep.
And they did the Kingdoms of Amalur.
Yep.
Colon Copernicus.
Indeed.
Working title. And that thing seemed like it was unlimited in scope and wasn't.
Funny thing, it wasn't.
From the outside in, it was like, was that thing reined in and like realistic?
So it was realistic in that we were given a certain goal and we were marching towards that goal. The part that was not realistic was that there wasn't basically, I don't know how much I'm allowed to say, but maybe the business infrastructure wasn't there to support it.
Kurt Schilling has a bunch of other stuff going on right now. You can probably say whatever.
Okay. It's more like, well, there's pending lawsuits about it that I'm not involved in still.
Yet?
Yeah, exactly. Great. But basically, like, the dev team was very experienced, very disciplined. They'd never been together, but they kept, like, we had so many people from EA who knew you. People had made tons of games. And the thing was, we were making a giant MMO.
Yeah.
And we were going to land within a year when it shut down. We were there.
Like that close.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, that close. We've been around for 6 years at that point, but
I mean, that close to being done. I mean,
yeah, like you could sit down and play that game for dozens of hours.
Yeah.
Shut down. Yep.
Crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. So Brad, you completed your internship and got out of there.
Yes, I did. I like I said, I talked to some people about staying. Like you were saying, Greg. Like at that age, it's so intoxicating to be in the middle of all that stuff, especially back then. You know, when the internet wasn't as big as it is now. And it wasn't so easy to get into it from your bedroom, you know. Like, I was in this constant state of euphoria of, like, I can't believe I'm allowed to do this stuff, you know. It was really hard to let go of that stuff and go back to, like, reading Chaucer and you know, and writing papers for a couple more years. But, like, you know, stuck it out. And
it's the thing, like, I think, you know, you get those moments of, like, I think, you know, it's maybe more of an E3 thing than a PAX thing, and even less so these days, but like, those were the, like, somewhat heady days of, like, you could get on the E3 show floor and watch this huge Metal Gear trailer before anyone else has seen it, and, like, there's an awe associated with that. And, like, going to events and seeing, like, these things being unveiled for the first time and going, like, wow, okay, like this is, I am among the first people to play this.
Right.
Like, there is a certain... Starstruck is a weird term.
It totally is.
Yeah.
Going to Alcatraz for a Half-Life 2 launch event that wasn't a Half-Life 2 launch event.
For me, it was going to see Seaman in the San Francisco Aquarium and like meeting Yuji Saito, you know. And it was like, how is this happening? You know, this is not my life.
Yeah. For me, you know, I had moments like that where it was like, okay, like let's meet the people who made Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
And you sit down and like, holy shit. Like that moment was like, okay, I got to keep it together because this is a professional fucking thing. Like I gotta rein it in. But yeah, like moments like that early on were definitely big. And then, you know, there was a lot of, you know, you used to go to Tokyo and do all this stuff. Like going to, you know, the first year I went to TGS, they were showing a bunch of Dreamcast stuff, and they had the Dreamcast zip drive out there under glass. Like this peripheral, you know, like there were a couple of prototypes. I don't know what you do with one if you had one, but like getting out there was like Phantasy Star Online was there. I think it was the year that like Jet Set Radio was there for the first time, and just like walking around and seeing all that stuff, and like, you know, getting paid literally to go to a foreign country and take it all in. It was pretty awesome. And yeah, like kind of learning that discipline of just like knowing when to go, like, okay, this is all awesome, but I still am here to kind of do the job. And that's I think maybe the hardest part of, like, you know, because obviously I think people don't get into this business unless they really care about games, and then you have to kind of separate yourself from that a little bit and go like, okay, I'm a fan of games, but like, let's get realistic here. This game has some real problems.
And the dev says, I know.
Yeah, exactly. And the dev says, I love games too, but also budgets happen. You know, there's a reality to all this that definitely gets in the way. That's been kind of the fascinating thing, and I think it's like one of the growing pains around stuff like live streaming and a lot of the stuff that's gotten, you know, really easy out there for anyone to get out there and try. You could be doing it right now. You could be live streaming on the internet instead of watching this. I'm just saying, you could be live streaming on YouTube or anywhere. It's out there. But like as it gets big and kind of like the new concerns around that, it's sort of like, you know, when I feel like when we started working at a website, back in the mid '90s, there were certain publishers that just like thought that we were rogues and just thought that we were, you know, like.
I mean, that went on for years and years too.
Yeah.
I mean, that took like 10 years or. I mean, yeah, some of that was still happening by the time I left, like 10 years later.
Yeah, I was like, Square didn't want to send us games at first because they were convinced that because we were on the internet, we were going to pirate them.
Put them out there.
Yeah, and there was a while there that they were like, you want to take screenshots of our game and put it on the internet? Like Lucas wanted to have copyright info on every single screenshot.
Absolutely, no. There were lawsuits like threatened against us for posting our own screenshots. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I remember publishers who wouldn't give you video of their game unless you were a TV station, unless you were actually broadcasting.
Yeah, it's like you'd go looking for B-roll and they'd be like, "Are you broadcast?" You're like, "No, we're the internet."
Yeah.
And they'd go, "Get out of here."
Yep.
Right.
I remember going
CD with like 4 screenshots on it. Kid.
All they had were big beta tapes anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know.
Yeah.
Brian Eckberg and I got to go to a Gretzky PSP event and interview Wayne Gretzky, but to save Gretzky's time, they put us at a round table with like someone from IGN and then like 4 like contest winners to meet Wayne Gretzky, and we got to like shoot some video. And I was talking to their PR guys after. I was like, "Yeah, that was fun. It was awesome to meet Wayne Gretzky as a hockey player. That was like a dream achieved." But then I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna put that on our show. There'll probably be like 50 to 100,000 views." And they're like,
Oh.
"We should have done that differently."
Yeah.
Yep, you should have.
Yeah, I mean, like conveying the size of what even what we do now is actually still pretty difficult because, you know, it's like, and increasingly in a world with video, like the number of people coming to a website is like so not the thing. It suddenly becomes, for us, it's like, okay, how many people are like listening to this podcast? And how many was like, and you know, we've managed to grow one of the, we've managed to grow the world's largest video game podcast and one of the largest podcasts around. So it's, you know, like getting people to understand exactly how big that is and why that's a big deal and stuff like that is still kind of a weird challenge as things change. It felt like just as everyone was able to get respect for running a website, everything changed all over again, and now it's like the websites are like, who cares? Whatever, man. What's going on in people? What's going on, you know, when people are streaming? Like, who's getting what? Who are these views?
There are only like 6 websites on the internet now.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're all social media and sites like YouTube and stuff like that. Like the notion of like making people come to your website in 2015 seems increasingly ludicrous.
Remember, we did the Hotspot. We were either the first or we were like the second video game podcast.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hotspot. Like, I remember like every other week you go to the App Store and there'd be like a giant Hotspot logo, and like that's neat. And now it's like we got how much? We got like 1 million listeners a week to that or something like that.
Yeah, it was
heady numbers that we knew our sales team and we knew nothing to do. We're just doing it again.
Yeah.
There's this abandoned radio station up on the 6th floor. We're gonna go use it.
We still record in that abandoned radio station maybe not by the end of the year. I think we'll actually probably get a new studio to record that thing in.
Does anyone stand for the recordings, or are you guys all sitting down?
We sit down.
Okay.
No, there was a while there that I was standing behind the console in honor of your podcast approach.
I couldn't do that for 2 hours.
No, and we go 3 most of the time.
How long was the podcast back then?
It was an hour.
That is?
If it was an hour, I got pissed. I got upset, basically. I'd be like, all right.
Yeah.
Going to emails.
There's like, wrap it up, man. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Go to these voicemails. That phone number.
Because I needed to go downstairs and cut out every single and poor sentence just because I was so like, now it's just like, yep, put it up. But I was like, no, this has to be perfect. And I got to know every single individual person at GameSpot's their waveform for So I didn't have to listen to it anymore. I could look at it like, that's an Yep.
Yeah.
I had to get over that.
I have to say, in that vein, you, Greg, were one of the hardest people to edit for video reviews.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was done out of pure vindictiveness.
No, it wasn't. Well, one, because you said all this great stuff, which is awesome, but then you had this habit where you get to just about to the end of your sentence, pause, finish the sentence, and flow immediately into the next sentence.
Yeah.
So there's never a natural break between sentences for you. It's like, all right, I guess Greg gets another 11-minute video review. There's enough footage to cover for it.
I mean, that's how I always wanted to do video reviews, was like to just wing it. And you know, at some point, like we went from scripting them to not scripting them back and forth a couple of times.
Yeah, we tried it every which way.
Yeah, and I think I was always most comfortable not scripting it or like just going over bullet points, which then made it even harder to edit because I'm going for like 19 minutes to just like ranting off about nothing. and then it has to be up immediately. So best of luck. Like
Yep.
the review can't even be shot until I'm done with the review, and I'm not done with the review until 5 minutes before the review can go up, because that's my deadline discipline.
Yep.
Yeah.
I liked it for the hotspot. I liked it because if you worked, there was some rule that if you worked past an hour, you got to take a free cab ride home. So like I'd be doing the hotspot at like 10 o'clock at night and take a cab home. Be like, yeah, yep, baller.
Yeah, this is the life.
Yep, take me home, driver.
Yeah, I don't think they do that anymore.
No?
No.
I need a receipt,
It's
please.
an Uber now.
Yeah.
Uber, yeah.
It's Uber,
There's
yeah.
not a GameSpot bus or a Giant Bomb bus.
I think you could like expense your dinner too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, for dinner I just go up to the 4th floor and get the White Castle burgers out of the
Yeah,
hot food
they,
machine.
they,
Yeah.
they don't like it when we drive around with a big bus that just says Giant Bomb on the side, as it turns out. I don't know why.
Why
It's some
not?
kind of weird thing about that.
Try it at E3?
Yeah, maybe we'll give it a shot in LA. Just drive around the convention center in a big bus. And we'll see.
Yep.
Maybe. Actually, at this PAX, we ended up taking over a comedy club around the corner, but there was a while there, and we're ramping up to this, and maybe next year it'll actually happen, where we want to do a boat party. We want to get a boat and then just get like our subscribers and users and fans and all this other stuff together.
Ride the ducks.
Yeah, no, like a proper boat
okay.
party, not like one of the weird amphibious, like duck boat things. Like really get out there on a boat. But the more I think about it, the more I realize. So we still haven't mastered the whole art of like we need to have enough food so that people don't have too much to drink and vice versa or whatever it is. So last night, if we had had the boat party last night with the way things went down, someone probably would have gone to the water. Iron Galaxy's Dave Lang probably would have gone to the water at some point.
Or put someone in the water.
Yeah.
Or both.
Yeah. So, you know.
How does it feel as a site basically lifting up certain members of the games development community? Like, Dave Lang's cool now, kind of, or like.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
No, it's you know
like-
that was kind of one of the things we originally wanted to do with the site was, you know, have more conversations about the development of games with people that are actually out there doing it in the trenches and really kind of doing the real work. It's not to say that the people that are the faces of games don't do real work, but we wanted to get those stories, the story of like, hey, how did this art get into this game? How did you make this decision to, you know, make this guy jump this way? And like stuff that, you know, the typical kind of producers, a lot of people that get served up, have very kind of pat media trained answers for. We wanted to try to get around that. And it's incredibly difficult, and it actually is getting more difficult in a lot of ways for kind of the bigger games, because everyone is so scared, everyone is so risk averse with the big games these days that they're trying to be as safe as possible. They don't always want to expose the downside of their games to the media.
Well, I think it was that, like, I bet if it was after the fact that the game's been out, it'd be easier to talk about, but then who wants to have that, who would watch that coverage?
But also, you know, you end up with a lot of cases where people would have an axe to grind and get really weird about it in a way that you can't trust, especially if they're not with the company anymore. Then it becomes like, is this even reliable information? But like, that was one of the things that I wanted to do with Giant Bomb from the outset, was like start to have those conversations. It turns out those conversations are really hard to have. So you eventually start seeking out people that you know are not necessarily filtered because they happen to own their thing, or it's an independent developer. It's like, you know, people talk about like, oh, independent developers get so much coverage and all this other stuff. Like, is it balanced and all this other stuff? But like at the end of the day, the independent developer is just freer to speak, whether it's on their own. I mean, increasingly on their own. Like, you know, you talk about like the role of the media changing and all this other stuff. Like, in addition to more and more people streaming and kind of getting into that, you know, like there are people out there probably streaming Metal Gear, whereas like anyone in like legitimate media like is signing stuff to even get their copy of the game that says you will not stream it.
They've all got their PSN profiles set to private until Tuesday because they have to.
Right, yeah. You know, you end up in situations like that. But, you know, so meanwhile you see increasingly a lot of developers are, instead of like going and telling their stories to the media, they're also telling their stories directly. And that's been like really exciting to see, though also really weird because sometimes I just see our blueprint out there and a developer doing it, I go, damn it, they're putting us out of business. But you know, it's exciting to see more and more of that stuff getting out there, whether like we're involved in it or not. So, but independent developers are always going to be a little more free to speak about that sort of stuff, right?
There's also more interesting independent video games to talk about compared to the big games.
Yeah, you're right.
That's there's, I mean, obviously a giant amount of people who make video games are now making mobile games, which doesn't seem to necessarily be the content that your audience is 100% receptive of.
No, I mean, it's getting better, but there's still like a rage associated with coverage of games on phones from certain segments of the audience, for sure.
Yeah, and then therefore like the THQs of the world don't exist so much anymore. So therefore, you guys like it's fun seeing you guys cover Dota. There are games that live longer now, and communities are stronger. And you guys cover that.
Games that are lifestyles for a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know? Like there are a lot of people that only play Dota or only play like one game all the time every day. You know?
Yeah, and that's another huge change. And I think we saw that happening, kind of in the latter days of like our run at GameSpot, where you started to see more and more people getting into specific MMOs. And it became like, how do you address these games that are always changing? When your task is to cover every game.
Like we had a very like one and done approach to every game, right?
Yeah.
It's like it gets one video, it gets one review, like boom, on to the next one. Like forget it exists after that.
I mean, there wasn't much of a choice, right? Because it's like if your mission was to cover everything, it's like, well, when a game comes out that you could cover forever, it's like the thing I used to say is like we don't get to like hire a person each time a new game comes out. So we have to make some kind of trade-off. But yeah, it was a huge issue because there were these games like World of Warcraft or something where it's like this is just a way bigger game than all this other stuff that we're covering. So is this really right that all we did was just kind of review it and then move on?
Right, and I think that the thing we run into now is like, we'll tend to go down holes for a while, and there'll be like a lot of Dota coverage on the site. Looking to get a little more Hearthstone coverage on the site at some point here, and MMOs or just kind of various games like Metal Gear lately, or the Souls games for a good chunk of time, where the thing we run into now is like, we'll kind of get down these holes and really dig into a game or a franchise for a while, and then you run into the problem of like, because we're kind of a small crew, if you're not into that one thing, like we're not doing anything for you at the time, So it's like that balance of like, how do we keep mixing it up for people while also kind of being able to dig into the things that we really think are worth digging into. And like that's a brand new balancing act in a lot of ways that definitely keeps like this side of things interesting and maddening.
I think you guys are doing a good balance from my perspective. Like I definitely don't watch all your stuff anymore, all of your stuff anymore. I watch the parts that I like, but it's fun seeing you guys drill down. Obviously, all the Personas stuff you did was a lot of fun. As a mobile developer, I thought it was absolutely hilarious the quick looks that Drew did of like, these are the games you saw Super Bowl ads for. And it was like a half an hour for 3 games that literally make probably $5 million a day.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's all the coverage these games will get. Like there are people like, I bet there's people on YouTube who make a whole career out of covering Clash of Clans. Or Game of War, because those games are always being updated. So many people are playing them, and they make so much money.
Right, but it seems like the searches for those aren't necessarily around like, how do I play it? It's around like, are there cheats for this? Is there a way for me to get free stuff without spending money? Like, what do I got to do? And like that sort of stuff. Like I was spending a little time on YouTube gaming back on launch day, poking around, and it was like one of those things where you see one of these videos pop up that just like the thumbnail is just like, download the beta now, and it was like, how to download the Call of Duty Black Ops 3 beta to get around the download glitch that is happening right now. And it was like this tutorial, it was like kind of tutorial vid of like
3 million views.
Yeah, like super, it was like the thing that was like 3 sentences of text would tell you how to do it and a URL that you could click on. But as a video, like, because people are increasingly wired that way, it becomes this huge thing.
I had a very holy shit I am old moment recently when I was playing Cradle as a little sci-fi adventure game on Steam, and I got stuck on a puzzle, and I went looking for a walkthrough, and one did not exist. There were plenty of videos out there playing through the entire game.
Yeah.
Not a single forum post or FAQ anywhere that explained how to get. I was like, I am.
There's no raw ASCII out there.
Yeah.
Some great ASCII art.
Yeah, where was the ASCII art of the game's logo,
Yeah.
That stuff is kind of lost its
Well, you guys took Matt Rory out of the game.
Yeah.
So it's your own fault.
True.
Yeah.
Reap what you sow.
He didn't want to spend weekends shoeless in the office writing game guides like a maniac anymore.
The Stratus group was too perfect to continue.
No, the Stratus group was too shadowy. They had to go back into the shadows and not contribute to the games guide scene the way that they used to, for sure. So obviously, like PAX is just opening up. Like I feel like over our time here, it's been like getting really crazy. And how are you kind of expecting to spend your show? You're not necessarily showing a new game, but do you feel like most people that come up know what you've done, have played the games, or is there still like exposing the game to people?
It's a little of each, but since we've been coming to PAX Prime for a while now, like we do, like a lot of it really is like for fans of our stuff, which is really great because we spend the vast majority of the year just hunkered in front of a computer, and like we get great emails and whatever, comments on Twitter or something, but it's not the same as like actually talking to a human being who's played something you've worked on and maybe has something nice to say about it. So that part is really reinvigorating for us and really important to us. So yeah, we come to this show no matter what, whether we try to always have some cool new thing, kind of large or small, but we'll come no matter what, and we just come here to kind of hang out. It's really for the team as well, because day in and day out we're just working. People have their lives and stuff like that, but PAX is a chance for us to just kind of hang out with each other as well, too.
Right,
so
yeah, just kind of get away from working on something for at least a little bit, and yeah, cool. And then, Rich, I mean, you've had booths at PAX before, like now you're kind of just flitting about.
I'm kind of here solo. Actually, I think one of our interns here, so she's going to take pictures of me on stage during the comedy
Make
thing
sure
tonight.
to just, like, pose a little bit.
What are some good improv poses, but I'm excited to see what people are making. I'm excited to find out what kind of mobile games are around here. That space continues to thrive and grow. And I'm actually just really excited to see you guys. It's I am a producer, which is the kind of person that gets trotted out, but I don't get to go to too many of these things. So I'd like to thank my wife for looking after the kids for the weekend and letting me come out here, and so I can see you guys, and of course, tell a lot of people about Star Trek Timelines.
Yeah, and then Brad, we've got some stuff going on here.
Yes.
Where, gosh, over at the Giant Bomb, over at the Comedy Club.
Yes.
Our East Coast crew is going to record a podcast coming up
as we
pretty
speak,
soon.
right?
Yeah, they're getting ready to start, I think, and then.
I think we're supposed to be there.
Yeah, we're supposed to be over there in a little bit.
Magic.
Yeah, we'll make it. It's close.
Yeah.
And then I feel like a giant Waluigi-shaped train is just barreling down on us.
Yeah, what is it? It's 11 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's 2 o'clock local time. We are going to be playing Mario Party 5, a full 50-turn game.
Yeah.
A full 50-turn game.
Full 50 turns?
Greg Miller.
Why would you play that much Mario Party?
Because we're idiots.
Okay. Justified.
Yeah.
That's big on the internet these days.
No, exactly.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It's done you quite well.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
It's good to see you.
Good to see you.
How are you guys?
Not bad.
Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
Commissioner.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, all right. Yeah. I'm not in character just yet. How you doing?
buddy.
Right. Good to see you. Right. Oh, yes. How's
we're
it
gonna
going? How's PAX going for everybody?
It's going pretty well.
No, don't scoot away. We're getting nice and close. 2 Gregs on the couch.
Yep.
Yeah. It's going well. We're just, and then Saturday night we're doing our panel, which is not being streamed. You got to be here for that one.
Yeah.
And
you
then-
should be.
Yeah, you probably should be. And then,
Right.
And then Sunday morning,
PAX Wrestling.
Wrestling, my client, Dr. Tracksuit.
I saw he
will
was
be
talking
there.
some trash about the commissioner and boys.
Dr. Tracksuit can't, he's kind of all over the place. I represent him, but I
Sure.
don't necessarily agree
You
with
don't
him
speak
anymore.
for him.
I can't.
I
can't
understand 100%.
speak for him
I understand
anymore.
100%,
I
yeah.
just try to bail him out if he gets into
Sure.
any real trouble.
Yeah.
I'm hearing
and-
big things about the Indie Love Coalition. As their manager, I might be biased, but
Do you have any more awards to bring to the show?
I have the same award to
Oh, the same award.
Yeah,
Oh,
I have the
excellent,
head.
Excellent.
I was
Okay.
going to put it on a ring, but I didn't find glue in time.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm currently, if anybody is from the Seattle area, anybody out here from Seattle area, sir, I need a neck brace. If you could help me find a neck brace. I'm thinking Walgreens might.
Yeah.
That might be a good.
I want to say I bought a neck brace at a Walgreens.
Right,
once
it seems
before
like something
for
they just
exactly
have.
the same reason that you need a neck brace.
You got hit with a guitar too in
Yeah,
a fake
totally,
wrestling tournament?
yeah.
Wow, all right.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's pretty routine at this point.
Yeah.
This is video games.
It's a weird life we have. Do you remember when you used to work at a regular old.com and just go and see games and write about them? And then
We used to write words
Right.
about video games.
Right, exactly.
And, like now it's like that's actually kind of the hardest thing in a weird way now because it's just so.
I need a headline. And then you put a typo in it. No,
Right. Yeah. It's just one of those things. It's so much easier and more like fulfilling, I guess, in a weird way, to do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Or a podcast or something
Sure.
like that. Like it's easier to kind of get the feeling across.
Right. Well, now because your enthusiasm or lack thereof speaks to the person through the screen, right?
Right. Yeah. And I mean, you're doing a completely crazier, different thing where you're out there in your house with a crew,
Yeah.
all traveling the world,
Right.
hanging out with Jeff Keighley.
Oh, yes, me and Jeff, we go way back now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Balling out of control.
That's what they say. That's pretty much. That's how you know you've made it when you ball out of control with Jeff Keighley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 100% how it goes.
Right. Exactly.
So you were down in LA recently.
Yep.
Doing some Metal Gear stuff.
Yeah.
Is that stuff available yet? Or
Yeah. If you go to youtube.com/kindafunnygames, you can see each one of our Let's Plays as they go live.
Yeah.
And that was the interesting thing about it is like, usually what happens for us is that we play the games now at launch, right, or whatever, right before.
Yeah.
And then do a review discussion like a week or two later, whereas
Yeah.
a bunch of us who have played. But I went down for a week, played all of Metal Gear Solid 5, came back, and I was the only one who had played it. So I sat down in the room and talked right to the camera for 34 minutes about why I thought Metal Gear was great.
Yeah.
And the reaction to that video has been spectacular. And people are like, I didn't even care about Metal Gear, but your enthusiasm would speak to me, right?
Yeah.
Like, and it wasn't a well thought out review like when I'd write or anything like that. It's just me talking, going through my notes, being like, oh, and this was great, but this wasn't that cool, but da-da-da-da.
Yeah, it's weird. So we ended up turning down that event because it ended up just seeming like editorially really strange. And it seems like that's kind of the new or the new divide in a lot of ways. That kind of like, and it was one of those things where I felt like maybe I've got a moral high ground here, and then I'm like, that moral high ground will put me out of business someday.
Yeah.
It's been interesting kind of watching you guys move in that kind of murky new area.
Exactly. What I kept telling people, right, is the fact that I totally understood why a lot of gaming sites were super upset with this event.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Let's take somebody...
There was an email thread amongst different publications, people going like, what are we going to do about this? And then people literally said, we're not sending anyone. And then they still had a review, and I'm like...
Exactly. That was the thing of like, I understood it of like, you know, for somebody's watching who doesn't understand how it works, the churn, how it all works over there, right? It's like taking someone out of action, throwing them down there, having them play and not do anything else. Sounds good, but there's so much, you know, you multitask so much in this industry.
Yeah.
That by doing that, you miss podcasts, you miss other deadlines, you miss appointments, you don't have somebody to rely on back home.
Right.
And it's just silly when you're playing a retail version of the game. Like,
especially
why don't
a single-player game. You know, they used to be able to justify sitting people down there for multiplayer things, where you know, okay, it's hard to get enough people together to play a multiplayer session of a game. They would sometimes do online sessions, but I remember going to like trying to virtually attend the Call of Duty World at War review session years ago, and it was like me and Abby and no one else showed up. So it was like we're playing against QA, like no one had their shit together to play. And so I get why they would do
that event has to exist.
But also, like, Metal Gear's been weird all along. I'm gonna say, did you go to Konami to review a Metal Gear game?
Yeah,
like
for
two?
3.
3, okay. Amir did
also?
2, or did he? I remember Amir getting back and going like,
no, I did.
You don't play
I think
Grand Prix.
No, I did both.
Okay,
I did both 2 and 3. Yeah, it was on location, and yeah, it was super. I mean, we had to like evaluate those case by case, and in the case of the Metal Gear games, it was like they at least. Basically, we had to play on site mostly as a security precaution because they didn't want that build leaving that office. But basically, we sat in a room. It was unsupervised as far as I just happened to be, like, instead of sitting
as unsupervised as anything at Konami can be these days.
Yeah, I mean there might be some camera in the sky. Or
it's like the casino thing where they're watching.
Yeah, no, but there wasn't like a man in there like asking me what I thought or whatever.
Right.
I was just playing the video game and could, came back for as many days as it took to play them through.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean for sure, those things, we didn't have like a video component at the time to where we could like talk about the context of a review, but I think for sure we were always interested in the transparency around that kind of thing and like making sure that the context in which we could do that thing didn't invalidate,
Right, and trying to hold that line was always a little strange because everyone was trying to do their own thing. I remember it was like one of the Assassin's Creed games where they had the big idea of like, hey, how about we get a build over to you? We'll get a build over to you, and could we just have someone hang out with you for the first day that you're reviewing it? And it's like, absolutely not. Like, why would anyone think that would be okay?
That's not weird at all.
Yeah, someone just to answer some questions if you might have them. It was always like, well, like the general consumer, like anyone out there buying the game isn't going to have someone to answer their questions.
Yeah.
So like if your game is so messed up that you need someone to explain it, that's
a problem.
That's a problem for the game, right?
And you probably still get the weird like reviewers guides of like, don't talk about this, that, or the other. And it's like, you know what? Like, let me just do my damn job and like decide what I.
So we end up having to like draw a lot of weird lines. Like we've been doing Super Mario Maker stuff.
Yeah.
And, like some of it is up on the site, and then it's like one of those things where Nintendo gets a little weird, where like you can review the game as of the second. but there are still costumes we'd appreciate if you don't mention, or all this other stuff. So it's like, okay, well, I've recorded a video that has a lot of that stuff in it, and now it's like, okay, well, we're just going to hold it to launch day, because then, at that point, I consider the floodgates open.
We get to speak about the content the way we want to speak about
exactly.
the content.
So it's like I've got a thing recorded that is just like sitting in a system somewhere. It's like, okay, well, we're gonna sit on this.
Sure.
And every single thing is a unique call. I'm sure, like, for you guys, it's the same way.
No, totally.
Opportunity cost of, like, how are you going to spend your time? What are you going to really do?
Exactly. And that was the thing with the Metal Gear event. Of like, I got it, and I read the email, and I talked to the guys, and I was like, if I was still working at IGN, I would be furious about this event. That I have to go for a week, that I couldn't capture footage, da-da-da. But for us and for me, it was like, well, I get to go for a week, I get to capture footage, which is different, and on top of that, I get to play it. Because if I wasn't doing this now, when would I play the game? You know what I mean? Like, for me, it was, I was calling it like Metal Gear Vacation. I got to shut down for a week and play one of my most anticipated games, right?
Yeah.
So that was great for me. But like every other person who was upset about it, I was like, I totally understand why. I'm just in a unique situation. I just yell at people in my spare bedroom. This is nice to get away and be able to play this game the way it's supposed to be played.
And I think that's maybe the things that's changed like most dramatically since you guys were in, is like, it's like Brad and I constantly making these calls of like, okay, like realistically, like how much time are we going to spend on any individual thing, like these super long games? Is it worth it for us to review it at all? Like, what's the return on that? Like, there's the number of different things that go into it is way crazier now.
Yeah. You guys have any, like, not to get too deep in it, but do you have like any tools to help you make those decisions, or is it still all gut?
None of the
no
tools.
Analytics.
It's all gut.
That sounds crazy.
There's no giant bomb tracks. How about that?
Yeah.
There's no tier list of like, we need this. That stuff served a purpose, absolutely, in its era. But
well, I mean, you talked about it before I was coming on, right? The fact that like it's changed now to like you have to be authentic about what you talk about. Being able to cover everything doesn't exist anymore, right? So we have to be very upfront of like, we don't care about MOBAs, we don't get them, we don't know them. Not because we're trying to offend you, just so you know.
And also, there are like 10 sites out there devoted to individual games that are doing it way better than any of us ever could.
Exactly.
So, we kind of touch what we can and where it makes sense. And that's what we're going to do right now. We're going to get there and touch what we can where it makes sense. Brad, Rich, Greg, thanks for coming. Greg, thanks for crashing here at the end.
No problem.
It's
sorry.
Great to see you.
I'm leading into the next event, I think.
You are. You're
Stick around, everybody.
To do some
Greg
stuff.
Miller
Stick around for some Greg Miller.
Yeah.
We will be back. Head over to GiantBomb.com. We'll be there covering other stuff from PAX. We got some more live streams happening all over. The internet is out there. Go experience it. See ya.
welcome to YouTube Gaming at PAX Prime. I'm your host, Danny Dwyer from GameSpot.com, and we're back, but the kind of funny guys are here. What's going on?
Nothing. Hey,
Tim Geddes.
we're here.
Yes.
Nick Scarpino.
We're the only ones clapping for us.
So no, Mike from Game Wisp was clapping.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can hear him. These guys on the bench over there, not sold. They don't know us yet.
So we're here to announce that I'm replacing Colin Moriarty on Kind of Funny.
Man, finally.
Finally.
Oh,
A real Irish person.
it's great.
Fill in bullshit.
Yeah.
No way.
Well, I'm half Italian. I'm half Irish.
Get off the fence, Moriarty. I was looking forward to getting you up on stage and playing some Metal Gear Solid.
Right? Yeah. If you needed another reason to hate Konami, they have not shown up with Metal Gear like they said they would.
Because
tell you
But
what,
there
it's
you go.
apparently the traffic in Seattle is pretty bad.
Yeah.
We have some runners downstairs who might be able to get it, but
Oh wow. Okay.
we'll see.
No big deal. If you're already watching this on YouTube, after everything's done, go to youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. We've had a week of exclusive Metal Gear Let's Plays up, where I've played really well and no one's been mean in the comments.
It's been crazy.
Has it been chained to your wrist for the entire week?
No.
Do you remember that? Do you remember Grand Theft Auto 4? Do you remember that NDA Rockstar had?
Yeah.
Where it had to be in a sealed container within like eye contact of somebody at all times. And if you leaked footage, they'd sue you $1 million.
$1 million.
$1 million.
We were at the review event where like we were playing and stuff, and like, okay, don't talk about it. You can only tweet it this hour. And like then there were stories of it like, all right, it's leaking. It's out in Buenos Aires, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, whatever.
So last week, was it? You spent
All
a
week.
week basically playing the game.
Yeah.
Is it any good?
It's fantastic.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. It's the best Metal Gear gameplay they've ever had in Metal Gear.
That's like an insane thing to say.
I know it is. I know that that's a crazy thing to say. Like, I'm aware as I was saying it that it was insane, but it's true. Like, for me, I've always described myself as a story whore, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm playing games for the story. And this was the flip of that, where the story's all right, it's fine, don't get me wrong, it's pulling me through, I want to know what's happening. Obviously, there's a lot of questions already just from trailers, but really what was bringing me back night after night, day after day, still now, right? I'm like 65 hours into the game. I still want to keep playing it for, I want to take out this outpost, and I want to get this emblem, and I want to kidnap that person to make my R&D structure better, so I can make another strut in Mother Base, so I can develop this, and it's just, it's like that hole, it's that gameplay loop you can't get away from.
Which is crazy, because the Metal Gear franchise has always been a kind of a, okay, I'm going to play through this, and then, you know what, actually, I'm going to play through it again, but I'm going to, like, either New Game Plus it, or try something else.
Right.
So the idea that there's this, like open world for that series is totally
Weird, yeah. And it was fun. This week, I went back to LA and I got to sit down with Kojima and talk to him about it, right? And that was one of his questions for me, because he was interviewing me, which was super weird. He was interviewing me and he asked me, like, you know...
Did he have the bandages back on again?
No, there's no bandages this time. He asked me, though, he's like, you know, how does it feel? Like, the fact that, you know, Metal Gear has been linear and now it's open, does it work? And it totally works. And that's the interesting thing. Like, I've been answering comments the best I can on Twitter, right? And people are asking me, like, what are the difficulty settings? How many save files? And it's like, there are none, there's one. You know what I mean? You just play in this world and it's set up as it is. And then once you've beaten the game, you unlock harder versions of the missions you already did, where it's like, okay, now you go in and you have no equipment. Now you go in, if they see you, it's over. Now, you know what I mean? They're increasing the difficulty that way, which is very fascinating.
Okay, let's go down this murderer's row in terms of Metal Gear fandom. Have you played all the games in the past? Yeah?
Come on, Danny.
All right.
I haven't played all of them. I played majority of them. I stayed away from Peace Walker.
Okay.
And the portable ops and all those other
All
ones.
right, well, the fact that you're counting those as part...
Yeah. The core one. I'm very familiar with Metal Gear.
Okay.
Every numbered game.
All the numbered ones.
You've only played one.
Ground Zeroes doesn't even count. That's like you played 25% of a Metal Gear.
Oh, you played the demo.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
I don't even think I finished it, to be perfectly honest. No, I mean, that's the thing. I'm excited about this game, and I really do actually want to play it. But it's kind of sad that this is going to be my first entree into the Metal Gear series.
Man, you're going to be so confused.
Oh, my God. Well, when I was down there with Greg when he was playing through some of it in L.A., and we sat at dinner, and I'm like, just give me, like, the broad overview. Catch me up on the story real quick. And he goes, okay, so there's like 3 snakes, and there's this, and this. What about president? And this thing, I was like this. My mind just went white for a second, and I came back to it, and I was like, I'm just going to jump in and just see.
So there's 3 snakes might be like the best opening line of like, any like video game.
I feel that Peace Walker, Ground Zeroes, and now 5 have all learned from previous mistakes or things that they used to get knocked for, right? Whereas like Peace Walker, I really felt you could just jump into. You know what I mean? Like, sure, it'd be helpful if you knew everything about Big Boss versus Boss, yada, yada, yada. But if you're not, they tell you what's happening. And similar with Ground Zeroes, even though it's a little bit murkier. But for sure, 5 opens up, and if you haven't played any other Metal Gear, Like, you're going to be disoriented in the beginning because they want you to be disoriented. Even as you know, playing as me, you're like, what the hell is happening? I don't understand what's going on. But then, like, between mission 1, or I guess 2 and 3 is when they are like, here's how this relates to ground zeros and who you are and it's like, okay, now I'm on track even if I didn't know anything.
But here's
to be fair though, like even Metal Gear Solid 1 felt that way, you know, like from what I've seen of 5, it kind of seems like, at least from the trailers and stuff, even as a huge Metal Gear fan, I don't know what's going on, but no one does.
Dude, Metal Gear Solid 2.
Oh yeah,
same thing. Like the first 3 hours are like a totally different game.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
But that's my question for you guys. Like, you guys are all diehard Metal Gear fans. How much Metal Gear do you need for for 5 to actually make sense? Some semblance of sense.
I don't think you need any.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's going to be points of confusion, but again, he's trying to confuse me. He's trying to confuse anyone who knows anything about Metal Gear.
So, do you think, as a person who's never played a Metal Gear game at all, this is the one to start with, or do I need to go back and start playing more?
It's the same thing as always. I would always encourage you to go back, but I would say, I mean, to understand what's happening here, it would be more like go back to Peace Walker because that's an easier entry point. It's 12 hours, you're done.
Because that's the thing for me. I watched the gameplay and I'm like, the core mechanics, just the sneaking around and the stealth, the base building, and all that stuff, looks awesome. It just looks super fun. But then I get to the story elements and I'm like, I know this is deep, but to me, no sense whatsoever.
I think if you went in on any of the other ones, you'd have the same confusion with the stories, but the gameplay you'd also be confused about. Because if you go back and play those games, they're not like picking up normal like third-person action games. They have weird idiosyncrasies.
I think 4 is. 4 was when it first started being a little bit more modern, and Peace Walker as well, where you could pick that up and play it. But 1, 2.
That was when they did like the action controls.
Yes, exactly.
That was a big deal.
Like infantry on the thumbsticks and like all this like combining stuff was like.
Greg, that's the one you could have played dead. Greg, that's the one you could have played dead in.
Probably.
I think 5 is going to be a really good entry point for you because it is more gameplay focused than story from what we're hearing.
Yeah.
And the thing with the story is it's like, it makes sense and doesn't make sense simultaneously no matter what. Every character has 4 names. You know, there's always this stuff that you don't really know what's going on. But it's like, it almost doesn't matter because each game introduces you to the characters you need to know and gives you their story. Sometimes you'll get little glimpses of other people and it's like, oh, this guy relates to this guy this way. But it's like, they'll tell you that when you're playing it.
Okay, all right.
Does Phantom Pain have the same level of like crazy antagonists?
No, that was a big surprise for me.
Okay.
Boss battles and like a team of bosses, they don't really exist in this game.
Okay.
This game, like I mean, if you've watched the trailers, you already know, or even played a little bit of Ground Zeroes, you know most of the people that are in this game that are going to be your antagonists, right? Like
Skullface.
We already know Skullface. We already know, I guess, spoilers, but you've seen in the trailers and everything else, Burning Man.
Yeah.
Who looks to be
Burning Man.
Yeah.
On in about 3 days, I think. Just some
they are the bad guys. They are the crew that's out to get you or whatever. And there's only like 1 or 2 instances where it's really like, all right, I'm in a boss battle.
Okay.
And even those aren't like they were before. There's nothing like the Sorrow. There's nothing like the End. There's
no Beauty and the Beast Squad.
No, there's no Revolver Ocelot, a Metal Gear 1 battle.
No man made of bees.
No,
no rollerblading, bomb disposal expert.
All right, let's not talk crap about Fat Man. Everybody loves Fat Man.
I want more Fat Man. I want Fat Man's prequel story.
Sure.
If that's not in 5, not sold. I want my money back.
No, that's
I
what
can't
Konami
spoil
are
that
going to
for
do
you.
afterwards. That's the
Yeah.
Kojima Productions will be on.
DLC.
He'll be the spin-off, yeah. That'll be the next Vita game.
That'll be Fat Man.
Yeah.
Like
Metal
a
Gear
rollerblading
story.
Tony Hawk style game. Oh, well, they've done it before.
Yeah.
Substance on
Subsistence?
Xbox.
Yeah.
So-
Right. No,
Substance.
you're right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, Internet. Calm down.
So, Phantom Pain.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about it.
Great.
What's the nearest touchstone for like another game, like a similar game? Does it feel like, because I'm looking at it, it seems like, okay, base invasion kind of a la Far Cry 3.
Yeah, like,
and that's a great
how does it rank up against 4? Like, and that's the thing. You said there's stark differences between the last Metal Gear and this Metal Gear, right?
Yeah. I mean, this is a better game than 4. It's a better story. It's better gameplay. It's this.
Less
4, Tim and I always talk about, right, that 4 got a 10 at IGN. I was second opinion on it. I'm like, this game is great. And then the rest of my career there, I was like, don't put it on a top 25 list.
Right.
Like, I don't think this is not a game I would recommend to anyone, right? Like, that's not a game that if you don't know anything about Metal Gear, jump into.
Yeah. 4 I think is out of 4 and 2 are 2 maybe a little less so. But
dangerous.
4 is the one that you can't just jump into and understand what's happening.
Right.
Because it is very story based and it is very linear and it's very based on what had come before it.
Right.
From 1, 2, and 3.
But does this one still have a cinematic feel to it, or is it much more about?
I mean, it does. Like, It's a different thing. I feel like they've gone from cinematic feel to television feel.
Like HBO.
They call them
like reality show, like Real Housewives.
No, like it's not even
Real Housewives
not even
of
mission
Afghanistan.
number 2 or
That'd be
whatever.
amazing.
It's episode 2. It's episode 3. You
Gotcha.
start.
Okay.
The credits roll in the beginning. It tells you as soon as you're coming in on your helicopter who's going to be in that. So
Oh,
you don't
really?
Even, you don't even get surprised if the Skulls show up or if Burning Man shows up, right?
Really?
It says like guest starring, and it'll put their name. You're like, oh, I guess those guys are going to show up by the end of this episode, and then they do.
Yeah.
Like it's trying to be.
How many hours have you played for?
How many hours did
Yeah.
I for now to beat it, or how have I played so far?
Okay, first of all, to beat it.
I rolled credits on the main story 30 hours in.
Okay.
Now then of course, there's a bunch of other missions that will remain nameless that then are, reveal the truth and answer questions about this guy and do all, what I mean? Like,
The truth.
yeah.
I bet it doesn't. I bet it has elevates twice as many new questions.
Here's more questions. Next game, not going to answer those things. But give you more questions.
Piling on the questions. Metal Gear Solid 2 to 3-way.
Yeah.
Who the hell is the lolly lollo?
But Danny, I've been on your question. That was a great question. What is the closest approximation of this? What's a good analog for this game?
I think this game's a mixture of things. It is Metal Gear. It's Peace Walker for sure. It is HD Peace Walker. It's Peace Walker blown out with no. Because the thing about Peace Walker was you jump in and the maps were small. Then there'd be loading screens connecting them all. Obviously that's gone, but that's the same gameplay-wise of getting in there doing it. But there's a big dash of Far Cry, Assassin's Creed in there. Of all right, cool. Like I'm gonna go out. And I need to do this. I'm going to do this mission. I've decided to do this side mission. I'll go do. It's simple. I want to extract this POW. The closest copter drop point is 1,000 meters away. No big deal. They drop you there, and you're going, and then it's like, oh crap, there's an animal over there. I don't think I've captured him yet. So you go, you tag him, you Fulton him out, you take him home. Yeah, put him in the zoo back home. Then you come across an outpost, and you're like,
do you see my confusion with jumping into this game? Why is there a zoo?
Why not, Nick?
That's true.
And Ocelot explains it. Ocelot explains
Also
it to you
explains it in
on
a lengthy
radio.
cutscene.
So you've been hired on another mission by the NGO or
Do
whatever.
they at any point explain that when you're kidnapping people, how you get them to actually work for you in a productive
You're
manner?
a big boss.
Because when I kidnapped Kevin, he hasn't done anything for
They're
us.
stuck on a platform. What are they going to do?
So they have to work?
Yeah.
All right.
You toss people in the brig, and you have to convince them. Not you, but somebody's convincing them to come work for you.
Another guy that you full-summed in the air is convincing them.
So you've enslaved a bunch of people, and the lead slave is like, I'm going to take everyone else out and make them productive for you. How do we do that with Kevin?
I don't know.
Because so far, all he does is just break
nano machines. That's how we do it.
Therefore, a nano machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, it's got all of those things because it is like, then there's this new outpost. You capture it. You get the emblem for it. You are going, and the amount of times I'm like, I've already captured that outpost. I don't have to worry about it. But I tag all the guys so I know where they are. And then it's revealed that one of them is an A+ at combat. And I'm like, well, now I got to capture that guy. And I might as well capture all of his friends, too, and bring them back to Mother Base. And like,
they're in the same softball team together.
Exactly. I couldn't break them up. It's like when you see two really cute kittens, brother and sister. You got to take them home.
Got to eat them
You can't
both.
just
Yeah, but it begs the question. It's like the old Woody Allen saying, like, why would you want these people as part of the team if they're so easily captured? I'm not getting captured.
Well, no,
you try putting a balloon around my head and firing me up into the sky.
We'll put it around their head. When you bring
right around my neck.
No, Nick, that's not
into the sky,
that's
Miller.
not good. You're bringing them home and you're training them. That's the whole thing.
Got it.
It's like Pokemon.
Like Kevin. Same
Like
thing.
Kevin, right.
Bringing him home and then training him. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on stage. Talk about Metal Gear Solid 5.
Thanks for having
Phantom Pain. Konami guy stuck in traffic. Just don't worry about it.
Don't worry.
Don't worry about it, man. Just
This is a bad plug, I'm sorry. But in 36 minutes, a new Let's Play will be up on youtube.com/kindoffunnygames. kindoffunny.com.
That's true.
Noon.
And
Yeah.
what are you guys doing for the rest of the week? Well, you got
We've done an entire week now, and we'll do an entire week next week. Next week's Let's Plays end with the very first mission of Metal Gear Solid 5 because it's so spoilery, but it's us talking about it and debating it.
Okay.
As if it won't already be ruined by then by everyone knowing.
While wearing toilet paper mask.
Exactly. We all put on
I
the
love
toilet
it,
paper
yeah.
mask and do that.
Awesome. Thanks so much. When's your meet and greet as well? You doing
Meet
one
and greet
at
is
the-
tomorrow after your lobby.
Yes, perfect.
If you're here at PAX, we have a panel tonight, 9 p.m. Come hang out with us.
It's free food and everything. Well, not at the meet and greet.
Not,
in the
no,
morning.
not at the panel tonight.
No.
Tomorrow, we're going to go to the lobby with you at 4 o'clock over at the Comedy Club, and then right afterwards, a meet and greet with booze and such.
Sounds good. Parlor Live if you're in Seattle.
Parlor Live, Seattle.
Gentlemen, thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As
Always a
ever.
pleasure.
Thank you.
And yeah, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We've got a bunch more cool shit coming up. Lawbreakers, Cliff Blazinski's going to be on and talk about
man.
Randy Pitchford's coming on. I want to ask him about that new Borderlands movie that they announced today.
Yeah.
But we'll be back in a second with City Skylines. Stay tuned. Make sure you hit that ad button, and we'll be back in a second right here on YouTube Gaming at PAX Prime.
Thank you. That one bench over there never claps. Yeah. Oh no, she's clapping.
Hello, welcome back to the wonderful, beautiful YouTube gaming stage right here at PAX Prime 2015. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer. Delighted to be joined by Caroline Corpo from Colossal Order. How you doing?
Hello. Good, good. How are you?
It's great. Early morning. It's the start of a long 3 days of playing video games. One of the games I have loved playing over the past couple of months is City Skylines. You guys, phenomenal success with this game. Were you guys surprised at all with the amount of eyes you had on it?
We were kind of expecting the game to sell about as much as our previous games, which is a lot less than what Skylines did. And kind of immediately when the game launched, at the office we were just looking at the charts and going like, how can this be?
Yeah, because you were no strangers to making like these types of games.
Yeah.
Why do you think Skylines was the one that sort of broke through?
Well, the previous games are kind of niche games, only for a smaller audience, because not that many people think that public transportation is a sexy field and interesting.
They do now.
Huh?
They do now.
Yes, they should.
People making, you were saying before we went live, making mods for improved trash disposal.
Yeah, it's like all kinds of stuff. I am always amazed how creative and how excited people are of the game. Just that someone actually takes the time and effort to make a new AI for the garbage trucks, and other people enjoy it. They love it, and they comment the mod and share it, and it works.
So you've got millions of people playing City Skylines, you've got people making mods, you've got people making levels, and you've now decided to put out, well, a while ago you announced an expansion pack, paid expansion pack. So what's in it for people who are buying it, and then because you've got a free element to it as well, right?
Yeah, because one of the things that we only wanted to do for Skylines was the day and night cycle. That's now the main focus of the first expansion, After Dark. But we are a team of 14 people, so we couldn't actually make all of the stuff for the game.
40?
Yes.
Wow.
So not all of the stuff could be in the game when we launched it. So now we are kind of doing all the stuff that we wanted to make, and all the stuff that the fans are really asking to be added to the game. So people will be getting the day and night cycle for free. So all of the players who have the game, they will just instantly get the download once it's coming out next month, actually.
Wow.
And if they choose, they can kind of go for the paid expansion that offers a bit more depth into the day and night. So new leisure specialization, so you can have all the nightclubs and casinos and all of this stuff that has the neon lights and looks really cool in the night.
Cool. So what was the idea behind giving away the sort of the base day-night mechanics to everyone who played the game? You trying to like foster that community? We
really felt that it must be a part of the base game, because it's something that really brings the cities alive, and it feels like it's such an essential part of the game that we wanted everyone to have it.
Cool. And then, so for the sort of specific stuff that happens at nighttime that's in the paid expansion, what you mentioned nightclubs, stuff like that. Is there going to be like daytime activities that only happen? Like, will people go to the beach in the nighttime, or like?
Well, we kind of did it so that the traffic kind of dies down a bit during the night, so it's less intense. Most of the citizens are staying at home if they don't have any leisure locations to go to.
Oh wow.
So kind of the way the city is acting, it changes during the night and day. And kind of if the players don't want to get the paid expansion, they can absolutely play the game with just the free update, and it works just like it should. But if they want to get kind of deeper into the nighttime activities, then they can go for the paid expansion.
That's cool. So there'll be parts of the city, presumably, that'll be like the hotspots.
Yeah,
like nighttime activity.
like nightlife centers, and the player can freely choose where they want to actually place these in the city. So it's kind of it offers much more possibilities of creating cities that actually look like real cities, and really control over what happens and where and even when.
What are the main differences between how the cities and City Skylines act during the daytime as opposed to the nighttime? Is there less traffic? Is there
well, the traffic is the biggest thing, because it's kind of intense during the daytime, and we only wanted to make it a bit easier for the players to handle the traffic. So now that during the night it kind of is quieter, they can choose, for example, to have all of the some of the city services working only at night.
Oh, it's genius.
Yeah, like if I want my garbage truck to only go out at night instead of getting stuck in the traffic jams during the day, I can absolutely do it.
I was literally just thinking that because my garbage guy comes at 6 in the morning and wakes my ass up every Friday morning. It's an absolute nightmare. That's cool. So yeah, in a weird way, what you've created is also like a sort of a time of the day where you can sort of view your city in a more like safe state because it's not all bustling.
Yeah, it's kind of to enjoy and quiet times, and just that if the player wants to adjust the roads or something, they can do it by the night time when there's less traffic. So all in all, kind of these phases of activity, so they can choose when stuff happens and have more control and have a different looking city in the nighttime.
So you're like lead designer in this project. It must be difficult when you're looking at, say, the modding community and all the stuff that they're making to try and pick what you guys want to do, right? Because so much of that they're doing as well, right?
Yeah, we are kind of, our philosophy is that we will be doing the same stuff as the modders because it's just plain impossible to have the 50,000 mods go through all of those and never make anything like it.
Yeah.
So we will be doing the same kind of stuff, but of course never just taking a mod and putting it in the game. So kind of being inspired by the mods and seeing how we could do these things better. And from a design point of view, it's awesome that I actually have these just the statistics of what mods people use.
Oh, really?
Because it's once you publish a game, it's really hard to know what is the main thing that people are actually missing.
Yeah.
Like before you had this modding and Steam Workshop or anything that you could easily see that this is the most downloaded one.
Wow.
This is what's missing.
That's incredible. So what was in there? Was it stuff like the day-night cycle, or?
Yeah, well, the day and night cycle has been something that the game didn't really support. So some of the modders have done their way of day and night cycle, but it was something that couldn't be done really well with the vanilla game. So we only wanted to give them the tools to kind of create different kinds of days and nights.
Right.
And this is kind of, I'm expecting to see the modders really come up with different kind of lengths to the cycle. So someone might have a forever night city, and others would have really short days and nights. So what kind of things they come up with?
Yeah, that's excellent. Like some sort of like Alaskan town where it's like nighttime for.
Oh yeah.
That's incredible. Did you guys like? Presumably you weren't thinking the City Skylines was going to sell this much and be this popular.
Yeah.
Had you thought about making expansions before, or is this very much a reaction to, oh my God, everyone's playing this game, like we can keep working on this?
Well, since the beginning of development on the game, we knew that in the 2 years we had to make time to make the game, we couldn't make all of the stuff we wanted. So we were planning to have some of the larger features come in later, just like the day and night cycle. And it seems to be working quite nicely because luckily our publisher, Paradox Interactive, is really kind of the same opinion that we have to give these kind of essential features for free.
Yeah.
And this is what we at Colossal really want to do.
That's excellent. 40-person team as well. That's amazing. Like it's such work in a 2-year cycle to get that out.
Yeah, it's really kind of. Well, and it also helps us so that because the community really understands, like when the game came out and people are complaining that why isn't there a day and night cycle, we could just tell them that we are 14 people. Come on, guys. And they were like, oh.
How many of you guys are over here at the moment at PAX?
Just me.
Just yourself?
Yeah.
And is your first time here?
Yeah.
At PAX? Is there anything you're going to go check out yourself when you're done being interviewed by lots of people, I imagine?
Well, I will go and do lots of more interviews, but I'm really looking forward to just seeing the city and seeing the convention because it's awesome.
Yeah, it's good fun. When is After Dark going to be available? I know you have a new gameplay trailer that just went up today as well.
At the end of September.
Cool.
So it's only soon.
Right around the corner.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I hope your jet lag is worn off back in Finland by the time.
Oh yeah, by that time,
awesome.
maybe. Yeah.
Caroline, thank you so much. Pleasure to meet you. Best of luck with the rest of the game. I look forward to doing that and seeing what else you guys come up with going forward over the next couple of years.
Thank you so much.
And thank you guys for watching. We've got a bunch more stuff coming up. Cliff Bleszinski's coming pretty soon with Lawbreakers. We're going to have Randy Pitchford on to talk about. I'm going to ask him about the Borderlands movie, but he's here to talk about Battleborn as well, of course. Playable here and loads more over the course of the day. So stay tuned to our stage here at YouTube Gaming. We'll be back real soon.
Have there ever been two words quite so able to make you excited and also disappointed at the same time? Well, I guess possibly hoverboard, bacon coke, and of course, Tinder date. But still, for me at least, VR takes the virtual biscuit of excite-appointment. You see, the allure of transporting yourself into a fully realized alternative reality by simply donning a visor is just too strong. And while the promise of this experience has been around for, well, longer than I have, we're still not quite there. But maybe that's all about to change. The last 2 years has seen the R in VR come to stand for return, resurrection, and recombobulation.
That's not a word.
Actually, it is. Recombobulation. Now, the act of recombobulating.
Of course.
Now, over the course of the next month or two, Reality Check is going to dive deep into the world of VR in a special 3-part series covering the history, rise, and future of this fascinating technology. Part 1, where we begin today, is all about the history of virtual reality. So, come with me as we discover where it all began, why it faltered, and how we ultimately arrived at this virtual renaissance. The year is 1965. Russian cosmonaut Alexei Leonov has become the first person to walk in space. Lyndon B. Johnson is president of the USA, and a man called Ivan Sutherland has set in motion the wheels of what we will ultimately call virtual reality. He did so with the creation of the Ultimate Display, the world's first head-mounted display, or HMD. Lovingly nicknamed the Sword of Damocles due to its room-filling size, this device placed the user in a true virtual world, albeit a wireframe one. But wait a minute, maybe that's not the true beginning of our story. You see, if placing the user in a virtual world is the ultimate goal of VR, then maybe we need to begin our story about 10 years earlier with the creation of the Sensorama. Its inventor Morten Heilig conceived the creation of an experience theatre in his 1955 paper, The Cinema of the Future. Basically a box you could stick your head in, watch a movie, and have all of your senses stimulated. By 1962, he even had a working prototype able to display stereoscopic 3D images in a wide-angle view, provide body tilting, play stereo sound, and also trigger blasts of wind and aromas at specific points during each of the 5 purpose-built short films. Regardless of where we begin our story though, there's a long way to go from either of these starting points to the VR technology of today. So, let's take a look at how we got from retro to Rift. Steady development of early VR tech during the 60s and 70s was driven chiefly by the US military's work on vehicle simulators, specialist teams at NASA, and also researchers at the University of Utah. This progress, in tandem with advancements in computer graphics technology, really began to gain momentum in the 1980s. And in 1985, something truly monumentous happened. I was born! And also a team at NASA made something. The Virtual Environment Workstation. This next step in VR consisted of 2 LCD TV displays, wide-angle stereoscopic optics, and a motorcycle helmet. Also, the term virtual reality was first coined by Lanier Later, a member of the team involved in the creation of the gloves designed for use with the VEW. Now, we can't really talk about the history of virtual reality without mentioning the inspirational Randy Pausch. Pausch is perhaps best known for his wonderful and moving 2007 talk, The Last Lecture, Really Achieving Your Childhood Dreams, which he delivered shortly after receiving a terminal diagnosis resulting from the spread of his pancreatic cancer. It really is a wonderful video. You'll be laughing one minute and on the brink of tears the next. It's also a fantastic lesson in public speaking and presenting. Just go and watch it, straight after this. But what did he have to do with virtual reality? Well as working for Disney on early VR projects, he founded the Building Virtual Worlds course in 1998 at Carnegie Mellon University, which he taught for 10 years, inspiring countless students to work in the field and propel the technology forward. And speaking of the 90s, that is when VR video games began to emerge. The earliest publicly available VR games came in the form of special arcade machines. In 1991 to 93, the company Virtuality Group created a line of advanced VR machines with stereoscopic 3D visuals and mind-blowing 276 by 372 resolution. But success in early games VR was rare. Sega announced Sega VR in 1991, and it was even showcased at CES in '93. However, the console never actually materialized as a retail product, despite reportedly having 4 games developed specifically for it. And you know what? This was probably for the best, as we all know what happened to the VR console that was released a few years later. Ta-da! The Virtual Boy. This 32-bit tabletop 3D video game console developed by Nintendo was marketed as the first portable video game console capable of displaying true 3D graphics. Which I guess is true, so long as you like the colors red and black. Oh, you do? Well then, good news! Actually, it was bad news, for Nintendo at least. The unit was a commercial flop, due in part to its price tag, $179 at launch, which is about $250 in today's money. While not an outrageous cost for a console per se, this was still a significant spend for something this new and strange. Alongside this issue, customers just didn't like using it. It was nigh impossible to game with the thing in a comfortable position. Add to that the lack of software support, a death knell for any budding system, and it's not a surprise the Virtual Boy was an actual failure. And in fact, these 3 problems that killed the Virtual Boy, cost, lack of software support, and customer apathy, epitomize the reasons why VR in general failed to live up to its promise in the 90s. By the end of the decade, virtual reality, in the world of games at least, had all but vanished from the scene. Across forums and developer events, it was barely spoken of again. Until, that is, the 1st of August 2012 and the launch of a Kickstarter project for a little device called Oculus Rift. And that is where part 2 of this series is going to pick up in a few weeks. As always, guys, let me know what you thought of this episode in the comments down below, or you can send me a tweet to @CamFrazRob. Also, if you think I missed something in this episode, or there's something you'd like me to mention in future shows about virtual reality, do send me a message. Oh, and if you want to check out my resource list for this episode, then follow the link on screen now, or click the link in the description on YouTube to check out the Biblio page I made for this episode. See you guys next week.
Is this the future of gaming? Or this, or neither? Of all the new exciting technological advances in the last few years that have attempted to establish a foothold in the world of video games, virtual reality has surely had the most success. Sorry, motion control.
Well, bam! There it is.
But what about augmented reality? Enter Microsoft with HoloLens. The computer tech giant made arguably its most exciting reveal since the first Xbox recently by unveiling this little device. Now, while this holographic computer, as the company are calling it, is a standalone device not targeted at any one application, this clip of 3D Minecraft suddenly appearing in a living room certainly got a lot of people excited and talking about gaming applications of HoloLens. GameSpot sister site CNET.com even argued that gaming is the #1 most exciting potential use of this technology.
So, how does HoloLens work? What kind of new gaming experiences could it offer? And how does it compare to the gaming promise of its cousin, virtual reality?
Facebook's Oculus Rift, Sony's Project Morpheus, and all other VR tech have one main goal: to create the feeling of presence. This is the sensation of actually being in a place which feels real. In other words, fooling the wearer's brain into believing, as much as possible, that they are really in the place that they see. Augmented reality devices, on the other hand, like HoloLens, are all about adding things on top of existing reality, allowing the user to manipulate digital holographic objects in a real physical space. The promo movie for HoloLens gave a glimpse of the kind of uses Microsoft has in mind, from constructing an object to be later 3D printed, modding a motorcycle design prototype in real-time 3D, to walking on the Martian surface. All pretty cool. But how does this thing actually work? Well, it's got transparent lenses so you can see the world around you as well as the holographic images. The goggles will track your movements, watch your gaze, and transform what you see by blasting light in your eyes. Don't worry, it doesn't actually hurt. Also, because the device tracks where you are, you can use hand gestures like the mid-air click we see in the demo here to manipulate the holographic objects. Also, thanks to sensors in the unit, it can spatially map your environment, allowing holograms to be placed on actual surfaces in the real world. Plus, your voice can be used to issue commands as well. So, how does this AR device compare with its VR cousins? Well, first of all, it's untethered. It doesn't need to be attached to a separate computer because it contains its own CPU, GPU, and HPU, or holographic processing unit. Unlike Oculus and Morpheus, this gives the user complete freedom of movement around the environment. So, when it comes down to their respective gaming applications, I think it's really all about the type of experience you're after. While VR is really what you will need if you want to be fully immersed in a fantasy world, AR also throws up some really cool possibilities of its own.
Imagine, if you can, building whole worlds out of blocks, right there in your living room.
Alright, fine, but this would have unlimited PCs. Plus, you'd never have to fear the consequences of stepping on stray blocks. You could also play Hearthstone on your kitchen table, which would be sweet. In fact, once resolution is good enough, any surface in your whole house could be transformed into a gaming display. Now that would be a game changer. While Microsoft aren't talking specifics at this point, head of Xbox Phil Spencer did comment that they're thinking hard about specific scenarios with the Xbox, with things like content streaming and using it as a display for Xbox. Ultimately though, I think with VR and AR, we're looking at two sides of a rapidly converging pie. Is that a saying? It is now. My point is though, that in a few years' time, we're only going to want to wear one pair of silly glasses. And there's no reason why both VR and AR can't perform the job of the other. HoloLens is already creating pixels in your vision. It just needs to create a graphic that completely covers your field of view, and there we have an immersive reality. And as for VR, stick a couple of cameras on your headset, and you're ready for a basic AR experience.
So, what do you make of VR and AR? Can you think of any cool ideas for how HoloLens could improve gaming? Or do you think some other piece of technology will have a much bigger impact on the future of video games? Let me know in the comments down below, or of course you can send me a tweet to @CamFrazRob. See you soon.
Hey guys, I'm Lucy and welcome to In 2 Minutes. Now, I'm not sure if you've heard, but Fallout 4 is coming out later this year. Probably one of gaming's worst kept secrets, the sequel to Bethesda's post-apocalyptic RPG was officially announced before E3. Along with confirming the much-rumoured Boston setting, Bethesda spoiled detail-starved vault dwellers by releasing a gameplay trailer. And before the dust could settle on that megaton, it dropped another by announcing a November 10th release date just a few days later at E3, which is just under 5 months from reveal to release, which in this day and age of extended PR cycles is completely unheard of. Generally, the marketing machine is pumping its hardest while games are in an unfinished state, hence why we frequently get CGI trailers designed to pitch a vision instead of show us a gameplay reality. As the game becomes more whole, we get things like press demos and hands-on at events and trade shows. These are usually accompanied by screenshots and videos, drip-feeding us information and new reveals along the way. It's a lengthy process that carries as much risk of numbing people to a game as it does building hype for it. Bethesda has bucked this trend by throwing that well-worn cycle out into the wasteland, and if you ask me, Fallout 4 is benefiting in a big way because of it. Bethesda's marketing bod Pete Hines recently revealed that Fallout 4 was basically done before it even got announced, which explains why it's been able to show so much of what is basically the finished game. It also means Bethesda can have a shorter promotion cycle where it pulls a bunch of marketing tricks that build intense hype, and then be in a position to capitalize on that by releasing when it's at fever pitch. Instead of screenshots of individual character models and various landscapes, which let's face it are pretty boring, we've had a tie-in mobile game that made $5.1 million in just 2 weeks, and that's not even accounting for the Android market. There was no overwhelming multi-retailer pre-order campaign either, just one special edition, a real-life Pip-Boy, which proved to be so popular that Bethesda literally can't manufacture enough to meet demand. Since its debut, we've had a bunch of big gaming conventions, which would be the perfect place to show more of the game, and yet Bethesda is opting to keep it under wraps until they want to. I don't know about you, but I think it makes Fallout 4 seem more exciting purely because I don't know every last detail
detail about it. On paper, Bethesda's marketing strategy was all wrong, but if you stand back and really look at it, the short turnaround from announced to release has been far more effective than a year-long campaign ever could be. But will Fallout's bold approach change the marketing game from now on? I guess time will tell.
Is this the end of extended PR and marketing campaigns as we know them? I'm not sure, but I do find it exciting when publishers kind of go against the grain like this. Let me know what you think in the comments box below, or find me on Twitter. I'm at Lucy James Games. I'll see you next time.
Brought to you by The Witcher Wild Hunt, available May 19th.
Hey guys, and welcome to Reality Check. I am not Cam. Sorry about that, but to ease the transition, I thought I'd take on one of his favorite game series, The Witcher, as the basis for this week's episode. The conclusion to CD Projekt Red's high fantasy trilogy managed to score the perfect 10 from GameSpot's own Kevin Van Ord, who praised its absorbing story, fantastic attention to detail, and its phenomenal open world. But just how big is the land of Temeria? Well, according to CDP, it is 20% bigger than Skyrim's vast expanse, and it's 35 times bigger than The Witcher 2. Oh, and that big open world comes without loading screens. So how have CD Projekt Red managed to make The Witcher 3 so huge?
That's what she said.
Well, the short answer is technology and a smart use of level design. I'm not going to get bogged down in the technicalities in this episode, but part of the reason why we can get open world games as big as The Witcher's is due to technology. More RAM and faster processors give developers better and faster ways of accessing game files like artwork and sound, meaning that really long load screens are slowly dying out. Well, I did say slowly. So how are open world games usually made? Well, technology is only part of the answer. It's not just one big map that loads at once, rather it's chunks of the map stitched together. While you're playing, the game loads your immediate surroundings to its memory. But what about the area you've just passed through? Well, if it hung about, it would just clog up valuable memory, so it gets dumped. This process of feeding in new and pushing out old data is called streaming, and it's the reason why you don't get a load screen while scrambling around levels. Of course, it's not quite as simple as that. Have you ever wondered why your character's movement is forcibly slowed to a crawl in certain areas? Or why some buildings are just laid out really weirdly and have so many lifts? Or even why your character randomly needs to squeeze through small cracks in the environment? Well, that's because streaming has its own memory limitations. The most insanely detailed and vast areas of land tend to take longer to load, so to hide this, level designers use choke points to give the game a bit more time. Engines like Epic's new Unreal 4 help to circumvent this problem with the new world composition tech. Instead of breaking up the world into little chunks, it's levels of detail that get streamed in and out as needed. It's a tool that developer Jaeger, famed for tricking you into shelling innocents with white phosphorus in Spec Ops: The Line, have been working with for 2 years in order to recreate the city of Los Angeles for Dead Island 2. But The Witcher 3 was developed in CD Projekt Red's custom-made Red Engine 3, which was specifically designed for these vast open-world environments. They completely rewrote the streaming system that they used for The Witcher 2, obviously, because that game wasn't open-world at all. It was a series of enclosed areas separated by our old friends' loading screens. With the jump to open-world, the new system needed to be able to load resources in such a way that Geralt can walk freely from one end of the map to the other without encountering a single load screen. The problem being is that there's just an incredible amount of audio and visual assets to load, like music, artwork, and the game's logic, meaning that the meager memory offerings of the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3 just didn't cut it. This is why there's no last-gen version of the game, and it's even why companies like Ubisoft are going to be current-gen only from now on, apart from Just Dance. That's never going away. And while previous Red Engines were portable across both 32 and 64-bit operating systems, Red Engine 3 is 64-bit only. This extra processing power and memory usage means that more assets can be loaded at the same time, which means we see way more of the map, and we don't get stuck with all of those loading screens. This was a very top-line look at how open-world games in this current generation are able to be so much bigger and more detailed than in the last. Over the next few weeks, I'm going to be taking a really in-depth look at how technological advances are able to change gaming as we know it. Game changers, if you'll pardon the expression. In the meantime, you can catch me on Twitter at LucyJamesGames, and I'll see you next time.
Brought to you by The Witcher Wild Hunt, available May 19th.
Hey guys, and welcome to In 2 Minutes. Now it's time to sound the news klaxon. There we go, because there's a brand new game studio opening. And you know, we're so used to hearing about them getting that it's a pleasant surprise when a new one pops up. Especially one that's got as big a name as Jade Raymond attached to it. The former Ubisoft boss announced on Monday that she was partnering with EA and has founded a new studio called Motive. Which got me thinking, that's a really great move for her, it's a great thing for EA, and it's a great thing for us, the gamers. So, here's why.
Jade is a renowned figure in the games industry and has worked in a variety of roles over a number of years. Starting as a programmer at Sony, she shifted focus to become a producer on The Sims Online, before moving to Ubisoft to become a producer on the original Assassin's Creed and exec producer on its critically acclaimed sequel. Following that, she went on to become the managing director of Ubisoft's Toronto studio, which led development on Splinter Cell Blacklist and contributed to various Assassin's Creed titles, Rainbow Six and Far Cry. It's clear she has plenty of experience managing blockbuster franchises and delivering high-quality AAA games. But since leaving Ubisoft in October last year, she's broadened her horizons and worked with a whole host of indie studios, so she's clearly got some ideas beyond running along rooftops and hiding in the dark. In fact, in her first EA blog post, not only does Jade use the word ideating? However you say it, it's 10 points in Scrabble if you're wondering. She also mentions that her studio will be working on new IP. So armed with her management skills of blockbuster AAA projects, coupled with her insight into how smaller indie studios nurture interesting new ideas, her fresh start at EA is an incredibly exciting prospect for the publisher and for us. EA is re-establishing itself as a gamer-first company, and it's doing a respectable job. But let's face it, for the past few years, EA has still leaned heavily on sequels, sports games, and turning everything into a big shooty extravaganza. But EA's next lineup of games is showing some signs of change. Amidst its usual lot, such as FIFA and other sports ball titles, it's also backing the critical darling but commercial Mirror's Edge. And meanwhile, the adorable platformer Unravel got a significant amount of stage time at this year's E3. So the fact that Motive is pitching itself as a creative-driven team and not one that will pick up sequels is a great thing for all of us. EA's perceived public image may not be the greatest, but this new balance of releasing fan favorites while actively investing in different concepts and new IP could mean that EA is the first major publisher to find that ideal balance between new and old. And despite me saying all of that, EA's biggest game this year is, Star Wars. However, with Raymond's new studio dedicated to working on original ideas, and with EA showing signs of backing more unconventional projects, the future for the publisher is looking less predictable. And when was the last time you could say that about a major publisher?
So while it's a little premature to get excited about the quality of games that are going to be coming out of Motive, I'm really optimistic for their placement within EA's structure. And they're in the same building as the Mass Effect Andromeda guys, so I'm really hoping that something magical comes out of there. Anyway, what do you think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you not care at all? Let me know in the comments section below. That's all I've got for you this week. Be sure to catch me on Twitter at LucyJamesGames. I'll see you next time.
I've spent thousands of hours of my life playing video games from the days of my Amiga 600 all the way to the current generation of consoles.
But I've also spent thousands of hours playing football on concrete playgrounds, across fields in Ireland, on Hackney Marshes, and even here in Oakland.
Football, soccer, whatever you call it, there's a reason it's so popular. First of all, it's wonderfully simple. A ball, 2 goals, some legs, and a bunch of physics. To the uninitiated, it might seem like a bunch of people just running around after a ball, but look a while longer and you'll realize why it's called the beautiful game. Somewhere between the certainty of where you want to place the shot and the reality of where it lands, magic is made. It's a feeling that gamers are all too familiar with.
And while modern video games are often big, complex things with lots of buttons and moving parts, there's a lot to be said for beautiful simplicity. This week on The Point, we talk about how sticking rockets onto cars made one of the most enjoyable football games of recent memory, and how there's nothing simple about making a beautifully simple game. Rocket League was released by Californian developer Psyonix on PlayStation 4 and PC earlier this month. It's a game where you play soccer while driving a car, so quite how the team managed to not call it Sock Car is anyone's guess. Games take place in an enclosed dome with nets on either side, and though a standard game is 3v3, you can play with as few as 1 per team or as many as 4. Along with being nimble and fast accelerators, the cars are also able to pull off a variety of jumps and spins. It's pretty simple. Press a button to jump and press another button plus a direction to spin your car. Just like in footy, your body is a tool to move the ball into the goal. The entire ball needs to cross the line, there are no weapons, but you can pick up boosts to help you get a speed advantage. You play online with strangers, friends, or against bots. Games are 5 minutes long, and it's an absolute blast. Simple idea, right? Soccer with cars. Got it. Seems like video games should have made this years ago. But even the simplest of idea had to start somewhere, and would you believe it, this story starts with one of my favorite online games of all time. And man, you know I love any excuse to talk about Unreal Tournament. Come get me, bro. Boom! Unreal Tournament has always been a shooter which encouraged experimentation. The original game launched with half a dozen game modes, spread across a wild variety of map styles and sizes. It was mod-friendly too, and even launched with a mutator system which applied bizarre modifiers to each level. Stuff like insta-gib, low gravity, or the more you kill people, the fatter you get. Perhaps it wasn't what we'd call balanced today, but it was fun as hell, and this was a staple of the series throughout its lifespan. Bedroom programmers, buoyed by this sense of anything goes, took to making their own bizarre maps and mods. Unreal Tournament 2003 continued this trend with several new game modes, perhaps the strangest and most memorable of which being Bombing Run, a form of American football where players scored goals by shooting field goals and running in touchdowns with a big metal ball. However, that version of UT also had the groundwork for some vehicles that never quite made it into the game. Typing summon vehicles.bulldog into the dev console would spawn a Jeep with rockets. But it wasn't actually usable in the game. That is until a bedroom programmer named Dave Hagewood decided to wrap a mode around it, creating a new type of vehicle combat game. This caught the eye of Epic Games, who then hired Hagewood to develop a brand new mode for their upcoming game. Maybe you've heard of it. It's Unreal Tournament 2004's Onslaught mode. For me, Onslaught was the reason to play UT 2004, and much like football, I devoted hundreds of hours to capturing points and murdering people with its cool new vehicles. It was an absolute blast, but it had a lot of moving parts, so games would often be immediate blowovers or never-ending stalemates, as the sheer number of possible tactical options made it hard for large teams to work in unison. But there was something in there, something amidst all the vehicles and waypoints and guns, an idea worth exploring. For David, his time working at Epic inspired him to start his own studio, Psyonix. According to this wonderful interview on Gamasutra, the team used their experience with the Unreal Engine to form a business helping other studios with their Unreal games. This work helped them fund their own projects. And while working on these games, they kept toying with their Unreal car project. All the while, the world of UT kept growing. Deathball and Unreal Tournament 2004 soccer mod had gained popularity. Eventually, somebody on the team put 2 and 2 together, creating a tech demo for a soccer-based car game, and the studio fell in love with it. They self-published this game on PlayStation Network for the PS3 in 2008. And though supersonic acrobatic rocket-powered battle cars never quite managed to reach mainstream success, they were one step closer to that beautifully simple game. Watch footage of this game alongside Rocket League, and the two are remarkably similar, but 7 years of tweaking allowed them to refine this idea. They fine-tuned the feel of the car, made the arenas simpler, changed the location of boost pads, and gave it a sleeker style. So, by the time the game launched for free on PlayStation Plus earlier this month, it was so immediately playable, so wonderfully satisfying and fun, that the online servers the team set up couldn't deal with the load and promptly crashed.
So here's the thing. Rocket League is absolutely brilliant. You've probably gathered that from the reviews, the Twitch streams, and from all your mates telling you about it. But it's something else. For somebody like me who's kicked around a leather ball for untold hours, who's played FIFA and Pro Ev for years and years and years, Rocket League is something very special. It's the closest thing to real football that a football game has ever gotten.
I love footy games, from sensible soccer all the way through Pro Ev and the renaissance of FIFA. But all those games have one thing in common. You control an entire team. You play as a unit, 10 people working as one mind to get the ball into the opposing team's net. But that's not actually how football works. You don't play as a team, you play on a team. And with that comes an entirely different style of play. It forces you to pick a role, a striker who's up there to score, a winger who crosses the ball in from the sides, or a goalkeeper protecting the net. And much more powerfully, by playing on a team with others, it forces your ego to the surface. It makes you want to impress others with your skill, and crucially not to let the team down. And it's in that way that Rocket League is more like a real kickabout with your friends than any football game before it. That cold sweat when you're the last man back with less than a minute to go on the clock. Rocket League has that. The humiliation of missing an open goal in front of your teammates because you just slightly misjudged the angle of your approach. Rocket League has that.
And that feeling when you have a spot on the goal that you're sure you can hit and you kick the ball and it hits it, Rocket League has that too. And that's really special.
Because in traditional soccer games, crucial elements of interacting with the ball, momentum, power, accuracy, all of these are handled by statistics and the button you press. In Rocket League, your car is your leg, your chest, your forehead. You take the ball down. You diving header in crosses. And you speed up to strike from outside the box. Clearing a ball off the line with a bicycle kick, doing keepy-uppies with your teammates, hammering the ball off a concrete wall for a rebound, going up for the cross, playing last man back, dribbling around the last defender.
While games like FIFA concentrate on the spectacle of football, the teams, the players, the competitions, the diving, the corruption, Rocket League rests on more familiar ground, passing the ball to your mate, scoring that absolute screamer, and having just one more game before the sun sets.
And while it may seem like a perfectly simple game in concept, it took devoted developers over a decade of tinkering to make it feel so simple. Psyonix have accidentally on purpose created the most football-like football game ever made. A game of one-touch indoor three-a-side football, just with cars and rockets and a selection of dashing hats. And how fitting it is that this game comes out during the summer, the time of year when people spend more time outside and fewer games are released. So maybe once the sun's gone down, perhaps you could sit down to a couple of games of Rocket League.
Fall in love with Rocket League because just like real football, it really is a beautiful game.
Hello, welcome back to the YouTube gaming stage right here at PAX Prime. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer from GameSpot.com. And oh my God, Cliff Bleszinski is here.
What's up, dude?
Hello, sir. Pleasure
I didn't
to
realize
meet you.
this would be projected. Hello.
Ariane Broussais, pleasure to meet you, sir. You guys are here, which means you're ready to talk about your new video game, Bosky. It's out there. You have a name, you have a trailer, and now gameplay.
We've been teasing gamers for like a year. Like, no, we got a little. Here's a little gun. Here's a little character. Here's a screenshot that looks like a Bigfoot video. Yeah. Right? And then finally this morning, 6 a.m., boom. You want some gameplay? You got some fucking gameplay.
That's awesome. Yeah. Nice thing to wake up to, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, we're still half awake right now. It's like riding the adrenaline of our ratio of like people who love the game to trolls is about 30 to 1, which is pretty impressive.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, Lawbreakers. What's it all about? For folks who haven't seen the trailer yet.
So sci-fi, first-person shooter set 100 years in the future. It's two sides, organized law enforcement versus the organized gangs. Imagine if Cyrus and the Warriors had ever been killed. Right. Old school reference right there. And they're all breaking the law of gravity. So law versus breakers, 100 years in the future. Crazy environmental gravity, all sorts of inverted gravity, zero gravity, low gravity, grappling hooks, jetpacks, and all sorts of things we haven't even revealed yet.
When people think about a Cliff Bleszinski game, you go back to like Gears of War with the chainsaw gun, you go back to Unreal Tournament, and it's just like
Jackrabbit?
Yeah, well, okay, maybe so. Dozens and dozens of like crazy guns and different like mutators and ways to play the game.
Yeah.
What's the sort of the main mission for this game?
I mean, when I look at what's in the market, it's the whole thing of like counter programming. They do this in movies when like if there's going to be a manly action movie hitting that weekend, they'll deliberately release a Nicholas Sparks rom-com or something like that, right? So when we were doing Unreal, we saw Quake was deep, dark dungeons without a lot of color. We did Unreal, which was bright colors and kind of more fantastical worlds. And here, when we look at what we're doing, Lawbreakers, right now, this character-based 5-on-5 first-person shooters, it's really blowing up. And I look at the old grimdark of Killzone that he did, Gears that I did. Yeah. It's like, war is hell. War never changes, or maybe it does. And then over here, you have League and Overwatch, which are super bright and Pixar-looking, and that's cool, but that's not us. We're kind of halfway between the two, and we think there's room for that.
So when you were first coming up with Lawbreakers, the space was kind of a little bit different, because like you said, now there is a couple of more of these games, and like Randy Pitchford's going to be on later talking about his game, and like when you haven't sat down and played these games, sometimes it's difficult to really differentiate between them. Yeah. So like, what's the main way you guys are like differentiating Lawbreakers? What kind of makes it stand apart?
I think there's the art style first and foremost. I think it's our variable gravity that we're playing with in our movement. I think when it comes to our universe, you know, I appreciate a lot of what these games are doing right now, where it's a space gorilla next to a tree ant next to an ice elf. That's their thing. I mean, it's League, it's all of that. It's cool. But I wanted something that was a little more cohesive for our world, where, you know, you have organized law enforcement, organized gangs. It looks like good guys versus bad guys. And even within that, there's sub-factions that make sense. So you have multiple people who are Japanese Yakuza on the Breakers. You have multiple people who are the futuristic DEA on the law side, instead of just, fuck it, everything works.
Yeah, and a nice diverse character spread as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, when we started building this game with our first-person shooter heritage, we realized we had to have something character-based, but we didn't want to do a MOBA. MOBAs are great. Smite is actually my jam, but there's so many out there. Like, if you're making a MOBA right now, good luck, because it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me was as well that, you know, we wanted to do something that's more realistic, right? So, but not be constrained as much as we were in all these kind of super realistic games, right? Where it's all kind of like real weapons and real bullets patterns and all that.
AR-15.
You know? Yeah, so my last game was Battlefield Hardline, right? And it's crazy, right? You can't do anything because everybody will be, you know, analyzing these guns, etc. So, you know, I like that kind of enabling, that the crazy, the fantasy behind it, that enables a lot of kind of creativity. That actually goes back all the way to the first-person shooters that were way more creative, like double jumps and dodges and wall jumps. And,
when there was no rules. Yeah. When you weren't trying to imitate real life.
Which this generation of streaming and YouTube gamers don't remember because they're too young. When we announced the game and the gamer tweeted me, he's like, oh, you got the Team Fortress 2 rocket jump. I'm like, you mean the Quake rocket jump?
Yeah.
Like, come on. But it's okay, because every 10 and 15 years, you can take something that's older, do a new spin on it, and it seems new to an entire generation.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the movement aspect, because that to me is very much something I remember playing Unreal Tournament back in '99, was that you could like do double taps to the side and like dodges and whatnot, and there were jumps. So talk about the gravity. The moon's exploded, it's fuck gravity. What's going on and how does the player interact with that?
Well, so as I said, gravity is the sum of its parts. It's the way that players have their own abilities, such as dodging, double jumping, dashing, grappling hooks, jetpacks like tribes and all of that. It's in the environment as well, so in the levels we're working on, there's often one unique gravity zone. in the level that we're showing off tomorrow and Sunday, there's a lunar gravity section in the middle.
Oh, wow.
And the beauty of this is that when you go through it, you can rocket jump and get extra momentum, but in this game you can blind fire in first person.
Oh,
so it's kind of like, when Sandra Bullock used the fire extinguisher in Gravity, you can kind of project yourself forward. And so you see in the gameplay trailer, Breacher shoots behind him.
Yeah.
Not only is he pushing himself forward with the force of the bullets, but he's also taking out Kitsune. So the whole thing is, the combination of the parts of this game, the abilities, the characters, the verbs, yields great YouTube videos and animated GIFs.
And it's interesting that you're going to be that dangerous with level design as well, because not to constantly be harping back with my nostalgia fix on Unreal Tournament, but levels where there was unique areas get trapped in that room and then you get inflated and whatnot.
We want to find that halfway point between crazy abstract Quake castles, but I don't want to do the battlefield has to be a city street.
Yeah.
And it's like a city street, if you think about it, is actually a very boring play space. It's a trench. And so there's something in the fiction that I reworked, I'm not ready to reveal, where there's no cars on the streets anymore in the future. It's very walkable, open, green spaces.
Yeah,
excellent.
And I think the other thing, right, we are so very vertical that, there was a question on Twitter the other day, is the grappling hook able to hook up to everything? You can actually go up the roofs and kind of go beyond and go around the level and do all these kind of crazy things. So, we're kind of completely free in that sense as well.
Anyone saying you've stolen the grappling hook from Quake 2 multiplayer?
Well, it goes back to 3-wave CTF.
Okay, yeah.
And most gamers these days are too young to remember that, and anybody who's old enough to remember it is happy to have it come back. And it's not just a simple grapple, go to that location. It's some Spider-Man 2 swingy type shit.
Momentum.
Where you can hit on the side of a pole and then swing around and gain momentum. And even grapple to enemies, as you saw in the video. And we found out 2 weeks ago you can grapple to teammates.
Oh,
so we had 3 Kitsunes. The first one goes out, the second one grapples, and they all just kind of daisy chain across the map. And that's the kind of emergent gameplay we found with it. When you hold the control button and you blind fire, if you're a breacher and you have the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and you hit Q to launch your rockets, it fires backwards. The programmers are like, I don't remember coding that, but it just works.
Just have
that's cool emergence.
Emergent game design, which is good.
Put as many verbs together and see what happens. And then let users break it.
So let's talk about the characters then. How do they break down? It must be difficult to sort of, people think about these things in terms of assassin, tank, healer, that's the way they think about classes or whatnot. How are you breaking down these different characters?
Well, when Ardan talks about somewhat realistic, it's we wanted aspirational characters that people could feel represented by. When you see Kitsune, she looks like this cool, badass girl, but she also has, you can kind of, it's a little Kill Bill DNA on that, right? When you look at Kronos, he's the big boy, almost Bane-looking dude. You can kind of identify with it. Yeah. I tease Randy Pitchford, I'm like, sentient mushroom, man. You have a sentient mushroom. What's up with that? It's cool, though, but that's that direction for that game. That's that Alice in Wonderland craziness.
Yeah.
We're not that, and that's okay.
So is it a player-on-player 5v5? What are the modes going to be like?
5v5, we're showing off one mode tomorrow and Sunday. It's essentially called Overcharge, where in the middle of the map there's a battery filled with this mysterious element you're trying to charge up. Bring it back to your base. Hey, it's a useful thing in science fiction. Teridium. And once you charge it fully in your base, you score a point. However, the battery can be taken out of your base at any point and brought to the enemy's base.
Okay.
You have to stand on it for a few seconds and get rid of the shield, kind of like Capture and Hold. What we found is there's some crazy back and forth or last-second saves, and everyone's punching each other in the shoulder and yelling.
Awesome. When I think about multiplayer games, you often had lots of different modes, very untraditional modes as well, going back to thinking about Unreal Tournament and even Gears of War, pioneered stuff that hadn't been around.
We find that generally, unless you're Call of Duty with 1 billion people installed base, if you have a medium-sized install base, 3 game types is usually the sweet spot, right?
Yeah, because the other modes are not played anymore, right? And I think that's the same thing with levels, right? We can release 50 levels with 20 modes, and then what do people play? Well, Team Deathmatch on one map.
Dust 2, exactly. Dust 2 and Morpheus. So what was this? I guess you're doing a lot here that's different. You're doing, on the face of it, you've got different characters, the way you're utilizing gravity for the missions and levels and whatnot, and then different game modes as well. Is there a worry that maybe if you're doing too much, you're almost like the players won't know what to grab onto? What's the sort of the
grapple? I see.
Oh yeah.
You
just gave me that.
Well,
one.
From a production standpoint, we're 40 people. Right. So we want to stay small, medium. It's only 1 year in, so we built this team as we build the game, and what we have, I'm pretty proud of what everybody's accomplished. That said, each character is almost could be their own star of their own game. This could be the dude in Dishonored, right? So we're finding that one of the things in order to get the game done is we need to be symmetrical. So we're going to be a symmetrical game. You know, when you play the game here at the offsite at PAX, you know, it's Kronos and Kitsune on one side of the breakers. It's Breacher and Maverick on the law, massively asymmetrical. The final version will be much more symmetrical. There'll be one on each side, but thematically different.
Yeah.
And the levels are symmetrical as well, completely. Yeah. So, you know, there's no advantages on each side, right? It's complete mirror. So, yeah.
That's it. So how many characters do you think you're going to have? Obviously, you've unveiled. How many was in the trailer? Was there 5 different characters?
4 in the trailer. We're targeting, you know, for each side, 5, 6-ish, but this game's going to be a living product. You know, I already have ideas for the characters and the gangs and the factions that I want to introduce a year out.
Yeah.
You know, and new game mechanics and completely ruin the game's balance so you guys can all yell at us and tell us we suck so we can then fix it again.
Are you going to go down the esports route as well? You know, competitive gaming has changed a lot since...
You got to walk before you run, man.
Yeah?
I mean, esports is huge. Everyone's trying to push it too soon. Don't put the cart before the horse. Get a version of the game out, keep building that community, and then hopefully make the magic leap.
What's it like for both of you, considering you're coming from these massive franchises you've like basically created and like evolved over years to then be back at square one starting something new again?
Yeah, I love it, right? So instead of having to run like 300 people teams where everything is kind of digested and into the tiniest blocks and there's no creativity anymore, it feels like, right? Because it all needs to be produced, etc. Now, right, we have such a small team that everybody's interacting with each other very closely. So if somebody codes a new feature, right, they're kind of like, hey, I can do it like this. And they walk over to the designer and they can spin on it and present to Cliff. It's like, oh, amazing, let's do it, right? And that kind of dynamism is really great. But I think, you know, the key thing as well for us is just focus, right? We focus on a thing, and we focus on, you know, arena multiplayer, right? We're not doing single player, we're not doing cutscenes, we're not making the game, you know, require 200 people. So, you know, and we can always grow kind of later, but, you know, the core of the game is that multiplayer, right? What do people play in Call of Duty and Battlefield and Killzone and, you know, for the longest time? Multiplayer, right? So that's what we're focusing on. And then, you know, 40 people purely on multiplayer, it's a good team, right? It's a decent size.
You almost have half of them here. There's like a bunch of them hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, as I was saying before we started, you know, look out for people who are wearing the break-free shirts for kind of information on the offsite. We got little cards to get you in there, although it's first come, first serve. It's one of those things, they sit in front of a screen all day long, maybe they'll have a meeting. Like when they go to this show and they see people be hands-on with it, it's momentum that carries you through the rest of the year. And the thing I love about this guy is we tend to have a little bit of coarse language at the studio.
Yeah.
He has 2 phrases that are very useful, I suggest, learning in life.
Okay.
The first one is fuck it. Somebody's like, hey, I'm thinking about doing this. And like, fuck it, I'll code it, let's do it. Don't, oh my God, what's management gonna say, oh my God? And the other one is if somebody's wasting our time or if there's some BS, fuck off. No, ain't nobody got time for that.
Fuck it and fuck off.
Yeah, they're
decision making.
Exactly.
It must feel good that way because you probably have a lot more ownership over something when it's 40 people. Like I'm sure you guys do as creative leads, but like for the rest of your team as well.
Well, I mean, at the start of the game, you have to be a bit defiant, where I'm like, look, these are the 3 pillars. If you don't like it, fuck off. Nobody's going, I want to make a dinosaur fighting game. I like MOBAs. I like this. And like, no, this is the game. Here's where we're going. And it started as my baby. It's now a year in. It's become the company's teenager.
Yeah.
And when it comes out for pre-alpha release and final release, it's going to be the community's adult.
That's amazing. And you guys already have a playable here. Well, not here, but offsite.
Yeah, offsite. It's at 128 Belmont Ave East.
Cool. Oh, can random people just wander up?
Yeah, just walk right up. It's this really interesting venue.
Yeah.
Feels like it's a sex club by night or something, but don't judge it. Ignore the horse masks.
Is it?
It does have a bunch of weird masks.
All right.
Like some eyes wide shut shit.
Okay, I might go down there later.
But the venue's gorgeous, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just for research.
Exactly, yeah. I can expense this, right, Mr.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess, when will this be playable then for people? It's kind of crazy to be asking this question, but it's only been a year and you're showing it to some people. So when are you looking at alpha?
We are steadily collecting like relevant information for those who would want to be in a pre-alpha through our mailing list and everything like that. And there will be kind of a mailing for early access for gamers, hopefully early next year.
Yeah.
Cool.
Exactly.
We don't know if something works. Get it in your hands.
Yeah. What's it coming out on?
PC first.
PC first, and
I think Sony and Microsoft are currently yelling at each other.
Oh, really?
We're only 40 people. You know, I still love consoles. You know, if the time is right, we'll find the right partner to help us port it. We can't do it ourselves. So we'll talk to Sony, you know, talk to Phil, talk to Adam. We'll see if we can make something happen.
Finally, before I let you guys go, I'm sure you got a bunch of people to talk to. What does it feel like to finally be able to talk about this? And is there a lot of pressure because you're both coming from, stories, franchises that we'll talk about for 20 years?
He's cool as a cucumber. We did our Twitch live stream to announce the game, and normally when I do this shit, it's like, hey, what's up? And they're all watching me, and I'm like, I didn't eat for like 2 days because there's something romantic about the fact that we made Jazz Jackrabbit together over 20 years ago.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh,
That's how we met.
Oh, wow, really?
I was like 17. He was like 19. Yeah. Like a lot younger. It's a long time ago. Yeah. And
getting the team back together.
He hit me up, and I was like, dude, like the thing about Ardian is he can run the company, but also a programmer can't bullshit him.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, that's impossible. Screw you. I'll code it now. And there's a tremendous amount of respect that people get for that. And I think we have a great kind of, team going on right now. And the feeling of having something new, it's like Pixar. If we're not nervous, we're not doing our jobs. And it is so satisfying to see this.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It's, and the thing is, right, it's been such an exhilarating ride already because, it's a year, right, since we started.
Yeah.
And a year ago, there was nobody in the office, right? We didn't have desks, right?
Wow.
That kind of stuff. Computers were not there. People were on laptops. And, so during that year, we kept on hiring people. We were actually able to do this, in that time frame, right? If you look at any other game, like, Horizon, I worked on that before I left Guerrilla Games. That was 5 years ago.
Wow, really?
So that was undercover for such a long time, right? The same thing with all the other games, and we are already kind of showing a lot more, engaging with the community a lot more, and this is the start, really, right? Now we can talk about games, we can talk, get people in playing, right? Do telemetry.
Dude, in development, developers are the smartest people you'll ever meet, but they're very insecure about their intelligence. So I can pitch Batman to anybody, and they'd be like, "That's dumb." And no, when you get Scott Snyder or Christopher Nolan on it, they make it amazing.
Yeah.
So everything is in the execution. Developers just need to sometimes say, that could go either way, try it, we'll iterate and be quick, and we'll make the call.
Awesome. And as gamers, we're all very fascinated and excited to see how Lawbreakers turns out. Thank you so much. Ira, pleasure to meet you, sir. Cliff Blazinski, pleasure. For all the folks who are watching online, what else are you teasing out over the weekend? Because do you have more trailers coming out?
No, this is going to be it for a little while, but now that everyone's going to see the build, at our offsite, 128 Belmont Ave East, when you finish your session, if you enter your Twitter handle, it's going to generate an animated GIF of your best kill.
Oh, cool.
And auto dump it to your Twitter if you want.
Excellent.
So that's the thing. It creates awesome animated GIFs, and now we're actually going to be able to just stream the game from our studio.
Perfect.
So you're not just going to see the gameplay trailer you saw, you're going to see Scott, our amazing LD, messing people up.
Yeah. Awesome. Are you going to play Unreal Tournament when it comes out as well, that new one?
Sure. I live streamed Gears with the wife.
Yeah,
and that was cool. So I'm going to start getting into streaming a little bit more often. I need to do it more. It's just, you can't ignore it.
Cool. Will Dog Huge be involved?
Dog Huge is getting a little old.
Okay.
Little Evie might be. She's the one who might be in my face, licking up on my face.
Smashing. Gentlemen, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. And thanks to everyone for watching our show here today. We'll be back real soon right here on the YouTube Gaming Show at PAX Prime. Stay tuned. Hello, welcome back to YouTube Gaming right here at PAX Prime 2015. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer from GameSpot.com. Delighted to be joined by the man himself, Jake Solomon from Firaxis Games. How are you doing, sir?
Very happy to be here. I'm good. I'm good.
Enjoying your PAX experience so far?
I am. Yeah, I took a plane ride yesterday and it like busted my eardrums.
Great.
Besides that, I love PAX.
Haven't popped yet?
Yeah, no, not
All right.
yet.
Maybe it'll happen during this next 20 minutes. We're going to talk about XCOM 2.
All right, so if I start screaming and rolling on the ground,
yeah,
it's probably
it's good. It's good internet video.
Yes,
works
it is.
out. Yeah,
it is.
Hit that ad button.
Helps everybody.
Yeah,
helps everybody.
So 2012, XCOM came out, like fantastic rebirth of a series that I adored for years and years. Were you guys surprised at how successful XCOM was? Because you reached like fans like me of the series, you played them all, but it really like sold to everyone, even on like tablets and everything.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was some trepidation, at least from me personally, and you do something like that, and you wonder, is there an audience for this? You know, we believed it was a good game, but it was different. It's a very different game, you know, and so we wondered, you know, is there going to be an audience? And so there was a little trepidation there, but we were very, very blessed to have the reception it had, and it has a great audience, and so it's really, really fortunate.
And we've got a bunch of footage from XCOM 2, which we're going to enjoy at the moment. See, a little bit of news this morning as well. You guys have pushed it back to February 2016, right?
Yes, February 5th, yeah. Yeah, and it's, you know, we've played through the game a bunch of times, and so now we're just sort of putting just a little extra love on it to make it just as good a game it can be.
So the setup for XCOM 2 is that you didn't do so well in XCOM 1, right?
That's right. That's right. So the idea is that, you know, the sort of story behind it is that XCOM did not win in the first game. And so the way I say this, and maybe this just helps me, is that every time you start up a new game of XCOM, it's kind of like you're spinning off an alternate universe. And we are taking over the story from the universes where maybe players lost. And in a game like XCOM, that happened a fair amount of times. So if you won XCOM, then XCOM 2 never happened in your universe. But in this universe, then we're giving you a chance to go back and sort of help.
And now all the aliens are underwater.
Oh, yes.
That's how secrets go, right?
That's the secret announcement.
Yeah.
No,
this isn't Terror from the Deep to this.
No, not yet.
But you are basically sort of, you're forced underground in a manner of speaking.
Right.
You're sort of on the back foot now, right?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to kind of flip everything. So the idea is that instead of the aliens striking quickly and then fading away, now that's XCOM's job. Earth belongs to the aliens. And so you're kind of invading Earth, you know, from the perspective of this resistance movement. And so we've kind of flipped everything around. So you attack quickly and then try to fade away, and the aliens are kind of hunting you.
So how does that work then in terms of like mission setup and stuff? Because instead of like going to like flashpoints where the aliens are, like, you know, the idea of taking down an interceptor, you know, or intercepting it.
Right. Yeah, so there are some missions of opportunity, you know, so you may have a couple missions of opportunity where you could receive different rewards, and then there are sometimes the aliens may strike back, and then you're forced to take a mission, and then the aliens have, you know, they are actually building up strength around the world as well, and so you'll see these alien bases around the world, and you can even target those to take them out, and you'll have to, because in XCOM 2, the aliens are actually playing the game, and so they have a victory condition for themselves.
Oh, wow.
So you have a victory condition, the aliens have a victory condition, and so they have a lot of like short-term strategies and long-term strategies, and so now you kind of have to balance, I want to do this, so this helps me, but at the same time, I've got to strike the aliens at these different locations to sort of pull them back.
Excellent. One of the sort of main, I guess, tenets of the series in terms of like getting your funding and stuff was obviously placating the various aspects of the go. Is that still an integral part of it?
It's different now because, again, sort of like flipping everything, you start with, in XCOM 2, you start with almost nothing. So in XCOM, you kind of had to control the entire world. You had to keep everybody happy. In XCOM 2, you start with nothing and you build it up. And so you're actually kind of building everything up into this new resistance. And so it's kind of, again, reverse. So you have to sort of add strength as you go along. And here you see the new base, and it looks kind of like the base from XCOM, but the difference is this base can fly.
It can fly?
You can fly. Yes, believe in yourself.
Is it flying right now, or can you move it? Like,
you move
like StarCraft 2 Endgame.
Yes,
oh shit, like I need to get
that's
out
right. Yeah, it's basically like that. So you move it from different locations. for different opportunities. You look into different rumors, you're on the run, and so you move it to a location, another region. As you sort of make contact with more of the world, you can fly around and look into different things. And so then you land, and then you do stuff like this, build stuff, research stuff, standard XCOM stuff.
Excellent. So what I guess stage of the invasion are we coming in at? Like, have they just won? Has like 10 years passed? Like,
no, 20 years on.
Oh wow.
Yes, and they.
Oh shit's gone. They were now tweens who have never seen a world without aliens.
That's right. That's right. And so yeah, and
almost drinking.
Yeah,
almost.
Yeah, almost. Well, actually, maybe in the alien future, you can drink at 15.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Maybe alien life isn't so bad after all.
I haven't dug that deep into the canon, actually. But, yeah, so the idea is that the aliens have reformed Earth, and they have these beautiful cities that they've sort of built over our old cities. But, you know, they're aliens. They're not good people.
Wait,
they're not people at all.
Are they populated by alien civilians that you're going to murder?
No, there's no, like, alien civilian murdering. Well... No, just alien murdering. That makes it sound terrible. You're twisting my words. No, so the people, they go to these cities, you know, but of course there's a dark side to these cities, right? People are going missing, you know, as aliens tend to do.
Okay, yeah.
People go missing, and it's up to you to sort of reveal the truth of what's going on.
Yeah, it's Abe's Odyssey. It's
yes.
It's turned into
basically
Soylent.
heavily inspired.
So we're looking here at the the ant farm.
Yes, and this is the proving grounds. And so a lot of what we want to do design-wise is make the game a lot more open-ended and sort of, you know, you have these experiences that are different from game to game. And so this is a facility called the Proving Grounds, and you can go in there and you can choose to build experimental ammo or grenades, and you don't know what you're going to get. You just get something awesome, but it allows you every time you play to have these different experiences, and that sort of goes through the entire design. As we really wanted the game to be unexpected. Every time you play, you get these sort of unexpected moments.
So was the sort of the core experience still getting in your guys and girls, leveling them up, specializing people?
Yeah, I mean the core experience is similar, where you know you have research, you have engineering, and then you have your soldiers, and we see here like our soldiers.
Sweet chin-ups.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys are legit.
I can't do one of those.
Yeah.
You
well,
do?
Look, if aliens ruled your world, you'd have to get tough fast,
really?
brother.
Is this your mocap?
What's that?
Is that you mocapping?
Yeah, that's me, except you don't see the guy underneath pushing.
It's upside down.
Right.
You're
right.
they're pulling you
underwater. Yeah, the soldiers are kind of the heart of XCOM, actually. Hey, good segue, because we're about to look at our soldiers here. And what we've done is we've gone way, I don't want to say overboard. That sounds bad, but we've gone really deep into customization. So you can totally customize your soldiers. And here you see one of our new soldier classes, the Specialist, and they got a little pet gremlin that does all kinds of like awesome stuff, like hacking computers, or it can heal things from afar. But yeah,
cut down doors when you're trying to, when the locusts are still coming.
Yes.
Is that it?
No, but no.
That's a Gears of War reference.
The PR person's looking at me. No, it does not. No, it does not. I can't lie. It doesn't. Oh, but here
that
you
guy's
see
from Norway.
Yes. Look, Brick.
He looks
Ole Odinson. His name's Odinson, for God's sake. But yeah, we've changed. You can see. You can put tattoos on your soldiers. Cool. You can put new camo patterns. You know, you see he's got scars.
Oh man.
So you can apply scars.
Is that an alien?
Yeah.
Just like a
obvious. That was.
like a
that's
buddy.
not a shaving accident. That's. And he's got like the awesome hairdo. We've got
well, you know, those Norwegian cornrows.
Yeah, and you can change their attitude. This is like my favorite. You know, you can give them like a happy attitude, or so. We even have like a monocle. We've gone way overboard with customizing. So like all your soldiers, you can go crazy with, and you can see customize your weapons as well. So we have all these weapon slots that you can put all this different loot that you pick up off the battlefield. And you can even rename your weapons, give them their own colors, patterns, all that stuff.
Well, what was the sort of main request that you guys were hearing from your community when you're looking into a second game? Was it this sort of stuff?
It was. This came out of everybody's love of their soldiers, and so a lot of times when we'd interact with people, they would tweet us pictures of like, oh, this is my soldier, and she did this, and this is her story, and so we wanted to give people more props to tell their story, because XCOM has a story, and it's a deep story. It's got all this cinematic, really polished. But the idea is that the player story is the important one. And so we wanted to push that. And then the other side of it, too, is that to make the game even more replayable, like we're really big into kind of like time played for dollar value.
Right.
That's a very boring way to put it.
Yeah.
It sounds like selling you accounting
Selling me something
software.
right now?
Yes. but that's what we believe in at Frax is like we want people, if they're going to spend money, we want it to be equate with hundreds of hours of gameplay. So we wanted to make the game more replayable. And to do that, we made the game more unpredictable, more open-ended on the strategy layer.
Yeah, and customizing those people, like, that ended up being such a massive impetus to keep playing as well, because you're like, you name it after your buddies and your friends in school, or your friends at work.
That's right, and you watch them all die horribly.
Yeah,
probably.
it's wonderful. Before I let you go, what are any changes to like the way combat works, where you walk around, or different rooms, different types of engineering rooms and whatnot?
How much time do you have? No, so there are a lot of big changes to combat. So just from like the high level, it used to be go kill aliens, but now we have mission objectives. So now it's hack a workstation and kill aliens.
Oh, cool.
Or rescue this person and then kill aliens. Yeah, we don't want to get rid of the killing aliens.
You can't just kill all of them.
No.
Don't even worry about. We'll just
Also do this thing and kill the aliens. And then we have loot, and so now certain aliens drop loot that you can pick up off the battlefield. We have concealment, so your soldiers start in like a concealment mode, and you can sneak up on the aliens now. Excellent. We have hacking, and no minigame either. So
oh, really?
We are one of the first developers to move into the no minigame hacking territory, breaking ground.
Brave new world.
Right. So yeah, then you can use hacking to sort of change how combat works, and so there's a lot of like big systems that we sort of added. Doubled the number of aliens almost. So yeah.
Great. New types.
New types, a lot of new types of aliens. Gave them a lot of new abilities because we want them to have a lot of personality. So yeah, we've got aliens, and then we've got their little minions called the Advent, which are kind of...
They're not little yellow fellas that look like hydrants, are they?
What?
When you say little minions, you don't mean like fucking...
Yeah, that's DLC. That'll be DLC.
Great.
Actually, that's the boss of all the aliens. Is just a minion back there. My kids would love it, actually.
Sure they do.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to talk about Minions anymore, but Jake Solomon, it's been a pleasure having you here. XCOM 2, it's out February 5th.
February 5th.
2016.
Yes.
What platforms will it be out on that day?
PC, worldwide. It's a global release.
Awesome. You're going to go down the tablet route again? That was like when XCOM came out on iPad and stuff, like that's...
Oh, yeah, I mean, we're not doing that yet, but yeah, we're certainly not opposed to that, but haven't started on that.
Awesome. And a plug as well, you've got a panel on tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, I forgot to plug the panel.
Don't worry, you can do it right now.
Okay, all right. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the Sasquatch.
All right, good theater.
Go to the Sasquatch. Yeah. We'll be giving a panel where us and the Beyond Earth team, we're showing all kinds of new stuff. So we're showing new characters, all kinds of new awesome stuff that we haven't shown before. So it'll be a good panel. People should show up.
All right, 2 o'clock tomorrow in the Sasquatch Theater.
Yes.
Perfect. Jake Solomon for Access Games, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of your PAXing.
I will.
And thanks to you guys for watching the show today. We've still got a bunch more cool stuff coming on. Randy Pitchford is on pretty soon. Jordan, Mr. Captain Sparkle is going to be on soon as well. But yeah, we're going to stick it here. We're going to be live for the next couple of hours right here on YouTube Gaming at PAX Prime. Stay there. Hello, welcome back to YouTube Gaming Stage right here at PAX Prime in Seattle. I'm your host, Daniel Dwyer, joined by Mr. Justin Haywald. Hello, Justin.
Hey, how's it going?
Beautiful cap. I love it. Very Pokemon of you. And oh my God, GameSpot, Mr. Peters, how are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Great. It's like GameSpot alumni.
I'm back.
I didn't realize you were ex-Game Guides editor.
I've missed being here, man. It's good to be back. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Andre, for coming on. And Justin, you've prepared something for our dear friend.
So we brought some Super Mario Maker. Andre and I have both been playing a whole lot of this game, and one of the most exciting things about Mario Maker are getting to play other people's creations.
Right.
So Andre, as a Mario expert, as someone who's already put a lot of time into Super Mario Maker, I went through and I selected an assortment of courses. Some of them that I made, some that are okay difficult, and some that are going to be so brutally difficult that I expect them to be crying before the end of this demo.
Okay, so how many have you picked so far? How many have we got?
So, well, I want to get through at least 8. There's 6 or 12 total here.
Okay.
But if you can get through all 12,
that's pretty optimistic, man.
This first one shouldn't be too bad. Let's start off with something to warm up.
Give it your best shot, Andre. So how many do you think have you played any of these ones before, do you think?
Not any of these, no.
Okay,
great start. Great start.
Great start
Here.
Yeah.
All right.
Dead in 2 seconds. Unbelievable.
So in Super Mario Maker, you're able to set the graphics for the game on the different types of Mario. You have here the original classic Mario. There's also Super Mario Brothers 3, Super Mario World, and Super Mario Brothers U. Oh wow!
Almost had it.
That's impossible.
That is not impossible. You have to hold.
I have to run. Yeah.
So I think there's a distinction between people who hold run all the time and people who sometimes hold run. I'm definitely a always hold run kind of person.
No, I am too. I think I started late the first time, so I wasn't able to make it to the platform in time.
Oh yeah.
This is a very doable stage. This is a warm up.
Oh.
An amuse-bouche, if you will.
Okay. This is very amusing.
This is not setting the stage well for the stages to come after.
So who's playing Mario Maker at the moment? Because I know the press have it, some YouTubers have it.
Not going well.
Yeah.
What's the quality of level creation been like so far, considering like not all the public's had a chance to like make some cool shit yet?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely more limited than what we're going to see once the full game comes out, but there's still, I think, hundreds of people playing from all around the world.
Oh!
When you're picking stages, you can see a little flag next to the person's name. So, like all the Americans have the American flag,
Right.
there's lots of Germans and Italians, and people from all over the world are creating levels now.
Any Irish?
I haven't seen an Irish flag.
Typical.
This might be the run. This is gonna be it. Oh! Oh no!
Oh! So close. How much is left after that part?
This is right. That's not
it?
Almost it.
It's like 3/4 of the way. Like there's that and it's the end.
So I get why it gives you the star, but why is Kirby because he can run?
It's Kirby. It's like Air Ride.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
Kirby's Air Ride, another classic. A lot of people are doing homages to other games because you're able to use Amiibo and create or put these characters into the game, but they don't have any different powers. They don't react in any way differently. Like his
skin.
Yeah.
It's Mario is currently wearing Kirby's flesh.
Yes. He has killed Kirby and has.
So there we go. That's the end.
Oh.
Go to play.
Oh. Nice work. Round of applause. Great job. 1 down, 99 to go.
I don't know if we have time. Yeah,
I got 15 minutes. All right, so
this next one also shouldn't be too hard.
Okay.
Which one?
So we'll back out of
Kirby
here.
on tour. So that's Kirby because somebody owns a Kirby amiibo who made the level, right? And then got it in there.
Yes. You put your amiibo on there. You're able to set a mushroom that will turn you into that different character.
What's the weirdest amiibo you've seen?
Okay, I have to spin jump. I realized that after I went for it.
Once you get that down, this one's pretty easy. Just have to get the spin jump down. So in Super Mario World, you're able to spin jump across a lot of obstacles that would normally kill you.
Okay.
Wow. Like right there.
You
can tell the level creator just did that just to mess with me.
Just to troll me,
Yeah.
It's a little bit of caution. I mean, you see what kind of a player you are as well when you're seeing these creations, and what kind of level creator. So, as someone, for me personally, I don't like creating levels in most games, even Little Big Planet. Like, I just don't do a very good job, and I love playing other people's levels. Mario Maker, I feel like a little bit different. I feel like I'm actually able to make levels that are fun, that do well. You can slide under. You can do it. Did you smell?
Oh,
I have to do that. Okay.
That just makes it hard.
Can you slide? Can you just get in there? Yeah?
You can slide
You've
under.
done that. Okay.
Stop.
So, and the other thing to point out, I haven't made all of these levels, but I have beaten all of them.
Okay. Yeah, but you probably beat them on your like 50th attempt.
I'm not going to say how many it took.
I played an hour of this with him last week on GameSpot.com, and there was a lot of
I just don't quit.
eating dirt. All right, here we go.
And so this is a mode where we're just kind of free playing levels. Like I chose these levels beforehand.
I'm so worried he's gonna hit that spike. He did it again. Come on, Joe.
But there are also challenges that kind of give you a set of random levels. He's not spinning. This is going to be bad.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, it's over.
Yeah,
Gotta spin.
You have to be spinning at the
jump.
start. That sucks. That's the most hair-raising part of doing this, is that you're like, is it over yet? Is it over yet? And it's like, no, all this.
Never over.
No.
This one's not too long either. I think it took me like 2 or 3 times to get through this.
Oh,
one.
did it,
Yeah.
did it, Justin, yeah.
Only 2 or 3, right, yeah.
He was doing it at home in his underwear at 1 in the morning.
Crying.
Nobody watching, nobody was watching you.
Yeah, there's a little more pressure here.
Come on.
The crowd, they're staring at you. They want you to win, but
Look
they
at
also
this.
want to
This is esports. Look at this. Up!
Oh, that was close.
Ooh, get some coins. Redundant.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
And you
oh
know
my
he's near the
goodness.
end now because he's seeing Bowser.
Oh!
Yes!
My heart is racing
Nice
right now.
work.
still going forward. There's another point coming up where you need to.
Oh, I could have kept going from that even bigger?
You should keep going.
Okay, all right. I have to think, okay.
Give
What
it
happened?
tips.
I think you just. No, I think
I
you're
want him to
slowing
get
me.
through. No, no.
Oh my god. Oh my god, really?
So this next part is where there's no way for you to get past this. You have to just knock up all of these and then go collect them at the top. Oh no, don't!
This is ridiculous.
And so then once he goes up, he collects those mushrooms that he just put. He can go back, get hit by the piranha plant, and then he should be able to make it through the rest of the stage.
Like, most of them are fine with the time, but this one actually seems like it's difficult. Like, you've only got 396 seconds.
Oh yeah,
left.
you can totally run out of time.
Yeah.
See, collect these. now I'd go ahead and go back.
Okay.
Get small, and now you can make it through.
It's a good idea. Get rid of the mushrooms.
Yeah. No need to make it harder on yourself.
This is
It's a
hell.
pro tip.
This is hell.
So unfortunately, because these are on a test server, like right now, this is mostly for reviewers and for people to try out the game early.
Right.
None of these stages are going to exist in the actual game.
They're going to reset the whole system.
So all of these levels that we've made, we'll have to remake.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, wow, you made it. Usually I wait at the bottom there.
This is stressful. More stressful than I thought PAX would be. Come on.
Oh, wow.
Esports.
Precision jumping. That
Look
was.
at that.
It's not over yet.
I thought you almost ate that one.
So this isn't the end.
It's not over.
It's not over.
God almighty.
Still a little bit to go.
What?
Oh, no.
Is there a plant down here?
No.
No.
No. That was not the reset point. Don't hit that.
Don't hit that. Oh. Ah!
Oh, my God.
Can you keep going?
He can reset. Like from here, you can go back to the beginning. But that's the end.
Oh, you're so close.
I know. It's haunting me.
But I think it's interesting that people are, like, even now, just kind of thinking about ways that they can make stages that play with your expectations of what a Mario game itself is. Oh, no.
Oh, you gotta go the whole way back.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, you have to go back to the midway point. I wish there was another checkpoint. And that's the other thing. Once you can download these levels, and then you can kind of play with them yourself and remake them and change them. So if you're like, I could do that a little bit better, you can actually do that. You can download the level and then remake it yourself. If you want, we've seen the end.
Yeah, I think that's it. We've run out of time on Mario Maker. So if,
I had to end on that.
It was a good. Yes. Well, you can. We're gonna play Triforce Heroes in a second, so we'll maybe
there's time for redemption.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're cooperating on that one. You're not trying to torture me, so.
Good level selected, and a round of applause. Like, really, just great work. Especially on that one that took him like 30 times.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be back. Stay tuned if you're watching this, of course, on YouTube Gaming right now. If you're on the GameSpot page, make sure you hit that add button, and we'll be back in a second. You Zelda fans want to stick around, so stay there. Hello, welcome back to YouTube. We are YouTube. This is YouTube right now. If you go to youtube.com, it's just this. All the cat videos, they're fucking gone. It's just us talking about video games. JC from Nintendo, how you doing, my friend?
What's going on? Good,
Hey,
man.
good to have you. I like your little pin here.
Yeah, you can get them. We're actually showing off Star Fox Zero downstairs.
gosh.
So if you kind of go in line, if you happen to get one of those, like sit in the cockpit and fly in the R-Wing, you get one of these guys.
Well, like Andre, Game Explain, Justin's here, I'm here. It's like, why, where are our pins? We're the Triforce here. There's the three of us. We could be playing the game. Where are our pins at?
We're supposed to be a team here.
Yeah.
If it's supposed to be a team, I mean, I can dub you guys like the honorary Triforce, temporary Triforce
Honorary.
gaming for YouTube Gaming and GameSpot. I'll dub you guys the unofficial Triforce.
Well, Justin's the red one, obviously. You go for blue, and I guess I'm Irish, so green.
Yes, that's pretty good. And you know what's funny? Those colors do correspond to the character.
Perfect.
So
Yeah.
it's right on.
Triforce Heroes. Tell us all about it for the folks who don't know.
Oh my gosh.
3-player. What's up? Why are there so many links? What's going on?
They are all together, and it's a 3-player cooperative, kind of top-down Zelda game, and it's a lot about cooperation. I don't know if you guys remember Four Swords. Do you guys play Four Swords? Because it's very similar to that, where you have to work together. Not too much picking up and throwing people off. It's more about you share the life bar, right?
Right.
You have to work together to pick each other up in this new thing called the totem mechanic, where you can pick one character up, and then you have a stack of 2 links high, and then you can pick someone else up and then put them at top. So there's like 3 altogether, and then there are some obstacles and things you have to do at that level. So if you want to check out the gameplay, I think we have it up.
Yeah,
right
we
now.
got it right there. It's
man,
a cooperation, not a competition. Is what
Yes, they all have to cooperate. So what you're seeing right now is a place called Snowball Ravine. This is one of the newer levels that we actually do not have for playing on the show floor. So you're getting a little preview of one of the newer levels. And so what they're doing is that's very good. So whoever's blue is very smart. And
yeah, this is live. There are some people in the back playing this right now.
Absolutely. Like, hopefully they can hear my voice and we're going to be good. But they are. And you can, as you saw at the bottom, if you touch on the bottom screen, you use little emoticons where it's like over here, item or throw. If you tap them, they'll put these little pictures up, and you can cheer them on with like pom poms or give somebody a thumbs up.
Whoa!
Yes, and that's one of the new things about the boomerang. So as you go to the level, there are certain power-ups. So if 2 people have these fire gloves, as you can see right there, you can throw the fireball, and it makes a little sound that sounds somewhat familiar to someone else that throws a fireball on Nintendo. Yeah. And they're supposed to go over there and find hearts. They can find rupees, and they're all supposed to stand on that Triforce. I think they're going to go and get some of that stuff up there. Oh, look out! Don't throw them into a snowball. It's close. It's all right. You're still good. You're still good. So everyone's going to step on the Triforce. It's all right.
Awesome. Justin, I know you're a big fan of Link Between Worlds. This sort of taking that graphical style on it. You excited about this? I know you play all these games, but are you looking forward to playing it with somebody else, cooperating?
I definitely. Of course, the art style, the way the game looks, is very similar to Four Swords. But there's only 3 players, so I guess it wouldn't have made sense to call it Four Swords. But I mean, any of these Zelda games where you get to pair up with people, where you get to partner with friends, whether they're around you or not, like it's such a fun Zelda experience. Like getting to share solving these puzzles and how to get around things. And I think sharing the life bar adds an element of risk that you wouldn't get if everybody, you could be jerks to one another and push them off cliffs or knock them out. Like, I think it actually adds a little bit of fun that you have to look out for one another.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? That whole looking out for one another, at work I would hear people, and if somebody screams, they're like, no, wait, do this, do that. Like, everyone knows immediately that they are playing this game.
Yeah.
Like, it's, like, there's no doubt. But, this is a little challenging puzzle over here. So remember how I told that there's actually like about teamwork and about cooperating? They're going to have to stack up 3 people high to see if you can figure it out.
Great job. Marin.
Marin. Whoever that was, yes, but that's okay. There we go. Oh, they got it. The person on the top blue's got to throw it.
Oh,
so close. I should have attempted a few more times. And, come to mention it, I don't know if you noticed, but if you take a look at Marin and you take a look at Holly, the ones that are like a blue and red, they're actually sliding around a little bit.
Okay.
And because they're walking on ice. Now, one of the new power-ups is called the Cozy Parka. So whoever's playing in green has the Cozy Parka, and they will not actually slide around. They're also protected from really dark spots that are like super cold. They're not going to get hurt. Toss it. Yeah, there we go. Well done.
So can you share out those inventory items? Can you say, okay, you have it for now, or do you get stuck with your inventory item or your clothing, and then you're wearing the thing, so you better go do the thing?
Yeah, so it kind of works two different ways. So before you set up the the game, everyone can choose a kind of clothing option. So the clothing option kind of may give you like multiple arrows. They could, you'd be able to produce bombs or larger bombs. One of them is like the cozy parka, which don't slide on ice. But once you get into the level, there's certain level-specific things that you're going to need. Let's say, for example, in Snowball Ravine, you have two kind of like fireball gloves, or that can spit fireballs. But there's only one boomerang person. So the person with the boomerang has to be the one to bring the other people over.
All right.
You have to kind of strategize beforehand, talk it out, and see who wants to do what.
I always feel like in these games, there's always somebody who's like has to be like the boss, like somebody who's like, all right, I'm in control. Like I'm gonna take charge of this team. Like we're gonna go over here. Like Andre, on GameSpot, you know so much about these games. You're very skillful at them. When you're playing a game like this, do you like instantly just go, okay, this is how we're doing it. You go there, you go there, you go there.
Yeah, I mean, you try to figure out like a game plan, right? I mean, the thing is, like, I love cooperative games, but conversely, I'm not much of a team player myself.
Right.
So I'm just kind of like trolling everyone else. So I'll tell them what to do, but I might mess with them in the process too. So throw them off a few cliffs, see what happens.
Maybe a shared life bar will sort of.
It does kind of temper it, right? So I'm punishing myself then for it. So.
Yeah. How difficult did the levels get? Because obviously with a game like this, you have to be very careful not to, because you can frustrate. If you frustrate anyone playing a game, they'll want to stop playing it. And when there's 3 people playing, the chances of frustrating somebody are so much higher. So like, what's like the learning curve on this? Does it get pretty simple? Does it get hard near the end?
You know what? I think there's going to be something in it for everyone. This game's really cleverly designed where, the buttons they're not very difficult at all. I mean, you have one button that you can run, you can swing a sword, you have your special move, and you press the A button to pick up or totem or toss something. So that's pretty simple if you're just starting out with a Zelda. This is your first Zelda title. It's a good one. However, if you are kind of more looking for the deeper stuff, I mean, you'll start to notice there's really small things. Like instead of snowballs, there'll be rocks coming in. So you have to know that you can't burn those with your fireball. With other snowballs, you could. And so, or like these areas, like sometimes people just don't pick up on it, right? Ooh, that was nice. If they don't pick up on it, there's a lot more things to explore depending on. So that's clever. Look at that. See. So, it's okay. Exploring these other things, and the worlds become bigger as you continue to explore. So if you just keep your eye out for things, there's a lot of depth, a lot of things that, little surprises hidden for people that are really, core, like just fans of the franchise, fans of Zelda games.
I guess the emoticons really help people communicate in a simplistic way, because presumably most people are going to play this are going to be playing online, not in like their local room.
Oh, I would hope. I would hope people get together and play, because you can see absolutely. Like, my personal favorite thing is getting to sit next to someone like you, Danny, and I would love to play with you guys, just because that interaction that you have between people, when you see someone else smile, or like that little slight nod and you're smiling because maybe Andre tossed me off the side of a cliff because he wanted to troll me.
And you can tell them they suck to their face.
Well, then there's less possibility of that, because you're kind of telling it to their face. Like, you're kind of a cannibal. You can't just be some keyboard jockey.
Right, yeah, good point.
Right?
Yeah.
You can't.
You can tell a lot about a person about how they play Zelda, right? You can tell what kind of person they are.
Oh my gosh, completely. And in this one, that teamwork is going to be really key. So I think it's incredibly fun to watch how people kind of solve problems and solve, how they get around it. Like, if someone's low, if they're all low in health right now, like they have 2 hearts, how careful are they? Are they helping each other? Like, the best way to do it is just talk it out,
For the folks who are watching here, do you guys have a playable at all anywhere on the floor here?
You know what we do? For the people in the audience, if you want to play, Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes, this game is actually in one of our gaming lounges on the 2nd floor. You'll see like there's a series of escalators that go up, and on the 3rd floor we have Star Fox Zero. On the 2nd floor, there is some Triforce Heroes, there's like Chibi Robo Ziplash, and a ton of other games we're showing here. But, ooh, they just got to the boss.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. So this particular boss is really tricky, because he'll start blowing that ice, that kind of the ice breath and turning around. Of course, you can see that he has some weak points on his arms, on his back, and people in the fireball, they're doing a really good job at kind of staying away. What's really cool is, I don't know if the person with the cozy parka. No, it's perfect. See, the cozy parka person is
trying to pull aggro,
Yeah, and that's great. That's actually exactly what you want to do.
Genius is back there.
That's right. Good job,
like
guys.
you played it before.
Yeah. Oh, they can hear. Look at that. You got a little thumbs up.
He's almost gone.
And what's interesting is if you have the boomerang, you know, you don't have a fireball, but the fire's the only thing that can hurt him. So what you should do is put yourself, see those little flames?
Yeah.
In the corners? Yeah, you can put yourself behind one of those torches, throw the boomerang, it'll light on fire, hit the enemy, and then come back.
Aw, poor dude.
Not yet. We're on to phase 2. They better get some health.
Oh yeah, I forgot
this
this
right
is a
now.
Zelda game.
Here we go.
Like 5 different versions. At least 3, right? Oh no.
Nice. Ah.
Yeah, he's just like a decapitated head now.
He's just walking around jumping. He's angry.
Oh my goodness. Now, how many different worlds are there? How many different bosses? Like, what are we talking like in terms of...
I will say there's a lot. So if you are...
Nice. Wonderfully vague.
Bam! I know. So I'll say there's a lot. There's a considerable amount of fun, especially because when you have the ability to select those different outfits, and you have like different ways to approach a level depending on your abilities, it's also a lot of fun to go into the ones you already know and go, wait a minute, what happens if I had this instead? And like, you know, try and approach a level a different way. So that's really, really different, really kind of a fresh, you know, look at the Zelda, you know, like.
Are you unlocking more items later in the game that then you can kind of replay in older levels?
Yes, I think there's eventually more, you know, the more you play, the more outfits you'll get.
They almost haven't done on phase 2.
Yeah, they are almost, like they're really
You can do
close.
it, guys.
He's flashing.
So you got him cornered.
Just like a couple more hits, maybe 1 or 2.
When the Iceman flashes, that means he's almost dead.
Oh, he's oh, it's okay.
He's gonna get stuck.
I think this boss.
That's it, yeah!
Nice work.
Hey, round of applause for the guys in the back.
Yeah, pom-poms for everyone.
City, dude.
Awesome. So Triforce Heroes, for the folks that aren't here, who want to pick it up, when's it out?
When's it out? This holiday.
This holiday?
This holiday.
Is that as specific as you can get?
I can get a little more specific, but I can't actually remember what's on my head right now. It's this holiday.
But that was your job, yeah.
I'm like, I can't remember.
JC, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you so
really
much.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
And yeah, for everyone who's here, they can play it on the second floor.
Second
down
floor.
there as well. Thanks so much for coming on, dudes. Really appreciate it. What are you going to do for the rest of your day here at PAX?
Play a lot more games, I think.
Yeah.
So there's a lot out there. So.
Yeah. A lot of lines to get in and enjoy. Justin, what about yourself? Anything on the news front at the moment?
Well, there's a lot more games to see. We're doing a lot of previews, a lot of interviews, and you know, going over to GameSpot.com, you'll be able to read about everything else that you might not have gotten to try out here on the show floor.
Cool, and we got much more video stuff coming up here live from PAX Prime. So if you're watching on gaming.youtube/GameSpot, make sure you hit that little ad button, and you can get all the latest news from us throughout the day. Randy Pitchford's going to be up in a little while, but in a little time I'm going to talk to a guy I haven't talked to in a couple of years. Mr. Captain Sparkles is up next, so stay tuned. Hello, you're watching GameSpot right here on YouTube Gaming, and it wouldn't be a show floor presentation without Ashley. How are you doing? How is PAX? Because I've been sitting here for the past 3 hours. It's been great. A lot of great games coming here.
I've seen a lot of people crying that you're not out on the show floor.
I'm sure.
There's a lot of tears. No, it's great. It's super great. This is my first PAX Prime. I've never been to PAX Prime. Been to PAX East, been to PAX South, no PAX Prime. So thank you for welcoming me to the state of Washington.
A pleasure to have Ashley Scott.
It's great.
Anytime. You're the only person from CNET right now, right?
I think so, yeah.
So you have to basically cover as much of the show as you possibly
I got to see it all in a day, 24 hours.
So how have you been doing so far?
Terrible.
Okay.
Because I want to see and play everything.
Right.
I know that we see a lot of stuff at E3 that's here.
Yeah.
But then there's a lot of stuff that like maybe you don't get to spend a lot of time with at E3. So I'm really big into indie games.
Yeah, perfect place for it then.
So Gang Beasts has been amusing me to no end. I have never heard of this game until this show, and I saw it, and I heard people laughing, and it's just a huge crowd looking at it. And I walk up and I'm like, this looks like Play-Doh people that are pushing each other into meat
drunk
grinders.
babies just beating the crap out of each other.
So strange and so random, and I just loved it immediately. I just absolutely fell in love.
Do you play it on PS4 or PC?
Yeah, PS4.
Cool.
They've got a lot. If you're walking around the show and you don't, and there's a huge line for something like Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
I actually saw a demo station in the PlayStation booth with nobody there.
Oh, really?
And so people were like kind of walking up to that without waiting. So you might find the same game in different booths, which I always like because then it's like you can kind of get in real
Squeeze in
quick,
there, yeah.
play, and then get out if you don't have time.
Especially today and Monday, because it's going to get super rammed tomorrow.
Yeah.
And it's always those games that people start running to as well.
There are lines for games for days. Like I feel like it's a 4-hour wait since I've
Oculus one here as well, like round the booth, everyone's just
Oculus. I mean, I'm really excited about seeing. Apparently, the Vive has new demos.
Oh, really?
So I get to check that out
Damn.
tonight. Little VR action. I haven't used the Vive, so it'll be really fun.
smashing. Yeah, me neither. What else did you see down there at the? Did you see Cuphead? I've seen him walking around.
I still can't shut up about Cuphead. I am so excited about Cuphead. I need to play that game. I do hope it's not all bosses, but
Yeah.
But I love the art style, and even if it is all bosses, I'll probably still enjoy it. I like how difficult it is. It's great.
And new contender for best mascot puppet man.
Totally,
walking
totally.
around. Octodad could just move over to the side a little bit.
Just step aside, Octodad. You've had your time. No, Octodad's great too. I love all these weird kind of creative indie games. Cuphead, Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time is fun. Really fun co-op game. I see people yelling at each other like, no, go this way! Like they couldn't figure out which way they want to go. But yeah, it's been good. And one of the things that I really like about PAX that I don't really get, we see video games all the time early at E3 and other shows like Gamescom and things, but I don't get to see tabletop very often.
Yeah, totally.
So here, I get to see a lot of games that are sort of either in development or there's people kind of they've got like cards about their Kickstarter that's coming up and stuff. So it's really fun for me to like learn about all the new tabletop games that are coming and watch. I actually like watching people play tabletop games.
Me too, actually. It's the same thing. Watch
see
it
what their
online.
strategy is. Yeah, like I love that stuff. So being able to see that at PAX is always like, that's a highlight for me,
Awesome.
easily.
So you're gonna watch some tabletop soon. Anything else on your list in terms of the Vive thing? Sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I think the Vive. I'm really looking forward to the Vive, and then I also want to try to check out. I want to try to check out a couple of different things. You guys were just playing The Legend of Zelda Triforce Heroes.
Triforce Heroes, yeah.
I want to check that out because I kind of have fallen off on my 3DS, and I'm like, well, maybe this will be the game to bring me back, so I might check that out.
Yeah, if ever there was a game to bring you back to 3DS, it'll probably be a Zelda game.
Very true.
Ashley, thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks.
Go enjoy the rest of PAX.
Yes, I
for
will.
me,
I will.
vicariously.
I'll go do it.
We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. Captain Sparkles and Sky are going to be on in a second, and then Randy Pitchford. It's all happening here, so stay tuned to the YouTube gaming stage right here on GameSpot. We'll see you in a second. Hello, welcome back to the GameSpot stage here, YouTube Gaming, and I'm delighted to be joined by Sky, my friend. How are you doing?
Nice to meet you, man.
You looking forward to this one?
Oh yeah.
This is this is a nice little moment for you. It wouldn't be a YouTube stage without having one of the most prominent YouTubers on there. You've obviously been doing this for such a long time, and you've reached a wonderful benchmark, which Ryan is here to tell us about.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, Sky, you know, you've been on the platform for over 5 years. Been really investing in YouTube. It's been a huge part of your entertainment career. I mean, to see you start off doing RuneScape videos and now be one of the most popular Minecraft channels in the universe. Oh, we couldn't be more proud of you at YouTube, man. We love you. Thank you so much for all the hard work.
Love you guys too.
Yeah. So in light of that, we wanted to present you your Diamond Award officially on stage and say congratulations and thank you. So it's heavy. Let me give that to you.
It's really heavy.
I don't want to I don't want to get all like emotional and teary, but my God, I think I might.
Well, we can use your tears to wipe off the prints on there. I tried
that'd
to
be
spit
great,
shine it,
yeah.
but that'll be all right.
Round of applause.
Congratulations to you guys. Clap it out for them.
You weren't kidding.
Clap it out for them.
This thing is so heavy. It's like 10 pounds. Can I I'm gonna do like reps with this thing. I could use it.
Well, congratulations. We love you over there.
Thank
Keep
you
doing
so
what
much.
you're doing, and
Thank you so much. Let me show this to the camera. Where's the camera? Is that it
right there?
Boom.
Look at that. I have to ask, where are you going to put it?
That is a good question. Probably at my offices, like right on my little desk.
In shot, just behind your seat.
Yeah.
Not on the toilet. You go. To that one.
You know what? I'm going to use this as a paperweight. I feel like no, I'm just kidding. No.
You're going to need big pieces of paper.
Yeah, really big pieces of paper. I'm not exaggerating. It's really heavy.
So we should probably wrap this up then.
Yeah.
Hey, Ryan, thanks so much for that. Congratulations, Sky. If you can hold it with one hand.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Nice work. We'll be back in just a minute. We're going to get Captain Sparkles on and talk about some Minecraft, so stay there.
Thank you.
Nice work. Awesome.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man.
There's so many.
Hello, welcome back to the YouTube gaming stage right here at PAX Prime 2015. I'm Daniel Dwyer from GameSpot.com. Delighted to be joined by two of the most prominent YouTubers, especially in the Minecraft world. Sky, how you doing, my friend?
Hi.
Captain Sparkles, we're going to have to go for an Air 5.
Boom.
Bam, killing it.
Beautiful.
Welcome to PAX. Have you guys come here every single year? Like, is this a big deal for you?
Oh,
Well,
my
you're
gosh.
in the area, right?
Dude, every year I go to Prime, Boston. I missed the, what is it, Australia?
South?
South.
Oh, yeah, then there's real South.
Then there was one in Australia, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that one too.
Well, no, I think that's later this year.
This year?
Is it?
Yeah.
Was there not one before?
There was
They've
one
done
last
one.
year.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Did you hit up that one in San Antonio? Did you hit?
I didn't. I've not been very good in going to conventions this year. 'Cause I've been very occupied with projects, but happy to be here.
Yeah, you're a busy man. You're like closing on a house in like 24 hours.
Yeah,
or something,
just
right?
finished that today, so that's exciting.
Yeah, they must have been super jazzed that you were coming to a convention. on
They
your-
weren't really happy when I mentioned I was going out of town. They were
Yeah.
like, "Yeah, you picked kind of the worst time." And I was like, "It was booked before I was buying this house, so sorry."
How are you enjoying the show so far?
It's good. I got to play some Minecraft story mode. So.
Oh, I'm jelly. I didn't get to do that yet.
I'm sure if you walked over there, they would be kind enough to accommodate.
You think? They'd be like, oh, hey, how's it going?
If they don't, you can bring your massive award.
I'll just bring the plaque.
Yeah.
Just be like, hey, come on.
Yeah.
This is my admission ticket everywhere.
That's like if you need to get into a club and it's like VIP, you just carry that thing everywhere.
Man, I'd be so ripped by the end of it.
Yeah.
It's so heavy.
That must be amazing. Have you seen the Minecraft store on the entrance over at 4C? It's pretty
I
cool.
didn't see
They've
that.
like replica one just over there. They've like made a fake one. So what did you think about story mode?
I thought it was very cool. It was slightly from the trailer that I saw. I thought it looked very much like a Minecraft animation that you see on YouTube. And when I played it, it seemed a little bit more like Minecrafty, more like the game itself. And it was, I liked it. I don't want to spoil anything, but there was a very cool monster, new monster in it. So
a unique monster?
A very unique monster.
Okay. I like it. Is Herobrine in it?
There was no Herobrine that I saw.
All right. I'll have to wait and
It's like
see.
a new monster?
You'll have to go and find out. I don't want to spoil it for people.
Your channel forever had like really good animations. Like that was like one of your focuses. What's it like seeing them kind of basically make a game out of what you were essentially doing on YouTube for?
I mean,
a long time?
I don't know. I don't know if they took any inspiration from what myself or any other animators have done on YouTube. Maybe, but I guess, you know, when it comes to Minecraft and making it animated, there's only so much you can do as far as the style. So anyway, I'll happily think that maybe they took some inspiration, but who knows?
A smidge of credit. I'm sure you earned it. It's been like, God, it's 6 years, probably since 09, since I guess it like sort of came out for everyone. What's it like now playing Minecraft in like 2015? Like what the latest patches come out? Like what's the ecosystem for people playing Minecraft right now? Is it very much the sort of similar type of stuff that people were doing like 2 years ago, or has it changed a lot recently as well?
I mean, a lot
like
of
post
stuff.
Microsoft kind of thing.
A lot of stuff has evolved over the years, obviously, but yeah, I guess they finally, just after the whole acquisition, just got back into releasing new content updates for PC. And I think that their goal is to bring every platform sort of to be the same game, rather than it being one thing on Pocket, one thing on PC. So it'll be interesting to see how they work that all together.
Yeah, because that Xbox One fan base and the Xbox 360 as well, that edition did really, really well. Are you seeing a lot of people?
There's a huge community for like Pocket Edition as well.
Yeah.
Like I saw people were getting like millions and millions of views on just Pocket Edition. I had no idea. It's crazy.
You play it much yourself?
No, I never had a chance to really play that much Pocket Edition. I know there's like new blocks and different flowers, but that's I probably just insulted the entire Pocket community just there.
Outside of Minecraft, what are you playing at the moment? Like, what are the games you're excited about this year?
So I have another channel called Sky vs. Gaming where I play a lot of GTA, Gmod, Happy Wheels, pretty much indie games as well. And I've been having a blast with that because it's fun playing Minecraft and everything, but it's also good to take a little bit of a break and play some other games as well.
Palette cleanser. I remember you did a bunch of Grand Theft Auto 5 stuff as well, like kind of like about a year ago. I remember there was a lot of stuff.
I've done, and then when the PC dropped, I did a little bit more. It's always fun to do occasionally, especially
I'd like to do more co-op missions with people because I haven't gotten too far into the heists, but it looks pretty fun. So maybe give that a try, and also like Gary's Mod, the games that Sky just said.
Gary's Mod is so fun.
Yeah.
You can do so many different things.
Yeah, it's a game that will never end.
Yeah, it's like a different form of Minecraft, kind of.
Kinda.
And older as well. It's like 2005, I think it was.
And then it sort of just resurged again.
Yeah, for real.
I think like a whole new generation just figured it out. I'd say because of YouTubers, actually. I think that's probably where that whole thing surfaced. Outside of that, how's your game going? You launched it. I know you're doing some sort of like funding, but it's not like Kickstarter. It's like
we're doing, instead of like a Kickstarter, which is essentially like more based on donation.
Yeah, like a tip jar.
An equity crowdfunding around. So people are actually investing, getting shares in the company. So that's what we're doing for our game. We'll see how it turns out when we complete it all, hopefully in a couple months. But it's exciting.
It's great. You guys are both keeping super busy. What I want to do before you go is, like, people come to GameSpot and people watch YouTube because they want to like find out about the games that they should be playing. So for both of you, if you could pick one game that you've seen maybe at PAX or that you've been playing for the past couple of months or that you're looking forward to that's coming out later this year, what would be like the one game you'd say to people to like keep an eye on? You first, Guy.
Oh God, you had to make me first.
Yeah. On the spot.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm a Nintendo nerd.
All right.
That's just it.
They've got Star Fox is on
I'd
downstairs.
probably say that Mario Maker.
Oh yeah.
Because I think that's going to create an entire community.
I haven't looked at that, admittedly, but I guess for me, every time that the Dota 2 International tournament happens, I'm always like, I have to play more Dota.
Right here.
I haven't had much time lately to do it, and so $18 million tournament gets me really excited. So I need to get back into playing it again.
You know what? Once you've got the house sorted out, you'll probably find a bunch more time you didn't have for a while there. So perfect.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Test out your Wi-Fi by playing some Dota. Captain Sparkle Sky, thank you both so much for coming on. Pleasure to talk to you both, and enjoy the rest of your PAX experience.
I'll definitely try. Thank you.
We'll be back just a little while. Randy Pitchford's going to come on to tell us all about Battleborn and hopefully a little bit about that Borderlands video game as well. So stay tuned. Awesome. Thanks very much.
Hello, welcome back to the YouTube gaming stage right here at PAX Prime. I'm Danny Dwyer from GameSpot. It's my last appointment of the day, my last interview. But what a wonderful person to get to talk to, Mr. Randy Pitchford. Sir, how are you doing?
Hey man, how's it going?
Good to see you. How are things?
I'm living the dream, man. Yeah? We are here at PAX, my favorite show of all.
Yeah.
This is because this is a consumer show. PAX exists for gamers.
Yeah.
You know, like you go to E3, they don't even let gamers in.
No,
it's just
exactly.
for press and retailers. This is what video gaming is all about, and board gaming too, which is another passion of mine. So I'm just super psyched to be here.
So you spend at least, there you go. So you spend at least one day doing actual work, and then tomorrow is predominantly you enjoying the fruits of PAX yourself, right?
Yeah. Tomorrow is I have off pretty much. So I've got a couple of like meetings, but I'm just gonna play all day tomorrow. I end up buying way too much stuff when I'm here, but yeah, it's awesome to be at PAX. A lot of cool games here.
One of them, of course, Battleborn. You guys have a massive booth downstairs.
Yes.
A bunch of playable stations for people to enjoy. What's it like actually getting it in front of people? Because a game like this presumably requires a lot of fine touching and balancing. So watching people play must really help.
It's super awesome to watch. But that's one of the things that I think we really thought about when we designed and created Battleborn was, our last game, Borderlands, really requires a huge time investment to get the most out of it. Whereas Battleborn is a hobby, but it's fun in the first 5 minutes. And we really wanted an accessible, easy to get into game. And Battleborn is that. And it's such a thrill. I mean, I feel bad because the line is intense.
Right,
There are people are waiting 2 and 3 hours to play the game, and I feel bad about that. But it's so awesome to be able to come here and introduce people to the universe of Battleborn, where all of these factions are fighting over the last star. You can imagine at the end of the universe when there's 1 star left, what happens to that star means everything. And there are all these different creatures that have the capability of traveling the stars and ending up at the last stars. They're all going to have different opinions about what to do. Some will want to protect it, some will want to study it and maybe figure out how to make more stars or make it last longer, and their disagreements will be profound because they're talking about the end of the universe. So the battle for how to handle this is probably the biggest stakes ever. And the heroes and champions that do the fighting, these are the Battleborn, and that's what the game's all about.
You guys must really love being able to start with a fresh slate. You've done it so many times, but obviously back when you started off doing Half-Life expansions, but then all through Brothers in Arms, and Borderlands was this fresh IP that you got to start off and enjoy. So is it nice going back to the start, or is
I'll
it
tell you what,
daunting?
I know I think we exist to entertain people. And I think the future is always more exciting than the past. And the challenge for us, though, is we love the things we create, right? So when we created the Brothers in Arms franchise, we went neck deep into that. I was just living, eating, breathing World War II history and tactical gameplay, and I fell in love with it. And so what's neat is now that we've created that, we can attend to it, and we will be getting back to more Brothers in Arms. But if we only did that for the rest of our careers, then there would be no Borderlands, right? So I remember when we were first talking about Borderlands and sharing it, people were like, why are you doing that? You should be doing more Brothers in Arms, right? And now we're creating Battleborn, and there's a lot of folks that's like, hey, make more Borderlands, and we will, and we love Borderlands, but I think we figured some things out, and I think we've learned some things, and I think Battleborn's a better game, and I really hope that people find it and enjoy it, because we're having a blast making it.
It's totally unique in terms of especially when you put it up against something like Brothers in Arms, and especially with Borderlands as well, because that's a game that has a loop which, it lasts for hours and hours and days, and this is a much more sort of it's like that compacted into a smaller segment. But also, there's a lot of these games coming out now, or it seems like there's a lot of similar games. Cliff Blazinski here earlier. Showing off a game
my friend Cliff finally announced his game.
He was giving you shit about having a mushroom man in the game, is what he said, apparently. But Overwatch, the games that, at least on first appearance, seem like they have a lot going on. Is that something that or similar things?
I love the fact that oh man, when Overwatch was announced, I danced on the table for 2 reasons. One, it looks really cool, but 2, when we first started Battleborn, we were so off on our own. There was nothing at all that we thought, and a lot of folks, including myself, wondered, are we crazy? Are people going to like this? If Blizzard shows up doing something kind of similar, it's like, okay, maybe we're not completely nuts. But let's be fair, these are very different games. Battleborn is a full-featured game. There is a campaign. There's a story mode. You can play it solo. You can play it cooperative. Of course, there's a PvP competitive mode where you can play it against people in an esports capacity. So we do have that component. But the other thing is that it's launching as a full-featured game that isn't trying to be a free-to-play model.
Yeah.
It's launching. You buy it and that you have it. You don't have to worry about a free-to-play kind of thing going on here. If you buy Battleborn, you get the content that comes with it. Now, of course, if you played Borderlands, you know that we like to do things in our universe, and our fans tend to beg and demand for more. So it's almost certain that we'll do DLC and add-ons for Battleborn. But if you're not into that, it's fine. It's a complete game. It's a robust game, and it's the value of what's inside. We've really worked hard to make sure that there's more value inside than what it seems you would expect for the price that the games cost. And we've been able to do that because we're kind of betting that we're going to reach a lot of people.
Yeah.
But we also did really well with Borderlands, and so we're able to invest a lot in this.
Yeah.
Borderlands launched with 4 characters. Battleborn launches with 25 characters. And unlike Borderlands, where to experience the full power of a character, you need to invest about 50 hours. In Battleborn, you will experience the full growth curve of a character within about within that single scenario, whether it's a campaign scenario or a PvP scenario. So within that 20 to 40 minute scenario, you will get the maximum level of that character and feel its full power and capability. Now, of course, there's customizations beyond that, and there's a metagame beyond that. But if you wanted to sample all of the characters in the game and understand what they're about, you could do that in about 12 or 15 hours.
Yeah.
And that's awesome because there's so much value in the experience of the characters. I mean, we're investing about 4 times as much in each character that we're developing for Battleborn than we invested in each character we've built for Borderlands.
And a massive spread of characters as well. And indeed, one of the things when I think about like the Borderlands community, which is like this crazy.
Isn't it awesome here at PAX to see so many like cosplayers?
Yeah.
Oh, they're amazing.
And for you guys who are developing games for like a long period of time, like the success of Borderlands must have really changed the way you guys approach like your communities and development. Like, there are aspects of Battleborn that it looks like you guys have learned a lot from the experience of making this game, which really captured a lot of people's hearts and minds.
I'd like to think we are getting better at it. I'd like to think that each time we make games that we learn some things and we apply those lessons to do better. But it is a dynamic process, and we also take risks. And not every risk we take everyone likes. But we're going to try and fight. But I love the community aspect, and we've always been really engaged with our communities. Even in our first game, which was Half-Life Opposing Force, long after the game shipped, and not because we didn't even make any money doing it, we created Half-Life CTF, Half-Life Capture the Flag, just because we wanted to engage and have fun and play the game with the fans and people in the community. Borderlands, of course, created a passionate fan base that is awesome and insane and much larger than anything I'd ever experienced before. And that, of course, has helped Borderlands grow to new levels. And I can only hope that people respond as well to Battleborn. And we're doing everything we can to try to give people reasons for engaging with it. But it's part of the fun when it happens, and I really look forward to seeing what unfolds.
Yeah, and it must be fun to see people getting hands-on with it downstairs.
Oh man, it's so great to work so hard to build a thing and then to be able to share it. It's terrifying, because you're going to get judged, and everyone's tastes are different. But it's also very, very exciting, and it's so nice to get feedback. And this is a real audience here at PAX, and we can kind of tell, when we come to PAX, it was a turning point for Borderlands 1.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, up and even till the E3 in the same year that the game shipped, and we'd been, on the road for 2 years with the game, and it was really impossible to get attention for it. But we showed up to PAX for the first time with Borderlands, like a couple months before it shipped, and the love that we got, and there were some awards that we got, but most of all, just people wanted to try it, and they were waiting in line for like sometimes 2-3 hours, and then they get in line again. And that was just like,
that's
oh man, I think maybe we might have something here. I don't know. So, and I can feel the energy here at PAX, so I'm really hoping. But you never know. I mean, it's it's difficult. Entertainment is challenging because we all like things, but we can't be sure that the people we offer stuff to like things. So we just do the best we can, and we hope we make some people happy. That's why we exist.
And if people are here, of course, you can go check out Battleborn downstairs. Also want to talk to you a little bit about Borderlands.
Yeah.
How is the Tales of the Borderlands stuff?
Oh, it's so awesome. Episode 4 just launched, and I've been warning people that love Borderlands since episode 2 that episode 4 was really going to mess with people, and sure enough, everybody's going nuts for it. Some of the best reviews I've ever seen Telltale earn for any of their games. So I'm really proud of their effort, and I'm really excited about what they've been doing with the franchise. I don't want to give any spoilers, but if you have not checked out Tales from the Borderlands, you definitely want to do it. I mean, it is canonical. And the season finale, episode 5, will be coming up, and Telltale will talk about it soon. But if you think episode 4 is a melter, I've read the script. I was involved in the outlining of the game, and I think it's gonna melt some faces, man. I think episode 5 is really gonna be meaningful to people that love Borderlands. And
do you think you're gonna do a second season of it?
We'll see.
Would you like to?
I hope so.
Yeah.
I think Telltale's doing amazing work, and I hope that they have, because I think there's a couple things. One, do fans want it? 2, are the creators passionate about it?
Yeah.
And 3, can we actually come up with something that would make it worth it if we build it? Do we have ideas that will be a worthy enterprise should we all go for it? And we haven't answered those questions yet. But I hope the answer to all of those questions is yes, because I'm having such a good time in Tales from the Borderlands. It's so fun to play these games as a customer as opposed to one of the creators, And so I really want more.
Cool. Last question before I let you go on. I know you've got a panel coming up in a little while. Bit of news broke this morning. Something people have been hoping and crossing their fingers for a long time. You guys have locked down. There is a Borderlands movie in the works.
Yeah, there was an announcement this morning. I'm actually going to be talking about this in more detail today at 4 p.m. in the main theater at PAX.
All right, pretty soon, 90 minutes.
Yeah, the inside Gearbox panel. And if you go to the Gearbox website or the 2K website and look around, you'll probably find a link where you can watch it live if you're at home. And it's going to start, and I got to get over there right after this. And we're going to go into some details about that. But that exists. The fact that there's that talent and those people, I mean, you're talking about the Ari and Avi Arad, and you're talking about Lionsgate. These are some of the greatest filmmakers in the world. And for them to get involved, that's not from us. That's from the fans. The fans loved Borderlands so much that they got behind it. And how cool was it? I was talking earlier about how when we first started talking about Borderlands, it was hard to get attention, but some people got it. And those early adopters are the ones that kind of created that early momentum. How cool is it for those people that noticed us at the beginning? I was there at the beginning, and right now there's people that can say that about Battleborn. There's people that are noticing Battleborn right now. And they're with us as we try to build this thing and create this entirely new, crazy, insane thing that is just turning us on so much at Gearbox, and we're so thrilled. And we're going to be talking a lot about Battleborn as well in our main theater panel at 4 p.m.
90 minutes
here at PAX. Check on our website at gearboxsoftware.com, and you can see how to watch it.
Cool. All right, save your voice. You got a lot of talk.
Yeah, no, it's going to be fun. I'm going to do a magic trick too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I should have asked you to bring one right now.
Cheers.
Randy Pitcher from Gearbox Software.
A pleasure, man. Thanks for having me.
Not at all. Pleasure.
Awesome.
And thanks to everyone for watching. That's my bit done for today, actually. But Chris Waters is coming up. We've got a bunch more cool stuff coming up right here on the YouTube gaming show at PAX Prime. So stick around. We'll be back in a second.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy and welcome to Reality Check. Now, you might remember on the last episode, I spoke a little bit about how open world games like The Witcher 3 are possible on current gen hardware like the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Now, if you don't remember or you didn't catch the episode, be sure to go check it out because there's a lot of info in there and it is good, I promise. I even put in a "that's what she said" joke and everything.
I promised to cover games development in greater detail because when you think about it, we take a lot of things for granted. Just having games that can be so complex is really quite impressive. High-end games used to come on multiple floppy disks, whereas today, developers can create vast expanses and richly detailed lands that can fit on a single Blu-ray.
Or one massive download. After the last episode, I delved headfirst down the rendered rabbit hole of tech wizardry and I bumped into none other than middleware.
So, alright, what is game middleware? Well, it's a piece of software that's integrated into a game's engine to handle a very specific task. Examples include things like AI, visual effects, and visibility. And why does it need to exist? Well, for developers, it saves both time and money. Why waste resources creating your own trees or physics or AI when there's pre-made software that you can pop straight into your game?
That way developers can focus their scarce time and energy on other aspects of the game.
Sometimes you just can't see the wood for the procedurally generated trees. That's a nice tree, isn't it? Oh, look at that one.
Now, did you ever think about what goes into making foliage? What if your game's set in a forest? The time and effort it would take for an artist to individually model thousands of trees would be insane, and would likely turn them insane.
Luckily, there's an app for that, or more precisely, middleware, called SpeedTree. No, it's not Hasty Shrub or Fast Foliage, but SpeedTree. It's a real-time asset creator that's used to fill games with lots of lovely believable trees, grass and foliage, complete with lighting and wind effects. The tool has a library containing hundreds of tree specimens that developers can just plonk straight into their game. Or they can create their own in a couple of different ways. One way is through procedural generation. Create a set of rules and the software churns out a number of variants. If artists want more control, they can fine-tune their foliage by changing its appearance, level of detail, or even how windswept it looks. I should note that while you can see SpeedTree in action in tons of video games, it also crops up quite often on TV and in movies. The same tech that makes the trees of Far Cry 4, The Witcher 3, and of course Tiger Woods' PGA Tour 2006 can also be seen in things like Jurassic World, Avatar, and Sesame Street. It's such a neat tool that it's even won a Scientific and Technical Academy Award.
Alright, I know it's just trees, but I can never look at them in the same way again.
The next piece of middleware I'm going to talk about is a byproduct of streaming, which I mentioned last time. To avoid too many loading screens and to free up memory, the game loads the bit of the world you need into its memory and dumps the stuff that you don't.
But how does the game know what's visible at any given moment?
This is pretty crucial to figure out because in games like The Witcher 3 or Call of Duty, there's a great level of graphical detail. If resources are wasted on rendering things that the player can't even see, then the game just won't run smoothly. Which is why Helsinki-based Umbra Software created a specific piece of middleware called, well, Umbra. The technical term for what it does is occlusion culling, basically eliminating objects that are hidden behind other objects. In the past, artists would have had to limit the player's view or place occluders, which would prevent the in-game camera from seeing beyond them.
But now with modern tech, developers don't have to place such harsh restrictions on what gamers can and can't see. Here's a technical bit.
Umbra figures out where the player is standing. Then it takes in all of the data of the surrounding area, which is just thousands upon thousands of polygons. It processes and condenses them using a process called voxelization, then runs a visibility query on the output. Can the object be seen or not? Everything that can be seen gets spat out in a list and appears in the game. Everything else gets cut, therefore saving resources that can be used elsewhere. You can see Umbra in action in loads of games on current and last gen. The new version, Umbra 3, can be seen in Killzone Shadowfall, Destiny, and of course The Witcher 3, where it helps to keep the game's giant open world, well, giant.
And of course, another really important thing that middleware can do is physics. And while I don't have the time to go over all of the available middleware physics engines in this episode, be sure to check back next time where I'll be tackling PhysX, Havoc, and Bullet. They all have so much more to offer than just really cool sounding names. In the meantime, you can catch me on Twitter at LucyJamesGames. I'll see you next time. Hey guys, and welcome back to Reality Check. Now, I've been kind of doing a mini-series within the show where I've been taking a look at how games are made.
You might remember we covered things like streaming and a couple of pieces of middleware. This week I'm taking a look at something that's pretty key in video games.
Physics. Now, before you click away, I know physics usually fills people with dread, myself included. When it comes to video games, physics is genuinely quite an interesting subject because it's physics that helps games be games.
There's two types of physics engines. First, there's your high precision engine, which uses a lot of processing power in order to calculate really precise physics. They're a bit over the top for what we need in video games, so developers typically use a real-time physics engine, where the calculations are less processor intensive and are therefore more appropriate for the needs of the game.
So effectively what we're getting is a rough simulation of physical systems, physics that are perceptually correct rather than being 100% accurate.
Thinking back to last week, I talked about middleware, software that's integrated into game engines to perform specific tasks. Now, there are quite a few pieces of middleware that are specialized to tackle physics. There's the two big players, the NVIDIA-owned PhysX, and then there's Havok. I can almost guarantee you've played a game that utilizes one of their physics engines, like Half-Life 2, for example. Source's inbuilt physics engine was derived from Havok. We can see PhysX in games like Arkham Knight, and it tackled the cloth and destruction of The Witcher 3. There's also Bullet, a physics library that's been used extensively by Rockstar to give physics to games like GTA and Red Dead Redemption. There's also engines that are great at destruction, like Digital Molecular Matter, which is being used in Quantum Break.
So TLDR, there are loads, and they all have really important jobs, like interaction. So objects in games interact with loads of things. They interact with the player character, the environment, and of course other objects. An important job of a physics engine is to detect these collisions, a function that's helpfully known as collision detection.
Here's how it works. The final character model that you see on screen is not what the engine sees. To the engine's eye, this model is covered by a low-detail skin known as a collision mesh or collision hull. By using this less intricate mesh, the engine is able to quickly work out the appropriate response for when two objects collide. A more intricate mesh would result in a bigger and more CPU-intensive calculation, which obviously isn't ideal with all of the other stuff that the CPU has to figure out. If the collision detection in a game isn't great, you'll get what's known as a clipping issue, which is where one texture or model unrealistically passes through another. Small clipping issues aren't typically game-breaking, but they do look weird.
Now bear with me here, there are two types of these collisions. One that uses rigid body physics, which is not as sexy as it sounds, and the other that uses soft body physics.
Now, rigid body refers to the movement and interaction of solid objects, those that won't deform under physical forces. Like when a bowling ball hits the floor, it would of course remain rigid because it wouldn't be a good bowling ball otherwise. This kind of physics is less CPU intensive to figure out because the shape remains the same. Soft body physics, on the other hand, is way more complicated and therefore more taxing on the CPU. It means that the object is susceptible to bending or breaking based on the physical forces placed upon it. Take a look at soft body physics in action in this video from BeamNG. Realistic destruction based on the crashing of the vehicle that just simply wouldn't be possible if the car was just programmed in as being completely solid.
So let's talk a little bit about death, because why not, eh?
Not in a morbid way, but because the reason death animations have gone from stiff, prescribed movements of yore to unique animations that change within the context of the game is totally down to advancements in physics engines. Creating death animations used to involve manually creating each one. These so-called canned animations weren't very CPU intensive, as they just required the game to pull on a pre-drawn set of frames. But with increased computational power, it became possible to procedurally generate death animations, where bodies would conform to physical forces and you'd get a different animation each time depending on the situation. Nowadays what we usually get is a mix of canned and procedurally generated animation. The death looks realistic but is kept from going over the top. Well, unless you're Saints Row, that is. A great example is Rockstar's use of the Euphoria physics engine developed by Natural Motion. It simulates the motor nervous system, body and muscles and procedurally generates natural looking reactions, so the animations are both appropriate and unique to what you're doing. We typically only notice game physics when they go spectacularly wrong. Let's celebrate all the stuff that they do right. So remember, a bunch of really smart people have built amazingly complex software that's all for you, just so you can do things like this.
So that's just a quick look at some of the awesome things that physics engines are responsible for in video games. Now next week is of course E3, so there'll be some more reality check in a couple of weeks. Thanks for watching and I'll see you then.
So, any of you guys want to play Rocket League against the devs?
Let's do it. Good job, boys. Let's do it. Come on. Let's do it. Woo! You guys see that? Great save, great save. What a save! What a save! OMG!
Yeah, we lost one.
Hey guys. What's up, Chris?
Hi, Chris.
What's up?
Never mind.
Cone and Dave, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Super ready.
Okay.
This one's for Jake.
Cool. Here we go.
What a save.
Got
What
that
a
clear.
save.
Got that clear.
Oh, I love
Got
you.
it. It's coming back in the middle. Centered. I got it. Nice.
Oh, I got it.
Dave's got it.
Top. Oh, I just messed that up.
No! Get it together.
It's good pretty high here. Oh, no.
It's coming central.
It's Rob. It's not a good look.
What are you doing up the back of the
I don't know what I was doing.
Rob, get it together.
Oh, this is not a good look. Oh, you got that.
We need to talk about this.
All right, Coach, what do you got for us?
What do you got for us?
Listen, you gotta pull it together. Go with the fundamentals.
Right.
Communicate.
Okay.
Communicate.
And
Yeah.
always
We gotta talk.
remember the D. You lost your D. We need to get it back.
1, 2, 3, D.
Right, that was a warm-up game, right?
That was a warm-up game. Nice.
Get in there!
In there. No.
Nice. Centered.
No.
Nice.
Oh,
Get there.
Come on, Dave. Not where I can get it.
Nice.
I got it.
What a save! Nice rebound.
Do not auto goal. Do not put it in front. Don't laugh at it. Don't put it in front. It was gonna go in. No, it was not going in. It was going wide. Clearly wide. Oh, no. No! What are you doing?
Get in the game!
Oh, God.
Yes, Coach is getting pissed.
I know Coach is getting angry. It scared me.
Get in the goal!
It's fine, it's fine.
You got that? No, we just centered it for him.
Got it. All right, backwards.
Oh, no.
Backwards goal.
No! They just scored backwards.
Oh. That was a shame goal.
You guys got really good ping, though.
Coach, I know we've been letting you down here. We need you now more than we've ever needed you before.
We need a secret play.
Yes.
I got it. The new plan is luck, lag, and bullshit.
Luck,
Do whatever
lag,
it takes to get it in.
Luck, lag, bullshit. Luck, lag, bullshit. Luck, lag, bullshit. Luck, lag, bullshit. Here we go. Here we go.
Get a goal! Yes!
Go
Get it in!
I can't get that.
Oh!
No! Nice.
You almost had it.
Nice. So then they adjusted for that. Oh, God.
What are you doing? Where is your D? You're just looking at it.
Skip it.
Turco, please.
Will you hit the ball?
I got it. I was blocking it.
You were lying sedately next to it, huh?
It's gonna be centered.
I got it.
You have to beat it.
Oh, Dave, come on, man. That's how we do it. That's how we do it.
I
feel it.
Yes!
Come
Coach, this is a little distracting.
Get in there!
We are all tied up. Do you understand what chance we have here?
Come on, guys. Do it for me.
What
Get it
the hell
going!
was that? You pushed me out of the way.
sick,
Well, at least it was the other team that pushed you out of the way.
Forget it. You guys suck.
Should I write down choke as one of our options?
Don't choke me, coach.
Play defense!
No! We had it!
Well, you know.
Good game.
That was the weakest one.
You know what I think? All right, there's been a lot of yelling going on. I just feel like this whole operation was a breakdown in coaching. Don't you, guys?
Yeah,
Am I right?
I
I
agree.
mean,
You
in
think
terms
it's
of
my fault?
strategy,
You think it's my
in terms of
fault?
this strategy,
I was the only one who came up with the plan.
What
You
is
did
this?
What is that? I did this! Ah! How dare you!
Stop.
I'm out of here.
I quit.
Shut it.
That was a good series. So I'll tell you what, guys. If you want, you could take a month off and do some training and come back and challenge us again.
Hey there, folks. Welcome back to the YouTube live stage here at PAX Prime 2015. I'm Chris Waters from GameSpot.com here to talk about The Witcher 3 with Jacob and Travis from CD Projekt Red. Now, one of the greatest things about PAX is that developers from all over the world come talk about their games, get on panels, and you guys are going to be talking about The Witcher 3 on Sunday about adapting a game from a novel, or a series of novels, I guess is more accurate. So let's talk about that today. I guess first, before we get into it, Jacob, Travis, why don't you guys tell us a little bit about what you do at CD Projekt Red?
Okay. So I'm a senior writer at CD Projekt Red. So basically, I write the dialogue and come up with ideas for quests for The Witcher.
All right.
And I'm a translator, so Kuba, or that's what we call him over there, that's sort of Jacob in Polish. Kuba writes in Polish, and then we've got a team of 2 Polish-English translators, and we immediately put that right into English, and from there it hits the rest of the world, and it's translated in all the other languages and stuff.
You guys certainly have your hands full because there is just a ton of story, a ton of dialogue, and in The Witcher 3, and it's all so good. It's one of the things that makes that game so wonderful and so immersive. Let's talk just sort of broad level. You guys had some momentum from previous games, but then there's also these books, Sapkowski's Witcher books that are so popular in Poland especially. How do you sort of chart a course? Where do you even get started with charting a course for The Witcher 3 amongst all that lore that exists and amongst the story you've already told in The Witcher and The Witcher 2?
Well, so we knew from the beginning that this will be a huge challenge because we'll have to make a game which is accessible to people who haven't read the books and haven't played the previous games. And at the same time, we couldn't afford to disappoint our fans who know all the books by heart and they know the games. So it was a very difficult balancing act to get it right. But I think in the end, it kind of worked out, so we were happy about it.
Did you guys have a required reading list that everyone on the team had to knock out before starting the project?
We definitely we tried to encourage everyone to read the books, which is kind of a challenge because our team has become quite international, so we have a lot of people who aren't Polish, and the last couple books aren't available in an official English translation. So, we had to kind of point them towards some of the fan translations or give them summaries ourselves so they could get caught up on all.
But those translations are underway, right?
Yeah.
I feel like, do you guys also, it seems like the success of The Witcher, the games, has fed back into like real interest in the books. Has that been a cool sort of side effect of what you guys have been doing?
Yeah, I think it's kind of a circle where the success of the games encourages people to pick up the book, and the other way around, where people first start with the book and then they hear about the game and they pick it up. So yeah, I think the books are becoming more popular in the U.S., which is great because they're a fantastic read.
They're so fun, and there's so much character in those books that really comes through in the game and sort of makes those books uniquely suited. Certainly in The Last Wish, it's like there's a bunch of just vignettes of just like, yep, this kind of a standalone story of the time that Geralt was riding through the forest and he heard this strange sound and like went off and investigated it, and it became this whole thing, and like that's an experience you have in the game, which makes every one of those question marks so fiendishly tempting. I'm curious to know, when you guys think of, you start thinking of a story that you want to tell in the game, do you think about, okay, like how is this going to, what quest beats, what actions do I want Geralt to do, or do you just think like, I want this to be a story first and then I'll build in the quest structure after it, or like, so which comes first? Is it chicken or the egg?
It depends. So sometimes the impulse comes from the story team. So we have an idea that we really want to introduce to the game, and then we discuss with the guys on the gameplay side how we can do it best. And sometimes they come up with us and they tell us that they just came up with a new mechanic that they want to have a story around it. And actually, The Last Wish is a great example because we introduced the swimming and diving mechanic quite late in the development. Because we initially didn't intend Geralt to be able to dive. And then when this was done, we were told that it would be great if we could incorporate that into the story. And actually, it's a big part of the Last Wish quest, and I think it came together really, really well.
Yeah, man. Although the first time you get under the water and you see those drowners coming at you, that is definitely unnerving.
Yeah, it is.
I have a question for you, Travis, sort of in terms of translation, right? Because, and I guess you too, Jacob, there's so much, translating a line of dialogue is one thing, but then you guys go into all of the monster names, and then you talk about all of the alchemical substances and the rune stones. Like, how do you decide what kind of words you're even going to use and what for this stuff? I mean, some of them exist in lore and stuff like that, but do you just make some of them up too?
Yes, absolutely. Like we just. It differs depending on each one. Sometimes we keep it quite close to the Polish word, but we try to make sure it'll actually be pronounceable in each target language. So like, for example, one of the most iconic monsters in The Witcher 3 in Polish is the Lesie, and so we just changed that to Leshen in English, sort of a slightly more pronounceable version. But other ones, like, for example, in the Baron Quest, you have this...
I think there's a Leshen fight going on over here next door, actually.
That is like
here on the PAX Prime show floor.
Either that or there's a revolution in the making.
So you're saying about the Baron Quest?
Yeah, the Baron Quest, you've got this little monster that is actually made from a dead fetus, a sort of miscarried fetus, and the word in Polish there is poroniec, which sort of conveys a lot of that specific information about what kind of monster that is. So that's, in those cases, we tried to make something up. We called it a botchling, something that was botched in its making and to come out.
Yeah, way to reference probably one of the #1 creepiest creatures in your entire game. Good work, Travis. Yeah, it's interesting too, because you also, The Witcher has this. It's sort of set in a world that's vaguely fairy tale, but it's also dark, but it's also funny. Like, there are these humorous twists in the books and in the games, and I remember the one quest where Geralt gets a little device that he can talk to his mage friend over a long distance, called the Xenovox. And he makes a crack about, oh, so wait, are these things just going to become super popular and every mage is going to be using them on every street corner? Like, what is your approach to humor and trying to get in those kind of modern, tongue-in-cheek jokes?
So, of course, the Witcher world is primarily a dark fantasy RPG, but it's an adventure which takes about 100 hours to complete. So we couldn't just keep the same tone throughout because you'd get tired quite quickly. So I think it's the change of tone and the change of the feel of the quest that really allows these moments to have to ring, to resonate with you.
Yeah.
So every once in a while, we want to lighten the mood, and we come up with some jokes to relieve the tension.
It was pretty impressive, you guys. You slide in a Pulp Fiction reference, and it just feels totally normal. Like, this doesn't feel forced in, or doesn't take me out of the experience at all.
You know, that's something I think we'll talk a bit more about on Sunday, because that's actually there in Sapkowski as well. Like, he definitely, there's a lot of humor in there, and he does a lot of pastiche. He brings in stuff from different sort of media, different from the present day, and so we kind of took some inspiration from him there as well.
Now, when you guys are telling the story, most of it is played out through, through dialogue or through conversational scenes, and then of course there's the quest descriptions that you read. But then there's also a few times in the game where you sort of flash away to parchment and ink, this animation as Geralt kind of voices his internal monologue. How did sort of that kind of scene sort of come about? Why did you guys think that was necessary? What problem did that solve to have that kind of scene in there?
Do you want to take this?
Yeah, sure. Well, we really like using those to show the consequences of your actions. I mean, whenever possible, we try to show those in the game world itself and through the dialogues, but sometimes there were things where it just didn't quite fit to have that in dialogue or a cutscene or something, and so that's another way to just sort of say, yes, what you did is part of this whole living world, and what you did has these sort of effects. And that's how it turns out.
Sometimes we use it to show the consequence of your actions, which go beyond the game.
Yeah.
So that you know that they've influenced the world in a significant way, but you won't see the consequence right away. It's something that will happen in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and those kind of consequence trees. I'm picturing like the design documents you guys must have that just go on and on, mapping out contingency after contingency. Did you ever get to the point where you wanted to do like another branch or another path, but it just became too much, and you had to say like, "Oh, we need to wrap this up and move on to the next thing"?
Yeah. There is this moment. Of course, we wanted to give our players as much freedom as possible, but there is a point in which you have to say stop, because otherwise you won't be able to wrap things up again. And also, doing an open world game with so much non-linearities is even more difficult, because you have to make sure that all these quests work, and irrespectively of what decisions you made, and irrespectively of the order in which you made it. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it's like playing a giant Jenga game, where you just remove something, and then the entire structure collapses. So it was a lot of juggling to
or you remove something and wait to see. Is it gonna hold up?
Yeah.
One of the things that that is so rich about this game is the amount of like books that you can read and poems you can find, and even the songs you hear. And I'm wondering, especially with the poems and the songs, there's a certain kind of structure to those that is not in the prose. You could translate a paragraph of a quest description, but then you translate a paragraph of a song, and it's a much bigger challenge. Can you talk a little bit about trying to do that, Travis?
Oh yeah. Those are actually my favorite things to translate. When they throw in a poem or something, I'm like, yes, this is going to be fun, because it is such a challenge. And what we usually try to do is, if it's rhyming in Polish, it'll rhyme in English. If it has a strict meter in Polish, it'll have some kind of meter in English, although never the same meter, because just linguistically that doesn't work. And so actually this, my favorite quest to translate was Plays the Thing, the one in Novigrad with the Doppler where you lure him out, because that was all in rhyming couplets in Polish. And so it's just, I don't know, it just taxes your creativity so much to try to translate that stuff, and it ends up being a ton of fun.
Did you ever go back to Jacob and you're like, dude, these lines are killing me. Could you just tweak them a little bit? Like, just give me something else to work with?
Well, I recall there was this one case where I wrote the dialogue where Geralt and Yennefer engaged in a sort of a verbal pun war in one of the quests. And they basically use proverbs or sayings to kind of tease each other. Mm-hmm. And Travis came in and said, are you sure this is going to end up in a game? Because if I spend my 8 hours trying to make this work in English and then it's cut, I'm going to be really angry. So I had to reassure that this is definitely going to be in the game, and it is. So and I think players like this scene quite a lot.
Yeah,
nice to hear about a little back and forth on the creative process. Mm-hmm. And if anyone's at PAX, you guys can hear more about the back and forth of the creative process on Sunday. What time is the panel?
4:30 p.m. at the Hydra Theater.
Fantastic. Jacob, Travis, thank you so much for coming on the stage here and talking about The Witcher 3. Folks, for more stuff on The Witcher 3 as the year continues and as we approach Game of the Year discussions later this year, go over to gaming.youtube.com/GameSpot, give us a star, and you'll be up to date on all GameSpot's Witcher 3 content. Thanks for joining us here at PAX Prime, and we'll be live continuing with more game demos in just a minute. welcome back to the YouTube live stage here at PAX Prime 2015. I'm Chris Waters here from GameSpot to host some beatdowns with Peter Combo Fiend Rosas and Street Fighter V. Combo Fiend, thank you for joining me here on stage.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Dude, it's exciting. Street Fighter V, we got the beta coming out now on the PlayStation 4.
Yeah, the beta's actually out today.
Now?
Yeah. Oh no, sorry. It loads up tomorrow. I apologize. I got.
We're live.
No, I'm here at PAX. And I'm here, and I'm thinking beta. No. It starts tomorrow.
Imminently,
Yeah.
people are going to get a shot at Street Fighter V in the beta, and people here in the audience are going to get a shot at taking you on. So let's call up our first contestant here to come join us here on stage. Come on over, take a seat on the couch, strike a pose. There we go. The shrug of confidence.
Yeah.
We're going to get the game going here, and you guys are going to face off, and we're going to talk about what we see in action.
All right.
It'll be just up in a second. Come on, scooch a little bit. Scooch a little bit. He's not mic'd up, so you stay on that couch, though. We don't want you guys mixing up too much.
Yeah, don't try to look at my controls, man. I mean, I know. You're trying to get a read on the situation. I understand.
All right, we're going to be getting the match going here soon, but tell us a little bit about the build of Street Fighter V we have here and where it's at right now.
So this is the latest build. It has Nakali, Vega, and Armika, who was just recently announced yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the build definitely has some battle balance adjustments. It's a little bit different than the E3 build, which I think was the one that a lot of people have seen, along with the beta. The beta version is a little bit different than this version.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, let's get it up on here on these screens in just a sec, and we will get going. But tell us a little bit about Armika, because she was just announced.
Yeah.
You got the sizzle trailer going. She's a pro wrestler, basically.
Yeah, she is a pro wrestler. A lot of her moves have been redesigned. Previously, she had some grabs in Alpha 3, but they weren't all that strong. She's been redesigned to have things that look a lot more closer to professional wrestling.
All right, like professional wrestling, though. But a little more exaggerated, like Street Fighter-ified.
Of course, it has to have that slightly exaggerated Street Fighter feel to it, but the moves are inspired by real wrestling moves.
All right, well, maybe we'll see here in action. We've got the game up now, so why don't you guys grab your controllers, and we'll get into a match here. We're having a little input back and forth situation, so we'll look, Combo Fiend, while we wait for this to fire up. Oh, you guys are going to be looking up on screen now. All right. This is might be a little bit of a challenge. Okay, we got it here. Are we going to go for Armika straight out the gate? Or
is it Armika? Yeah, I can use Armika. That's fine.
All right.
I am very excited about her. She is an awesome character.
Okay, so, tell us a little bit about her style. I mean, we obviously are going to see some wrestling moves, but in terms of what kind of positioning, what kind of pace she wants to set?
So she's a very methodical character. You really have to have a good understanding of what your opponent will do to play her properly, because she's a grappler, a true grappler. She doesn't have any projectiles. She doesn't really have any way in. Her pokes aren't very long. So it's really on you as a player to be able to get in and, be able to fight with
close some distance and get your mitts on them.
Exactly.
Deliver some kicks with those big boots. All right, so as you're fighting here, of course, folks who've been following Street Fighter V see the V trigger, the V skill sort of meter filling up at the bottom, and you'll have to let us know whenever you use that.
Sure.
But it's not looking good for
This is
you.
her V skill right here. So what she does is she starts talking into the mic.
Oh, really?
And she hypes herself up, much like how wrestlers, when they cut their promos, that's her mic performance. And as the longer she holds the mic, so she just keeps going, and when she finishes, if she gets a throw in, her throw is extremely powered up.
Okay, and there was like a little ground pound almost.
Exactly, that's the indicator that she's getting more and more explosive,
She's getting real fired up.
Exactly, fired up.
Fired up to fight in what appears to be like a traffic jam caused by street fighting. Which, it happens. This is city living. Oh, goodness. Now, does she have, that sort of picking her up and spinning him around, throwing him, evokes that other grappler of Street Fighter fame, Zangief.
That's her partner.
Yeah, let's talk about what's happening here. Because the tag team butt head smash.
Yeah, she's in a muscle bomber with her partner there, who decides to come in and help me. So her V-trigger is that she could call her partner in, and her partner could come from various sides
GG.
Good games, man. Thanks for playing.
All contestants will be receiving a code for the PS4 beta.
Exactly.
And anyone who takes you down
will get a limited edition Ryu faceplate. There's only 200 of those made, so.
Extra incentive for our next contestant. Come on up, buddy.
Oh, yeah, let's go.
Have a seat, and we'll get the next match going. All right. My mind is still grappling with the fact that, like, I thought Street Fighter was a one-on-one game. What is with the tag team partner action here?
You know, it's just her partner wants to get in on the action too, but we can only have one wrestler character, so we made it Mika instead of Nadeshiko. So.
There you go. Yeah, you can't separate a tag team.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. So she had to get her time to shine as well, right? So then.
All right, Vega, another character, talked about a bunch just last month maybe, or
yeah,
summer?
We revealed him during Gamescom. So Claw in this version, or Vega, is different because he can now choose to take the claw. He can fight with the claw on or claw off, and he has access to a different special move with his claw on versus off, and your strategy also kind of changes.
All right, so with claw on, I'd imagine the strategy is a little bit more keeping distance.
Exactly.
But is claw on and off something that you can toggle on and off, or is it like once he takes off the claw, it's off for the rest of the match?
Oh, no, it's on. I mean, it's on, and you can...
And it's off, and then it's back on. Okay. He doesn't just, like, toss it aside.
Oh, no.
Like, oh, goodness. Well, claw versus chain, I mean, it's only fair. Combo Fiend now has to focus, as his health is a little less than half. Birdie now taking a beating. That classic Vega suplex. Honestly, I don't understand the back muscles that guy must have to be able to do such a move on a girthy dude like Birdie. But there it is.
Yeah, so, Claw, I mean, Vega has very, very, very good range attacks. He can fight, like, from here, like, check this out. Like, I can hit him almost full screen away, you know? It's, like, really hard to fight. And you have to kind of approach him.
We're seeing a little chain range game as well.
Yeah, but Birdie no slouch himself on being able to fight opponents from far away. He has the chain attacks, he has those headbutts that move him forward, like that. So he can definitely get in.
Our contestant being a very great assistant for the demo here as well.
I know, he's hearing my cues. And
he gets some bonus points for that.
Yeah, exactly. Is that what you want?
And so then compared to claw on, claw off, or what do you call claw? Like fists?
Yeah, like, yeah, claw on, claw off.
The clawer. Throw a banana on the ground? Damn, Birdie. Littering, not cool. All right, so
without the claw, he has this command throw that he can't normally do. It helps him be a little bit more offensive because when the claw is off, you can no longer run away.
Because like he has to stay in closer a little bit more? Or is he, well, not with moves like that. He can get him all the way across the screen.
Good job, man. Thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing. Another win for Combo Fiend, and Vega showing off some moves. Nice. Looking good, buddy. Your fingernails could use a trim, but that's fine. All right. Got our next contestant up here.
Hey,
play some Street Fighter 5. We've seen Mika. We've seen Vega. Who's up next?
Let's try Nakali.
Yeah.
So, Nakali was also revealed around EVO. And, although people have seen a few videos of him here and there, I don't think that anybody's really shown what the character can do.
All right.
I mean, they know his special moves and things like that, but the general...
special move, I believe the technical term is hair freak out. Is that right?
Oh, when he activates his V-trigger, yeah.
Yeah. Hair freak out, like I was saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, man, look at those dreadlocks. They're huge. That's why he doesn't actually have to work out. He just gets those muscles from maintaining that much hair weight on his head.
Exactly. That's how you build a strong back.
All right. So what kind of fighter is Nakali?
Nakali, he's basically primal. Like his style, it's not really a style. It's just aggressive attacks in close. You just want to get in and destroy the opponent. He has a move that propel him forward because he always wants to be near the opponent. Everything is just about hurting the opponent. Like he stomps. Look at that.
There, yeah. Pretty vigorous. He'll smash the head to the pavement, kick him. Oh, there we got hair freak out in action. And wow, look at that. I love the animation of it. It's like all of a sudden it's flowing and defying gravity and it's like his head's on fire, basically.
Like he's so powered up. He's so strong,
And even his hair has muscles.
And he pulsates, and then he just everything about him just scratching and clawing and really trying to hurt the opponent.
Claws versus claws here in Necalli versus Vega. Yeah, so that once the hair freak out, the V trigger,
I missed it.
Happens. What does it change his sort of move set or style at all? Do his attacks take on different properties?
Yeah, some of his attacks they hit a few more times, so he does more damage. In general, he does more damage, and he hits a little further, so he becomes a better character because he's channeling the inner power.
So is the goal of every Necalli player then going to be just like get your hair freak out as fast as possible?
It takes a while, but I mean, it's definitely worth doing. But at the same time, when you activate this, you sacrifice his V reversal. So one of the key tactics of the game becomes lost because you can no longer touch your V gauge anymore.
Okay.
So it's a risk.
It does limit you a little bit.
Slightly.
Not too much, apparently. Good game. Thanks for coming up and playing. And we'll get the next contestant up here. Maybe we'll see another Necalli match just to give people some more Necalli in action, unless there's another character you wanted to move on to.
I'll play whoever you'd like me to play.
I want to see more hair freakouts, man. I gotta say.
Are you a fan?
I also like saying hair freakout if you guys haven't noticed. Sorry.
Hair freakout? Okay.
All right, so why don't you grab the controller and pick your player. So in terms of the beta now that's going to be out on PS4 shortly, is this the character set that people are going to be able to play with? Is this the stage people are going to see?
No, so the beta is an earlier version. It has the 6 characters that were previously announced, so Birdie, Cammy, Ryu, Cammy, Chun-Li, and Bison, and Nash.
Okay.
So it has 6 characters on it. But as for Necalli, Armika, and Vega, they're only here. So you have to be at PAX to be able to use it.
Oh, but people who are at PAX will be able to play this build.
Exactly. It's
somewhere in these halls.
Yeah, it's not too far from here.
Very cool. All right, we're seeing some Nash in action. Nash apparently pretty annoyed at Necalli for like impinging on his hair game.
Exactly.
Nash pretty proud of his hair, obviously, but Necalli just really outdoing him in that style way. So for players of Nash who are looking to play him in the beta, what would you recommend in terms of like tactics to try out?
For Nash, yeah, I would say they have to really learn how his V-trigger works. I think that his V-trigger is probably one of the more versatile in the game.
All right, tell me about it.
So when he activates the V-trigger, it's a sudden move where he can either appear right behind the opponent, in front of the opponent in the air, or in back of the opponent in the air. So when used properly, it can create combos that are otherwise impossible to do because he's on both sides of the screen.
Yeah, and the opponent doesn't have, it must be so hard to anticipate. Like, once he blinks out, he's just there on that other side of you.
Somewhere. It's not that he always appears in the same place, right? So it really depends. He also has quite a few target combos, and those are very necessary for you to succeed with him. So if players go and look up what they are, because I mean they're up there on the internet.
Oh yeah.
They'll be able to maximize their win rate with Nash.
I think this is the lowest your health has ever been so far. Are we gonna see a loss for Combo Fiend here to Nash?
Oh, we got a round.
Yes, we are at first round. Seeds to Nash.
I suggest you stay down.
All right, nice work. A little round of applause for the competitor. Here we got ourselves a match. Round 2. Now Peter's just gonna totally focus in, not answering my question.
Yeah, so look at this. Everything here is so aggressive. You see just scratching and clawing and
I think it's fair to describe that as so aggressive.
Yeah, as aggressive as possible. I mean, that's just the character. Everything about him. It's just to meme the opponent. Hurt and meme. Oh no.
Alright, got ourselves a good match here. But Necalli using those sort of ground pound attacks to do some damage at range. And now he's in full-on hair freak-out mode. We all know what that means.
Oh no, I lost!
Uh-oh! Down to the wire here, folks. It could end at any second, and it's gonna be... Oh!
Okay,
so close! Oh, man, close as it could be without a win. Congratulations. What a tight match. Wow, right down to it. And you pulled it out. Combo Fiend. All right, we got another competitor here.
So
How you
close.
feeling?
Oh, that was like, I totally thought I lost that, actually. When he threw me, I thought, oh, he won.
Oh,
you know?
that's it.
That's one faceplate gone. You want me to play Ryu? Okay. I have a request from the opponent.
Oh,
he
you
would
want
like
to
to see Ryu.
See some Ryu action? All right. Is this like opponent's counter-programming?
I know he wanted to maximize his chances. He's like, if there's one character I know, it's Ryu. I'll ask him to play Ryu and I'll beat him up.
Ryu against Ryu. Brother on brother. It's probably not brother on brother. It's like clone on clone.
Clone on clone, actually.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's like looking into the mirror.
Even more sinister. Now, Ryu, of course, like classic character, but are there any sort of updates you have made to his moveset for Street Fighter V? Any kind of tweaks to the play style here that you know, people who main the Shoto style are gonna take into account?
So what we wanted to make sure that there was at least one character that was really accessible off the bat. And Ryu is that character. He's the face of the full Street Fighter world. You know? And it's a character that everybody has played. Everybody knows how to do Shoryuken.
Even the sheep know Ryu.
Exactly. So you want to make sure that there's a character that everybody's familiar with. But we did change up his style a little bit. He's really balanced, whereas before he was more on the defensive side. So now you can play him any way you really want to, and you can probably see some really good results.
All right. Now, when I hear a character that's balanced, you know, that definitely sounds like an accessible way to go, like the guy I'm going to start playing with if I'm unfamiliar with the game. But do you then see, like, does that balance limit his viability in sort of like high-level play? Like, do we see a lot of Ryu players come
Not at all. I think Ryu is honestly one of those characters that gets better and better the better you get, because his moveset is so strong. And he has a tool for everything. And it really depends on you as a player to be able to use them correctly. I mean, sometimes I've seen characters sometimes just don't have the tools to be effective at X range, or they don't have a damage output. I think Ryu has like everything you need to be competitive in Street Fighter V.
Why would you choose anyone else? He's the total package.
Exactly.
But his hair game is pretty weak, I gotta say. He's got a little headshot thing, not even threaded together.
Good game, man.
Are we gonna play round 2, or is that the whole thing? Did that just happen so fast?
He jumped. He was over.
He's out. All right. All right. That was some great competition. That was one close match between Nakami and Nash.
I think I might just give these guys faceplates. I don't know. I'll see.
You want to throw them some faceplates?
All
Very
right.
generous of you.
You're getting better codes too, but that guy who almost won. I mean, it was so close.
That was close. All right. Well, let's talk about the beta one more time before we wrap it up here. Give folks details on where it's running and how they can get into it.
Sorry, say that again.
The beta, man.
Sorry. I was mistaken. The beta is actually up right now.
Bam.
So if you're at home, download it if you can. If you pre-order the game, then you have a code. And we'll see you on.
Very cool. Street Fighter V. When are you guys coming out?
We're coming out spring of next year.
Spring of next year, but more characters to come and more Street Fighter V news in the coming months, no doubt.
Exactly. Stay tuned for the next character.
All right, Combo Fiend. Thanks a lot for coming on stage, showing it off. And folks, if you want to keep up to date on the latest in Street Fighter V, go to gaming.com/com. I'm going to get it. Here it comes. gaming.youtube.com/GameSpot. Give us an ad, and you'll get up to date on all that Street Fighter knowledge and all the sarcastic applause I'm getting from the crowd here at PAX Prime. We'll be back soon. More Game Talk. Stick with us. Hey there, folks. Chris Waters from GameSpot here on live stage at the YouTube stage here at PAX Prime 2015. And we've got the YouTube behind me, we've got the YouTube in front of me, and now I've got the YouTube next to me. Alan Joyce from YouTube. Alan, welcome to
thank you.
your stage.
Good to be here.
It's exciting to be here, and it's exciting to be part of the whole gaming thing. You guys are really kicking into gear, and you sort of launched this week. Been a big to-do, but I don't know if you guys know this. Like, YouTube has had gaming content for like a little while. What's the deal?
Yeah, so no, totally true, right? So yeah, so gaming content's been huge on YouTube. It's been this really amazing thing. It's been really incredible to see it come up. Have this community surrounding gaming on YouTube. This effort was all about taking that and building an experience around it. Actually, building something for all the awesome gaming content on YouTube. And we built an app on Android and iOS, and we built gaming.youtube.com.
Yeah, and the app, that product, is such a huge part of the experience. And I think we've got a video to sort of get a glimpse of, run through some of the features of that.
Yeah, totally. Let's take a look.
All right. All right, so pretty clearly, I think that the great thing about sort of gaming online and YouTube is like you have viewers and you have sort of streamers, but they're also one and the same. Like the audience sort of does both things. But I guess when you're building a product, it's a little more binary. Like, okay, what are you guys putting in here that's going to enhance the experience, like specifically for the viewer? What's your idea there?
Yeah, so there's two major pieces of it that we think will make a really great experience around gaming videos. So one is organizing it around games, right? So if you have a set of games you really like, I'm a huge fan of EVE Online, weirdly enough. So I can go and collect EVE Online and actually have that, have my homepage be centered around the games that I care about. Mm-hmm. And if I'm a creator and I'm making videos around a game, I can actually have those videos have a home on the page for that game. So we've gone out and created 25,000 of these game pages. Each one of them is like its own mini world where you can go and explore all the video happening around the game, both videos, VOD, and also live streams.
And then speaking of live streams, if I want to be streaming some games, what's YouTube gaming bringing that's luring me in?
Yeah, so that's exactly. Like I think the other big part is we've tried to make live a really amazing experience, right? And so you'll see live streams throughout the site. You'll see we've made live chat better. We've tried to make live a really easy thing to discover on the site. Mm-hmm. And so hopefully that we really hope that we made a really great experience around live gaming too.
Well, people are digging into it right now and hopefully giving you some good feedback, and it'll be interesting to see how it blossoms and draws people to it going forward.
Yeah, for sure. This is just the beginning. I think we got this out there. Now we want to hear what people think. We want to hear what people want in it. We definitely want to hear what features people want, what more they'd like to see from it. This is the start of a long process. So.
All right, there you have it, folks. YouTube wants to hear it from you. What do you want from YouTube Gaming? Get in touch with them. What's your email address, buddy? I'm just going to email you personally.
It's gaming.com/YouTube, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's it, right there.
Gaming.youtube.com. Download on iOS and Android. There's a feedback button in the app if you want to send us stuff directly. Or get in touch by whatever mechanism you can.
All right, Alan, thanks a lot, man.
Thank you so much.
Very exciting stuff here from PAX Prime 2015. here on the live stage at YouTube's presence at PAX Prime 2015. I'm Chris Waters for GameSpot, and I am here to talk with some guys from Bungie about one of the biggest releases this fall, Destiny: The Taken King. Luke, Mark, thank you guys for joining me here on stage.
Thanks for having us, man.
Dude, it's just a few weeks away, The Taken King, and you guys have been like teasing stuff out over the past few weeks, like really ramping up to a pretty big release.
We hope so. I mean, over the last few weeks, we've been revealing more information and trying to get people excited and understand what the game's going to be about this fall.
And one of the things it is going to be about is like a really big new narrative push. There's a huge new story. I think I heard you guys say that, you know, like this compared to when Destiny launched, this has more sort of story content, more story missions. It's a beefier story experience.
Yeah, like there's a brand new campaign, right? Like the Taken King is here, and you know, he's got one thing in mind, and that's revenge for the death of his son Crota. And you know, we've invested a lot of time in improving storytelling in the Taken King, and you know, we got a bunch of, you know, real actual cinematics, and you know, we really wanted to focus on the characters in year 2 of Destiny, and we've taken some of the characters that people have really resonated with them in the tower, those characters that you've been sort of working with for the last year, buying gear from, and brought them into the game more. So like Cade 6, he's one of the Vanguard mentors, voiced by Nathan Fillion. And he's one of the primary characters in the game now, and so you'll be going on missions, and he's talking to you, and he's really funny, right? And this is a thing we wanted to bring forward, is some of that humor. And like in Destiny right now, if you go stand next to Cade 6 and you just listen to him, he says some stuff. And one of the things he says is, "Take me with you." and you're like, wow, like he really wants to be out there fighting with me. This is awesome. And we thought, this character is so compelling, like we need to bring him and some of the other characters into the game, you know?
You did kind of get that sense, the little bit of like a caged bird sense from some of those vendors, like, man, I bet you have some stories to tell. Tell me some of them.
Well, and that's exactly it, right? Like, we haven't ever communicated the backstory for these characters or let you learn anything about these characters who've had this, like, otherwise, like, transactional relationship with, like, I'm going to give you Vanguard marks, you're going to give me armor, and now these guys are going to be pushing you through missions a little bit. We're also taking a bunch of notes from the way that the game's been evolving over the last year, like watching the team introduce new characters like Eris and then Varix and Petra, and getting to hear more voices and characterful interactions, and in a game that the premise of the game is revenge, like that is an opportunity to be pretty dark, but when you have a guy like Fillion, he can inject a bunch of humor into that darkness.
Yeah, it's nice to have a little bit of levity there when the whole fate of humanity is on the line.
Yeah, exactly.
I think one of the things, you know, sort of one of the ways, you know, obviously the cutscenes are lovely and like really like the thing you sort of strive to see at the end of your quest, but you also want that quest to tell the story. When you're out in the field, you want, you know, the story to be communicated to you while you know, between shooting breaks. And you guys have done some of that with, you know, with Ghost, and I think with the way that, like, you know, you've talked about the structure of the quests for Taken King being a little different, being a little bit more like exotic bounties in the past. Can we get a little bit into sort of how that structure is going to just like really bolster the narrative experience?
Yeah, I mean, there's two things there that we can talk about. The first is the usage of the Ghost. So we brought Nolan North on board to voice the Ghost, and he's doing an awesome job. But we wanted to find the Ghost's voice a little bit differently this fall with the sort of opt-in lore, this thing that you have your little robot droid sidekick. Like, what can he tell you about this Cabal base you're looking at when you're walking around it? Like, he's got a little information. So we added a new system that's Ghost Scan that lets you sort of opt in if you want to explore the world and find a little extra lore. So that's one way that we've done it. The other thing that you're asking about, the quest system, we overhauled the entirety of all the Destiny content into this thing that we've just called questification. And that's basically, I mean, like, to talk about quests like they're a new thing is sort of embarrassing. But what we're trying to do is give players a clear context for what they're doing and why, clear rewards for what they're going to get at the end of it, and hope that helps give them some thrust into the world versus the, hey, you finished a story campaign, now find your own fun, which is, I think, sort of what we bumped into a little bit last fall with the release of last year's game.
Mm-hmm. Now, you guys have been, over the course of year one, so active with hearing community responses and like connecting with the game, with the people's experience of how they experience Destiny, where are their sort of lacks, where are their opportunities for you guys to come in. And I think one of the interesting ways you did that was for the raid for Crota. You know, that was a normal mode raid, but then you developed the hard mode raid as sort of a reaction to how people were taking on the normal mode. Is that sort of the design philosophy going forward, or sort of when you tackle this raid, the King's Fall, how are you coming at it?
So what we did with King's Fall was the raid team, having learned a bunch of great lessons on Crota, the time delta between normal and heroic allowed us to fix a bunch of bugs. This time, mechanically, when we set out to build King's Fall, we built the hard mode version first. So we built all of the hard mode mechanics. We actually added new mechanics for a bunch of the fights. We've got some other sort of new stuff for the raids that we're not talking about yet. But and then what we did after that was we scaled it back to normal so that we have the hard mode that we understand the mechanics for, and then a normal experience that, again, meets those like really important raid pillars of any motivated group of 6 players can communicate, cooperate, and get through the raid.
Mm-hmm. And you teased a little something extra for the raid as well. Just repeat the tease. I know you're not going to tell me what it is.
So we developed the hard mode version of the raid, and then we scaled it back to normal. We have a little bit more planned for the raids this fall. We're not talking about them just yet.
All right, cool. But let's talk about that hard mode and the way that mechanics are brought into it, because I think some of the more exciting fights in Destiny are where there are different mechanics that subvert the way you normally play the game and create a new strategic challenge. You guys, sounds like you're doing a bunch of that also in the Courts of Oryx.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about that. The Court of Oryx is this place on the Dreadnought, and the Dreadnought is the Taken King's capital ship. And you come across this area, and there are these 6 statues and a kind of a atrium-like place. And what you can do with each of these statues, if you collect a certain ruin, you can use the ruin on the statue, and what it'll do is it will trigger a public event. And a rift in space-time opens up, and bosses start pouring out of it. And these bosses, each one of them has some kind of unique mechanic or system that players in public are going to have to figure out together. I wouldn't say they're as difficult as the raid, but they're sort of raid-like. And we're really excited about it because it gives the opportunity for someone just running through an area. He's on a mission maybe, and he looks over and sees someone's a boss, and there's a countdown. If I get in there in the next 10 seconds, I can participate in this and help this guy out. And we have a bunch of bosses that you can summon, and there are different tiers that eventually you get access to, and you get really, really good rewards for participating in it. So we're stoked about it.
One of the things about Court that was really important to us is we wanted a way for, there's so much to do on the Dreadnought. It's unlike any place we've ever built. There's already a bunch of stuff to explore and hunt down and find. But we wanted Court of Oryx to also be this thing that reached out to you and your buddies as an opportunity, like, hey, did you get a rune while we were playing? Like, let's go bang that out. Or you like slip through the bubble and you see in the distance when you walk in, you see the fight going on, and you're like, oh shit, let's get in on that.
It's already happening.
Yeah, and like Mark was saying, there are 3 tiers, and you'll find different runes for each, and they require more and more powerful gear. So it's also your progression through Court of Oryx is gonna really mirror your progression through the game.
Because you're not going to be able to get to that higher tier unless you've got that gear.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, well, let's talk about gear for a second, because one of the sort of much debated topics is exotics. Everyone loves chasing those exotics.
Yeah.
They are after them, and year 1 exotics and year 2 exotics, like, are those exotics that people hunted down, their hawk moons, their Gallarhorns, all that stuff, that going to be viable come the year 2, or is that like you're just going to give them some new stuff to chase?
We have a bunch of new stuff to chase, right? Like the start of the Taken King is the beginning of year 2, and Oryx, the Taken King, is more powerful. He's on a ship that's millions, thousands of years old, and it's full with loot and full with gear, and he's brought this Taken army with them, and they're stronger. So you're going to have to find more powerful gear in year 2 to really be at the cutting edge. But we do have some things.
Yeah, there's a guy out in the audience right now wearing a shirt that says "Keep Calm and Gallahorn," and what I'm hoping to see next year is a shirt like this that says "Keep Calm and Touch of Malice." Like, we've got new powerful shit for people to check out. We're also bringing some of those weapons forward into year 2. We're not bringing all of them forward.
All right. One of the new things for gear hunters is the artifact. Another slot, another thing. This one's actually not, unlike you guys, when I was watching the live stream, you said it's not cosmetic, which actually made me realize how much of the gear in Destiny is cosmetic and how much it just like goes towards making you look and feel like a badass. But why did you want to throw in a little extra thing there, the artifact? Sort of what purpose does that serve outside of other gear's role?
Well, in overhauling the progression system with the new light system, we wanted all of the slots to matter. We also really wanted the game to feel more generous and you to actually get way more loot when you're playing the game. We wanted to lean into the fact that we are a loot game. Mm-hmm. And in order to do stuff like this, we need to add extra slots to the character. And what we did with the artifact slot was we took a particular type of perk like orb generation for a variety of different things, and we isolated that down into the artifact slot so that what you're doing when you're hunting for artifacts is you're looking at either the current subclass you have equipped. Am I running the Defender Titan or the Sunbreaker Titan? Well, that's going to influence if I want the Void Grenade perk or the Solar Grenade perk that triggers orbs. Or if it's off of precision kills, you're going to be looking at your arsenal and going like, oh, I have this arc precision kills artifact. I guess I'm going to use my arc sniper rifle. It's just to allow more customization, tinkering. That's another one of our big things for year 2 is in last year's game, the grind for power was so long, man. It was a long quest to get into that Vault of Glass. Yeah, it took some time. We know that. We definitely have heard that. Well, what we're interested in doing now is lessening that vertical climb and stretching it out horizontally instead. And when I say horizontal progression, I mean getting the right pair of boots that have the exact talents and stats on them. You're getting that base power level much easier to get into the activities that you want to play, but like that extra 1%, that final 5% of efficacy, that can take a little bit more time because that ultimately doesn't matter to a lot of people.
But it does matter to some real hardcore players, and those guys have like sustained you guys in like a real powerful way. I think one of the challenges for Taken King that you guys have is like, how do you like, you know, you create that stuff that's gonna like really draw in the hardcore and like allow them to just tinker and tweak, but then also create an opportunity that makes it feel welcoming to people who may be like, you know, I played it last year, but I kind of fell off, or my buddies have been playing it, they've been trying to get me in, but I just don't know. Like, to bring in a new audience as well with Taken King. So how do you guys sort of balance that?
Yeah, it's totally been a balancing act since we started working on the project. But you know, one of the things we've done is we've introduced this new item called the Spark of Light that anyone who buys the Taken King, whether you know you're buying the $40 upgrade or you're buying the new $60 like all-in package, the Legendary Edition, gets this item. And as soon as you play the first mission in the game, you go to the tower, you talk to the postmaster, and you'll get this. And what the Spark of Light does, it will automatically upgrade you to level 25, which is the starting level for the Taken, the Taken King, and you get a new suit of armor and guns ready to go to play, alongside your buddies. So if your friend's been thinking about playing Destiny, and you're level 34, now is still a perfect time for them to come in, because within 20 minutes, they can be playing an activity with you.
And they're right alongside you, doing whatever you guys are doing. Obviously, the crew over here is hype. Here on the live.
Those guys are they're real excited for
they just can't wait to level like that quickly.
I didn't know they would be so excited about this.
You guys are giving the people what they want. It's exciting.
We're trying.
So, Destiny the Taken King, you guys are aiming at September 16th?
15th.
So close.
15th, yeah.
September 15th.
A few short weeks away.
And going to be some more live streams, a little more tidbits of information as the date approaches?
Yeah, we have one more next Wednesday. That's going to be focused on the Dreadnought, checking out that new destination, Court of Oryx. We've got one of the designers, Ben Womack's, going to be on the show along with our community ambassador, Laced Up Lauren. It's going to be awesome.
Very cool. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on the stage and talking about the Taken King.
Thanks for having us.
Very exciting few weeks until we see that one come out.
Thanks a lot, man.
All right, folks, for more on Destiny the Taken King, be sure to go to gaming.youtube.com/GameSpot. We'll be having all the breakdowns of their live streams and our own super passionate Destiny players bringing you all their expertise as well. We'll be back here on the live stage at PAX Prime in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
A year which, according to Back to the Future Part 2 at least, is when we'll finally get hoverboards, self-tying shoes and home energy reactors. I'm sure we've got top men working on that. While we wait for those, perhaps the most, oh my god, the future is now pieces of tech that will soon be available to us are virtual reality headsets. While the Oculus Rift and Sony's Project Morpheus take immersion in gaming to the next level, there is always a disconnect between what you see and how you experience it. What I mean is you're confined to interacting with the game world through some kind of controller. Doing this to kill an enemy is just so much more immersive than just simply pushing a button. Also, it feels weird that your real-life hands don't match with your hands that are in the game. So how can some of the coolest science to come out of 2014 help to improve the upcoming VR experience? Let's get rid of those pesky controllers first. Oculus recently acquired Nimble VR, a company focused on making a peripheral for the Rift, which aims to do just that. It's a small infrared depth sensing camera, like a mini Kinect without the fluffy animals, and it's perched on top of your headset and tracks your hand movements. The result being high quality, low latency tracking that doesn't require those weird bobbly suits that you see in regular mocap, which is incredible. It's like a more immersive Kinect. Imagine Skyrim in the Rift, casting spells, fighting bandits, fixing puzzles, proper interaction with the environment. Well, sort of. You're still grasping at thin air, but recent advances in haptic technology could help take things to the next level.
Damn it, James.
You might know haptics better as touch feedback technology, like the rumble in your controller when you get hit by an enemy, or the juttering of a joystick when your vehicle collides with another. Researchers at the University of Bristol have discovered ways to use haptic technology and ultrasound to create 3D shapes. By focusing complex patterns of ultrasound onto our hands, it causes air disturbances, which we can then see and even feel. Head researcher Dr. Ben Long believes the tech could be used by doctors to explore CT scans, using the haptic feedback to feel diseases such as tumors. That's incredible enough by itself, but imagine if the technology was used in conjunction with VR headsets. If you've read Ready Player One by Ernest Cline, then this is basically the Oasis simulator in real life. One great potential market for VR headsets is that of horror games. Games like Outlast, Amnesia, and Alien Isolation are already playable in the Rift, and according to YouTube videos, well, it looks like a pretty terrifying experience. I can't decide if it's the actual jump scare itself that's the worst or the build-up, the constant lingering feel of dread because you think something's there. Interestingly, researchers are now saying that they've uncovered just what causes that feeling of a presence phenomenon. A team led by Olaf Blanke in Switzerland worked with a range of epilepsy, migraine, and stroke patients and discovered that they were perceiving presences due to the damage in 3 particular areas of their brains. These areas are responsible for integrating sensory signals from both inside and outside the body, but due to damage, they were confused, causing the phenomenon. So that's the why, but the researchers also figured out how to induce this phenomenon in people without brain damage. By building a robot, of course. In front of the volunteers was a master robot arm, and by moving it, the volunteers got a bit of touch feedback in their fingers. This also caused another robot behind them, this slave robot, to copy the motion simultaneously by drawing on the volunteers' backs. Remove the touch feedback and delay the slave robot by just 500 milliseconds, and the mismatch in brain signals induces the feeling that there's someone behind you. Obviously, we're not going to get robot arms packaged with our VR kits, but now that we're closer to understanding just how the brain manages to get us all worked up, neat tricks like this could be used to make games even more pant-browningly scary than we ever thought possible. Imagine playing Amnesia and some device alludes to a person being behind you, even though you're home alone. I don't even want to think about it. So that's a few of 2014's coolest scientific advancements put to good use in gaming. Definitely not what they're intended for, but it would be awesome nonetheless. Any cool science you'd like to see in video games? Let me know in the comments box below or find me on Twitter at LucyJamesGames. Cam will be back again next week. Thanks for watching.
One of the biggest stories in gaming this week is, of course, gaming.youtube.com. And we're here live on the YouTube stage here. I'm Chris Waters from GameSpot and talking with some game developers who also have a really big story this week, the Kickstarter success of Divinity Original Sin 2. And joining me on the stage, Sven and Thomas from Larian. You guys, congratulations first off on your game funding within like 12 hours.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thanks.
Very exciting, no doubt. And as people continue to be drawn to the Kickstarter and sort of see what you guys are taking on here with Divinity Original Sin 2, how does it feel to be like launching such an ambitious project?
I would say that it's incredibly exciting, but we're so tired because the campaign has been going so fast that we don't have time to realize what's going on.
You're tired already? I mean, you guys still have a lot of development to go here.
Yeah, well, we had quite a bit of issues in coming over here, and all our hardware broke down. Our Kickstarter page was lost, so we had to scramble to get everything ready in time.
Well, you've got the game playable here on the show floor. Yeah. The Kickstarter is a success, so I'd say you're doing okay.
Yeah, we're happy. I'm not complaining.
All right, so we're going to actually take a look at the game in action. You guys are going to load it up, and we're going to see one of the key features here for Original Sin 2 multiplayer in action.
Yeah, so we're going to be playing actually on the same PC. We're using controllers. So this is a pre-alpha version of the game, of course, since we still have many months of development to go. But we're running it on the Divinity Original Sin Enhanced Edition engine. So that means that we can already play from the get-go, and it also allows us to explore many new things in the RPG country.
Now, Enhanced Edition is the version of Divinity Original Sin that's currently out now on Steam, is that correct?
No, actually, current version is Original Sin. The Enhanced Edition is coming this October for PS4 and Xbox One.
Okay, so Enhanced Edition is just the console one.
No, it will also come to everybody who has it on PC, gets it for free.
And I interjected too early, sorry.
Yeah, and so this one is going to be coming like end of 2016. Most likely it's actually going to already shift into 2017 with all the stuff that we're adding on top of it as a result of the Kickstarter.
So we've got multiplayer, and let's get into what you guys are trying to do here, because it's not, it is cooperative. Like you're adventuring together, but it's not a simple, we sort of read the same dialogue, we take on the same quests, we are just twice as powerful.
No, absolutely not. So it takes some time to explain, so let me explain. Thomas, maybe you best join in. So that way I'm going to shift to split screen mode, so I'm going to let Thomas join in. And so there he is. So he's on the other side of the world. He's controlling my dwarf, and I'm going to assign control of my thief to him also. So he's now controlling a thief and dwarf, and I'm in the meantime being addressed by a dwarf that noticed me arrive here on the beach, and she's asking me, aren't you supposed to be in jail? Because we're escaped prisoners. And it's actually an important thing because this is my main character, the one that I created at character creation, Gwyn Welford. She's a noblewoman. She comes from this island where we crash landed. And so everybody is going to recognize her. But if our friend Thomas is going to talk to somebody, then he's going to get a different dialogue. Because in Original Sin 2, it's all about your origin stories, what your race is, who you are, what you are, how it defines your life, your options in life. And that's the main theme of the game. So I'll show you a couple examples of that.
Yeah, so if you're coming up to a checkpoint, you might want him, the dwarf, to roll up and say, hey, do the talking if you know you're going to get recognized.
Yeah. So that's so let me give you an example of that. So for instance, over here, I have Axeman here. It's a statue. If I click on it, I recognize it. I was afraid of it as a kid. Now, if I'm going to take my elf here, because you can play as multiple races in Original Sin 2, so this is a wood elf. Val, if she's going to talk to the Axeman, then she says she's not from around here, so she says he's pretty impressive. Now with Thomas,
for a human.
For a human. And so if Thomas is going to talk to him, what he says is like, this was a butcher. He killed many dwarves. So we all have different perspectives on the events that are going on in the game, and that creates for quite some interesting moments.
Absolutely, and also the compelling urge to cycle through and like really play as all your characters.
It's part of the gameplay actually. Which party member you're going to pick to solve a certain situation is going to have a very big impact on you. And the thing is that you can play with up to 4 players. You can play cooperatively, but you can also play competitively. And it's not only competitively as in PvP, but you also get to play competitively as in a narrative manner. So how that works, I have to show you because that hasn't been done before.
Yeah, when I think of competitive, and I look at a game like Divinity Original Sin 2, I think, oh, well, maybe they're just like competing to who gets the most wolf pelts in a fight against some wolves, and then they go back and like whoever wins gets a better reward.
No, that's not going to be.
But you guys are on a whole different level here in terms of complexity and ambition, and it's fascinating.
All right, so let me show you a very small example of that. So we are greeted by the guards here, and they have problems with dwarfs on inside the village. And so he recognizes me. He says, Gwyn, aren't you supposed to be in jail? And so I'm going to lie. I'm going to say that I've been given clemency by Bishop Alexander himself. And so he believes me. And so I can ask for my fellow travelers to be allowed to go into town. Now, I could try a persuasion event on him where I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to say, you know what? They can sort it out themselves. And what happens then is that the guards block the other guys, and I can just dash off inside of the village and go and have fun and see my old friends and relatives and so forth.
So because you got to that conversation, you were able to kind of slam the door a little bit, and now the other people in your party have a different challenge they have to overcome to get to where you're going.
Exactly. So for instance, my elf over here, so she can try to convince him, and you see that she has different dialogue options. The entire dialogue is different because that's who she is, and the game recognizes this is an elf, this is how this guy is going to talk to an elf. And so when you're creating your character, you get these little tags that you see there, like charmer or elf. Elf obviously because of my race, scholar because of who I am, what I picked in character creation. So if she picks the scholar option, I know this is the good option here. He's also going to allow me in. Now the dwarf, however, is going to be a different story. So Thomas is going to try to politely ask to be let in. And you already see that he's talking in a very racist manner to Thomas. And so if he says, I have relatives living over here, he says, no, that's not going to work. You are not going in. So Thomas has a little bit of a temper, so he's going to insult him. And so the guard just tells him to dash off, and he's not going to enter. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to quickly take control of Thomas's thief for presentation purposes, and then just go to Hudson here. Hudson is my thief. He has a very dark past. And so if he talks to the dwarf over here, he gets a conversation in which he can ask, is there another way into the city? And so this man is not going to tell it to me unless I give him some gold, but I don't have any gold. However, if Thomas goes and talks to him, what Thomas is going to see is that as he goes through the dialogue, that he's going to have the option of actually convincing the guy to tell him, is there another way into the city? And because it's a dwarf-to-dwarf conversation. And so he's going to be able to go in. And so we're going to split up over here. I'm just going to go convince the guard that I can actually, that he allows my thief to enter also. So let me do that. And since it's a racist environment, if I say I'm a human, just like you, he says, okay, that's fine then.
Yeah, all right, yeah.
Yeah, you can go in. So let's try out, I have to just...
I can't help but look at this and A, be amazed at the complexity of just this small interaction, but B, think that you guys have like maybe quadrupled your workload in terms of...
More than that, we have more than that, more origin stories. Well, the thing is we're building it on top of the enhanced edition, which is already very, very powerful. Yeah. And so it gives us the entire RPG framework to build something really unique on top. And we already had the split screen from the enhanced edition, we already had the cooperative mode. So going from there to put competitive in was like a logical next step because it allows, let me show you a couple of examples, it allows us to do a great many things. All right, so let me take control of Gwyn here. I need to show you one extra thing here. So
meanwhile, Tomas will just be hanging out in a bush over there.
He's trying to get in through the other way, but he has to deal with those acid slugs over there that are bothering him. And he's going to be using a source skill, but I don't think you have a source skill.
I don't think so, no. Did you have a...
No, you'll have to go and get your bloodstones, because I forgot to take him as we're...
I'll go back.
All right. So we have a new set of skills, which are called source skills. And to be able to cast them, you need a source stone. You know what, Thomas? I can actually get you one. Hold on.
Can you?
Yeah, I'm going to kill somebody.
All right, that'd be great.
All right, so there's many ways of getting...
It is cooperative, too. Oh, all right.
yeah, so for sure. So this man over here, unfortunately, I'm going to have to kill him so that I can access his source. Where is he? He's going to go in his chair. The man doesn't know what's going to happen.
He's going to jump the man in his
right.
chair in the comfort of his own home.
Come here, you. No! I have a hard time seeing because I have a lot of light in my eyes.
Yeah, okay. It's very bright.
Yeah. All right, there you go. So that killed him, and what happens is that his ghost is going to appear. Now, Spirit Whispering is a new talent that we have, and I can basically talk to him. And as I talk to him, I can talk to, well, in this case, I can only steal his soul. So if I do that, I take his astral energy, and what I've done now is I charge what's called a bloodstone. Okay. I'm going to send this bloodstone to Mangan the dwarf, because he needs it to survive those acid slugs. And in the meantime, I'm going to try to sort out... there she is. So the problem in this town is, the reason why there's so much insurgency is the mayor has been poisoned. And this was the healer taking care of her. And so I was supposed to go and figure out who it is.
Not anymore.
Well, I mean, but I still would like to know who it is. And so this is a shortcut through a very long quest But what I'm going to do here is I'm going to be not very nice, and I'm going to hold on, yeah. I'm going to cast a little bit of fire.
Just a little bit.
And that should be the end of it. And there's another ghost that appears, because it's a mechanic. Anybody that you kill, a spirit will appear, and all these spirits, you can question them, you can talk to them, and so you can actually gain other insight. The only problem I have right now is I'm entering the dark side of the source, and so I'm going to lose a lot of karma, and I'm going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, I was wondering, there's got to be some balance here, otherwise you're just running around harvesting villagers willy-nilly to power your super.
No, there's going to be a very heavy price to pay for what I'm doing, but that's fine because it's fun to play dark, and so so I just also stole her source node that I know who she was poisoned by, and so I can go and act on that. How's it going, Thomas? Are you managing?
I'm gonna use one of these new source skills, the meteor shower, actually, to kill all these slugs, because they're a pretty big problem for me being a small dwarf. That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So he's trying to, and so you see those little poison gases, clouds that are coming out of there, because these guys bleed poison, connect to the fire, and so it creates a gas cloud.
Looks like you didn't quite get them all, or was the other one burn up?
They're all dead, yeah. I need to get over this fire surface though, but I can use my tactical retreat and jump over it. There we go.
Okay, well done. So in the meantime, I'm going to go to my ancestral house and go talk to my brother, who recognizes me, obviously. Now, you need to realize I didn't have to have Gwyn Welford in my party. It could have been somebody else, and then I wouldn't see all of these dialogue options appear. I wouldn't have the angle of being from this town, and that's just going to go for all of the characters, actually. So you have all these origin stories that are in there, and it makes for a very interesting RPG gameplay.
And there are more origin stories than you can have in a single party, I imagine. So you're not going to, even though you're probably going to, when you're creating your character and spreading it around.
Well, I mean, we're going to see an example. So if I were to play in single player, the dwarf would be in my party, and then the option that's about to appear wouldn't happen. There's a messenger that just went to Thomas, and he says, "Excuse me, my employer would like to give you a proposal." So as he receives the note, can you read the note, Thomas?
Sure. Let me open my inventory.
All right, let's try that. So what is the note? It's an assassination request against me. So this is an example of one of those competitive quests. So he now has a secret, which I don't know if I would be playing in multiplayer. Obviously, we're playing in split screen, so I see what he has.
Split screen, yeah. You see the opportunity laid ahead of him. And
all right.
He's probably assuring you, no, I would never.
He might not be paying attention, though, so that's good for me.
He might be absorbed in his own thing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So
you guys might have rigged up a piece of cardboard in the middle of the screen.
There's a lot of things that you can do to one another this way. I mean, I don't know how much time we have, because otherwise, if I get a few more minutes.
We have a few more minutes.
A few more minutes, then I'll show you something different. Because what I could do was I could have crafted I could have taken a poison potion, combined it with a red dye, and it would have looked like a healing potion. I could have put it with pickpocketing in his backpack, and then if he would have drunk it, he would have been poisoned.
He would have been poisoned.
But he could have done that to me, of course, also.
As a preliminary, hey, I know you got an offer. Let me just help you refuse that offer.
So let me show you a couple of other new things. Thomas, if you can make it to the Lone Wolves, then I'm in the meantime going to demonstrate skill crafting. Now, I apologize that I have to squint like this, but...
Oh, that's fine. And you guys, I think you guys are in totally different places. Well, not totally.
Yeah, we are.
You're in a similar region maybe, but like...
there it is.
You're doing totally different things in your cooperative endeavor. And so you're having this adventure that's
like an
playing out so far apart, but you're still in the same world, and you can team up together and like share resources, and you could be playing it rolling together if you had managed that sort of entry to the town a different way, but now you're playing it this way, and both ways are equally viable.
Yeah, so you can seamlessly switch between cooperative and competitive, and that's a lot of fun. So the thing I'm going to do is show you something else that's new. This is skill crafting. So for instance, if I combine let's say a summon spider skill book with a mute skill, so that's this, can you guess what's going to happen?
If the spider will not be able to talk when you summon it.
Almost. I'm going to get a ninja spider. So it's going to be a stealth spider.
Spider. That sounds horrifying.
It's actually,
aren't spiders already ninjas in any way?
If you want, yeah. So if I summon it now, it's going to be able to... let me just do that here. If I summon that ninja spider, it will be able to hide itself and then bite somebody from behind in combat, which is pretty cool.
Or, you know, if a certain dwarf comes up to you with his axe unsheathed and takes a...
Might happen.
All right, Thomas, can you go behind? You don't have the thief, sorry. Let me just give him the thief also. All right. And then I need to see my stairs here. There's so much light. Okay, there you go.
So now the dwarf is just hanging out where the dwarf was, but Thomas is now controlling the thief in the same area that you are.
It's because we're in the same area, so we're switching to... Hold on.
So you switch out of split screen into the same screen.
Yeah, so because we're close to one another, so the camera zooms out, and if we're too far from each other, then what happens is that it goes back to split screen. So this is all present in the enhanced edition, and will be playable for players very soon. Actually, it's a lot of fun to do that. So I want to show you one last thing. It's going to take 1 minute, but it's very cool.
All right, give me something really cool.
You want to see
close
this?
it out.
You want to see this? All right. So what he's going to do now is he's going to get into an ambush by some old friends of him. He has different motivations than me here because he is actually an assassin. He didn't tell any of us. He has personal motivations to compete, like any character. And he got himself into a fight with old colleagues of him, which I didn't know about. So I can, of course, go and help him. All right. So let's have a look.
You can see that he's engaged in combat, but you're not engaged in combat.
No, that's also new.
Now you are.
What I can do is I can basically decide if I'm going to go into combat or not, or I can actually backstab him. So now we're doing PvP combat, and we're going to be fighting with one another, and then we can make up if we want, just like in all good relationships, and it makes for a lot of fun.
So you guys, if you destroy the other antagonist in the battle, can you call off the fight, or does one of you have to defeat the other, and then the fight ends, and you like...
No, we can always go, so I can just go and make peace for him. So like so, if it's going to be my turn, I can make peace with him. So where is he? Hold on. Okay, so for instance, right, I just have to find him back because I had a hard time seeing. All right, there he is. So I can just say make peace, and now we're going to be back on the same side.
Wow, just like that.
Yeah, so it's all very fluid. You join in. And obviously, most people will be playing it. If they play it in multiplayer, they'll play it cooperatively. From time to time, they'll just like say, hey, this is really interesting for me. I want to do this. Some guys will try to really compete with each other as possible. And then others will obviously play in single player. And then all of that work that we're doing from the competitive and the cooperative translates into a very rich single player experience because there's so many options on every single situation that you encounter. It's a lot of fun.
So many options indeed. And you guys, I got to commend you for your ambition with this. It looks so exciting. Obviously, a lot of people excited about it on Kickstarter as well. A lot of fans of Original Sin, the GameSpot staff included. Congratulations, you guys. And so you are looking to do some alpha release, some early access stuff in the coming...
Everybody who backs us on Kickstarter gets automatically the alpha and the betas. And that's not going to be this year. That's going to be somewhere next year.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for coming on and showing off Divinity Original Sin 2.
All right. Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you, guys. For more on Divinity Original Sin 2 as development continues, go to gaming.youtube.com/GameSpot. Click that little star, follow us, and we'll keep you updated. We'll be back with a discussion of the top 5 games of the year so far in just a minute. Stick with us. Joining me now on the YouTube stage here at PAX Prime, a veritable murderer's row of virtual murderers and video game fans. Hi guys, everyone. We're going to go down the line here. I'm Chris Waters from GameSpot. Why don't you guys just introduce yourselves real quick, going down the line, starting with you.
I'm Kyle Moriarty from Kinda Funny.
I'm Jeff Kanata from DLC, and we have concerns.
I'm Craig Skistimus from Screw Attack.
I'm Anthony Carboni from We Have Concerns.
And I'm Danny O'Dwyer from GameSpot.
Look at all you fine-looking gentlemen.
They got all the lower thirds in the right spot.
Yeah!
That's good.
Josh Shaw. Now everybody mix up.
This is a professional operation.
Did you have us announce our own names because you forgot?
No, Craig, I did not forget. I just wanted you to do my work for me.
Okay. Just making sure.
Classic host move.
That's good.
All right, so you guys are all gathered here with a list. Each of you has your top 5 games of the year so far. Been through about 8 months of gaming, and we're gonna have a little lively chat about what games are on your list, what games you think are on everyone else's list, what games are on your list and your list alone.
Wait. This is top 5 of 2015?
Yes.
Yeah.
So far.
I thought it was just at PAX.
Oh, Craig.
Oh, no.
Well, you can eliminate one at least.
It's all right. You're fourth in line.
Yeah.
Get to thinking real quick.
All right, I can think.
Colin, let's start with you. One of your games. What's your number one?
Dying Light is my
Dying
number one game.
Light?
What? Yeah.
Number one, little zombie parkour
Yep.
action.
Wow.
Anybody else got Dying Light on there?
No. Danny O'Dwyer, you know Dying Light on
No
there?
one else is Dying Light.
Why is that your number one, man?
It's I think it's a really impressive game. I'm surprised people are not talking about it more. The parkour
You think it's
is awesome.
the best game of the year so far?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Techland stepped up. I didn't know Techland had this in them, and I thought it was very impressive. Parkour is great. I like the trio of upgrade trees in it. Story's fun. I mean, zombies are kind of boring now, but I think it's a really, really fantastic game, and especially like when this is a year where I played a lot of open world games, and I feel like this is the most impressive one. I enjoy the hell out of this game. A lot of people give me crap about it.
Clearly.
Not only is Dying Light not the best game this year, it's not even the best game out of Poland this year.
That's not nice, Danny, but I'll allow it.
That game, of course, Mr. O'Dwyer being.
Yeah, Witcher 3 Wild Hunt.
Is that your number one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, who else has it on their list?
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, it's incredible.
Oh, we're the only
Anthony
godman
hates
out.
it.
I'll say.
I was bored. I was bored all through The Witcher 3.
There's things you could do everywhere that are relevant.
I was picking a lot of flowers. I was following a lot of map points.
Just play
I was checking off all the boxes. It was fine. It was fine.
It's a game.
Gwent is better than Hearthstone as well.
Did that one make your list, Carboni? You seem to be hooting and hollering.
The number one on my list this year is Bloodborne.
Bloodborne?
Oh, yeah.
Bloodborne.
Who else has got Bloodborne?
Yep, right here.
Yep.
There we go.
I never played a Souls game before it. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Have you played Souls before, Anthony?
Oh yeah.
So what'd you like about this as that distinguished itself or carried the torch through?
What I loved about it is it kept all of the mysteriousness of the world that you get in Dark Souls. It kept the incredibly technical combat that you have, but because it upped sort of the speed of the combat, and because it wasn't being as forcefully obtuse as any other Souls games,
were you trying to fit obtuse into your description?
I dare you to describe a Souls game without the word obtuse coming up.
I can't.
You
right.
can't.
No, I'm sorry, I can't. That's
You
right.
can't. It just added a lot of things that really appealed to me personally. I was over the sort of rusty knight in a castle aesthetic. That's not kind of my jam to begin with, so I like this sort of more Victorian Plague era. And I love the idea of a gun as a parry.
Yes.
Any world where a gun is your parry is a very foreboding world.
That's a good mechanic right there.
Yeah, it's one of the most satisfying feelings when you nail it as well. When you get the timing, it's just like, oh, I'm gonna
You get one of those giant werewolves right between the eyes. Oh, it's so good.
That'll put it at number one for you.
Yes.
All right, Craig. What about you, my man?
Okay. Okay, here's the thing.
Doesn't even believe in himself.
Oh, jeez.
Don't ask me.
I'm gonna say a game that probably nobody out there's played yet, but I spent a ton of time with, and I am absolutely in love with, and that is Super Mario Maker. It is the best game of the freaking year.
So, when we were sent, come up with your list, I sent a side list that was, it's unfair because all of these things are not out yet.
Yeah.
And Mario Maker is at the top of that list.
That's the basis of the conversation.
Yeah, I don't understand the concept, which is
so far.
So far, but I think the original subject line did not have "so far" in it, and I got like nervous. I had an anxiety attack.
Take some deep breaths while Craig tells us about Mario Maker. What do you got?
Well, no, like seriously, I've been cheating the system because we've had the game for a week or so, right? And the idea is that it unlocks different things as you play it more, right? So I figured out I can game the system by setting my Wii U to further dates ahead and unlocking more things to play with.
Really? The most exploitable game of the year so far.
Oh my God.
Do you enjoy like creating or
Yes,
playing? Like
both.
just
Okay, so here's the
platforming?
thing, right? Not only am I having an amazing time creating things, and just like, I'm just throwing crap on the wall, and it's fun. It's fun. I didn't even know I was good at making Mario levels, and I am. But not only that, every time I log on, I'm playing a new Mario game that I've never played before. And I love the idea of getting from point A to point B and having a bunch of crap in the way and trying to figure out how to do that. And I got that every single time, and it's totally different. It's the best. If you're a fan of Mario, it's the only game you'll need.
Well, there's something wonderful about, you know, the Mario series is the most universally loved and the most universally accessible video game series there is in history. And the fact that you can, like you said, always sit down and never run out of Mario is amazing.
And the thing about it is that you can play the game. People make levels that are really hard. Some people make levels that are super easy. Some people make levels where you don't even have to touch the controller and it goes through and you feel like you accomplished something. Like you didn't even touch the controller and you feel like you're the best Mario player in the
That
world.
sounds like sorcery to me, and I can't condone it. All right, Jeff, your number one.
Heroes of the Storm.
Heroes of the Storm.
Yeah.
Been working that MOBA game.
Yes, I have. I think Blizzard fixed MOBAs, you know? 28 million people playing the wrong MOBA this whole time.
So why is Heroes of the Storm the right one?
It is, I have, 2 days ago, I think I played my 1,000th match of Blizzard, of Heroes of the Storm. I love it. I have fallen in love. It's compulsive. It is pure, perfect teamwork. It's to me, it's equivalent of playing a game of pickup basketball. The level of skill and the amount of teamwork involved, I think it prevents all of the things that made me not want to play MOBAs. It got rid of all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's the matches are shorter, they're streamlined, they're lean. The heroes play wildly differently from one another, and it uses all that lore that I love from playing all the other Blizzard games that I'm addicted to as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, my number one's already been mentioned, The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt, fantastic. Although, recently I've been sitting down to try to play The Witcher 3, and what do I end up playing? But Rocket League.
Yes.
That game is fantastic. Anyone else put that one on there?
Yes, that was a late entry onto mine because I had been traveling during the release window of Rocket League, and I was so scared that I was going to log on and be the worst player in the world at Rocket League, and I am. But I love it so much.
It's still, even if you're not that great at it and you're getting hosed, you still have so much fun.
It's a fantastic game. I can't believe what they did with this game. Like, when I saw this at PSX, I was like, this is going to be special. You know, this is gonna be a special game. It's the VP of the studio is Jeremy Dunham, who used to work with me at IGN when I was still there, and he's doing his thing over there. And the game, they just announced yesterday, the game sold 1 million copies on Steam.
Yeah.
You know, in addition to the millions they put out on PS Plus in about a month.
Well,
it's pretty amazing.
It would have been the easiest thing in the world for Rocket League to be a gimmicky game, right? Like a silly, over-the-top, gimmicky game. But
it is all that stuff, but it's also good.
But in the right way, yeah.
It could have been the Metroid soccer game that's the add-on.
Oh, God.
Yes, it could have been that, but it's not. So
yeah, that thing was like it was in development for so long. Like I was talking to Cliff Blazinski earlier, like the guy who made it, David Hagwood, like he made the vehicles for Unreal Tournament 2003. Like that's how long ago they were like thinking about this game mode. And it's just like, as somebody who like we play soccer together, right? Pickup games. Like I played football my whole life in the UK and Ireland. Like this is the most like playing football than any like FIFA, Pro Evolution. We're playing as a team because it's all about like where you're supposed to be on the pitch, distributing the ball, and then like actually how your foot connects with the ball, how your car connects with it.
Well,
it feels more like soccer than FIFA does.
I'm not a huge sports game fan historically, but I always love a good video game version of soccer.
Yeah.
It translates so well. And especially when they add an arcadey element, something like Super Mario Strikers.
Yes.
Sega Soccer Slam.
NBA Jam, NFL Blitz. Yeah, for sure.
I think you make a good point, Danny, that it feels almost like you're inside the foot of a player.
Yeah.
It's not where FIFA tries to, you know, model the entire body and all the movements are so realistic. This is like just the foot part. And it's like magic that you're right inside that moment of connecting with the ball.
And you know that moment where you're like playing with a buddy and like the ball comes over and it's an open goal, the goalie's over there, and you swing and it just fucking goes, hits the post. It's the same thing that happens in this.
That's
You like
90% of my shots, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Rocket League's fantastic. It's no Dying Light, but it's a fantastic.
Can I tell you, I was going to say, one of my favorite things about it is also something that's in another one of my favorite games that we'll talk about later, but the leveling system and the kind of the stick and carrot of keeping you interested is so good in Rocket League because it's purely aesthetic.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make, I don't have to worry about coming on and playing Rocket League for the first time with somebody who has the most insanely tricked out car because it doesn't matter. And at the same time, it's really good about giving you the experience points that you deserve for little things like assists and participation and all the things. It's almost like a good shooter in the way it levels you up.
Anybody have any good shooters on their list?
Shooters.
Anthony?
Splatoon!
Best shooter!
Yeah.
Justin.
Justin.
Dude, that is an incredible game.
Look how excited he is.
He's very excited. I feel like Splatoon does this, though. I feel like it fills everyone who plays it with joy.
There's
like,
so much Splatoon cosplay here.
Yeah.
So much.
Okay, I'm going to say something. Splatoon is not that good.
How dare you,
It's not
sir.
that good. It's not that fun. I'm sorry.
What don't you like about it?
It's
Did you not see it? You want him to dance again? You'll see.
I would love. I don't know. It just doesn't gravitate to me.
What do you like about it, Anthony?
So what I love about it is, number one, like I was talking about, there is this feeling of cooperation, and also you always get a little something every time you play. You know, and it's not as directly competitive as other shooters are. So if somebody's just starting out, you can help your team as much just by like hanging out in a corner and trying to do your
Splattering
best.
some paint around,
There are different spots that are great for different people. I think the different weapons classes are much deeper than people initially think they are, and the amount of strategy that you can put into the different classes. If you have one person with a roller that can like make a pathway for you through a bottleneck so you can take over part of it with your like Gatling gun. I mean, there's a lot going on that is really wonderful. Plus, I just love the aesthetic. I love buying shoes. I like getting hats.
Best fashion in the game.
Best fashion in
hands
games
down.
ever. Amazing.
I see a theme on the games he likes.
Yeah.
Shoes and hats.
Shoes and hats.
Well, the recent addition on my list is Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
Galaxy, yeah. Talk about some fast-paced shooting action.
Yeah. That is a game that is fast-paced. That is not a game that'll make you feel good about yourself very often. But when it does, it really does. It's a game where many times I've had to set the controller down and like take a minute to just recover from the fact that I died on the 4th episode right at the end, whatever. But it's sublime. The systems work so well with one another. The shooting with the upgrade system, with how the enemies behave, with how the maps are laid out.
Yeah.
The risk-reward of constantly wanting to keep fighting things to get an extra bit of scrap, salvage stuff, because you might want to upgrade something, but risking that you'll lose everything. It's an incredible mixture of that roguelike with that shooter, and I think it's one of the best games of the year for sure.
My shooter on the list. I'd be actually surprised if any of you guys have this one on there because it kind of fell off pretty fast. Evolve.
Oh yeah.
Anybody? No, you guys are all giving me like the like.
Yeah. Okay, Evolve is a great example of if you can't build that community quick enough, a game that's entirely online is going to die.
Yeah, it reminds me of
That's
Titanfall kind of in that sense.
Yeah.
Which was another game I really liked.
Hey, there were 3 weeks of Titanfall that we were all in love with, and I feel like there was 4 days of Evolve that we were all completely enamored with.
Oh man, I played monster matches long into the summertime, just like that feeling of just tearing apart an entire team of other people, like and the lopsidedness of it, like creates that power fantasy so much greater because you're just like when you get the match goes right and you're like playing it right, you're just like toying with them, and it's so satisfying.
Why do you think it fell off?
Huh?
Why do you think it fell off? Why do you think it didn't?
I feel like it's because the immediate experience of playing it and a lot of the hunter experience, you run around a lot and don't shoot a lot. Like that pursuit game, if you have an evasive monster, that can vitiate so much of the game where like the tension just falls out. You're not really engaged because you just feel like you're running through the darkness trying to find a monster that you're never going to catch up with because you need your team to work in tandem and use their abilities the right way. And if they're not, you can just be like this daisy chain of like rats following the Pied Piper and never catching up.
I think it was above and beyond the gameplay, though. I think this is a great example of how you market a game and how you give, things like pre-orders and retailer-specific things. I felt like there was a chart of all the different ways to buy Evolve, and I couldn't follow it. It was the most
hard to follow,
ridiculous
too,
flow chart that I had ever seen in my life, and I think what that did is instead of making people feel like they were buying the version of Evolve that was tailored to them, it made them feel like they were always buying a version of Evolve that was missing something.
That was not quite the whole thing. All right, well, we're coming down to it, so we haven't hit all of our top 5s. Let's just go down. I want you guys to round out your list as best as you can, and maybe hit one highlight. So, Colin, you started off with with Dying Light.
The best game of the year, yes.
The best game of the year. What else you got on?
Yeah, I got Rocket League. Craig and I were talking about it. Mega Man Legacy Collection is awesome. Mega Man 3 is my favorite game of all time, so I really enjoyed playing that and going through the challenge. I think that's really special. I got to give a shout out to Until Dawn. Until Dawn is awesome, and I was really, really shocked by how Supermassive out-Quantic Dream with this game. And
ways that can fork and your decisions impact your actions and the possibilities is just staggering.
It's awesome. I really think that I was really surprised that Sony hadn't gotten more behind this, because I think Supermassive has a series on their hands here, not in terms of that they can't use these same kids again, but every 2 years releasing a new interactive movie basically is cool. And I think Quantic Dream really needs to pay attention to how they made this game playable. If not for Dying Light, Until Dawn might be my biggest surprise of the year so far. And I don't know, I would probably put Witcher 3 on that list, so I think that would be my 5.
That's a solid 5, Jeff. What's you got Galaxy on there?
Yeah, I got Galaxy, I got Witcher 3, Heroes of the Storm. I'd love to shout out some smaller games like Hand of Fate, which I thought was fantastic. Her Story, which I thought was fantastic.
Her Story, yeah.
But I think the highlight it's on your list?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
That
and it's totally unique and different.
It's like investigation in a game. So many games ape investigation, but this one makes you feel like you're actually pursuing mysteries and coming up with your own way to do it, not just choosing one of the paths to do it on.
Yeah, completely agree with that. But the big highlight that I wanted to hit is Pillars of Eternity.
Pillars of Eternity.
Oh, yeah. Incredible, fantastic, wonderful throwback to those old Baldur's Gate games that I loved when I was younger, and it's an excellent game that does not feel out of time. It doesn't feel outdated. It's still as vibrant and fun to play now as those games were in their day. So,
which is a pretty stunning accomplishment to create something that feels like so much of a relic of the past, but still feels so vital and accessible and totally worth playing.
And great storytelling. It has excellent storytelling. Cool systems, and it's a great game. Yeah.
Solid list. All right, Craig, we had some list miscommunications earlier. Can you give me one more out of
Just checking his phone, trying to think of something.
I'm Googling best games of 2015. I'm like, what is it?
You can have Splatoon off my list.
No, I do not want Splatoon.
You can take Splatoon.
No Splatoon.
Are you
There's
sure?
no list trading. Zero. Let's see. Honestly, the one thing I had when I was putting together my list of top 5 games at PAX.
All right, sure.
Okay, here's another hot opinion, right? The Oculus over there.
Yeah.
I think
just picking things you can see.
I like gigantic.
Alienware's really good this year.
I like YouTube gaming.
The best game.
I like MSI.
It's that kid right there.
Yeah, you're the real hero of 2015.
You're the best. Right there, this kid right here. No, seriously, I've mentioned this to somebody beforehand. I think Oculus is a really, really cool tech that everybody should experience.
Yes.
But I think it's going to fail miserably.
No.
Oh.
I don't agree.
How are you turning? That's the whole discussion about the best games of 2015 into another Will VR fail discussion.
That's what I do.
You're not allowed. We're not letting you do that.
He's just looking for a platform to
You know what is really underrated?
What?
Splatoon.
Thank you.
That's right.
Now, you won the Carboni.
Back him into a corner, and he has to admit the truth.
Anthony, fill out your list. We saw Splatoon. We saw Rocket League.
Splatoon, Galaxy, Bloodborne, Rocket League, and I think my 5th one was. I was reluctant to put this on, actually. And when I put it on, I felt like, I can't believe I'm doing this. I put Arkham Knight on there. I put Arkham Knight on there. And here's why. A lot of the stuff that I was playing this year is still in early access, is still in beta, has still not come out yet.
Just like Batman.
Yeah.
Sick bat burn.
Because Jeff and I were talking a lot about Darkest Dungeon. I played so much Darkest Dungeon.
Dungeon's awesome.
Yeah. But technically, Darkest Dungeon is early release.
Technically, that also gave me indigestion. That keeps stressing me out.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if I didn't know if I could put something on that isn't technically finished yet. But then
Put on
again,
VR
Arkham
tech,
Knight.
man.
But I think the Oculus.
Yeah.
Oculus, yeah, I got another one for Oculus.
Nobody's gonna want to wear a freaking headset in the living room. Nobody.
Stop it.
Danny
How
O'Dwyer.
dare
He showed up at the wrong
How
panel.
dare-
What happened?
What do you got?
I agree. Bloodborne. I got a list. I can't fail. I can't remember them. Witcher
on
3
paper,
Wild Hunts.
that's adorable.
Rocket League we talked about. And my other two are Project Cars.
Oh.
Any love for Project Cars?
No.
No?
I did
All right.
not get to play enough of it.
It's a really good car driving game.
Okay.
That's why I like
You
that.
play
game.
Is that the one
soccer
you're
in
playing at your desk with the paddles and the shifter?
Yeah, I've got a wheel at my desk. I can go and like just do the Hockenheim ring in like an F1 car or in like a go-kart, and it's just perfect. It's the best driving game I've ever played. That and didn't City Skylines come out this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Yes.
City Skylines. That game was awesome. Like
That was a great game.
Like it came out the week after Maxis folded. Like it just like horrible, but it shows you how like that audience for SimCity was just not like serviced for such a long time.
Yeah.
And those guys were making like weird games about like simulating public services forever. Coming out of Finland, and then they released this game, and it's just like killing it on Steam.
It's doing incredibly well, and the mod support for it is fascinating. And like the stories that of people, the way their cities have like gone wrong, or like the weird social experiments they've tried, are just wonderful coming out of that game.
Yeah, my cemeteries kept getting full.
Wow.
So I emptied them.
Not a great life expectancy.
That's
Oh,
the darkest thing I've ever heard,
Yeah.
and I don't want any details.
Here.
The last one on my list we haven't mentioned yet is Ori and the Blind Forest.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a near. That
on my
was
short list.
That's like way earlier in the year, but this was actually like the first Metroidvania that I'd ever played that I was compelled to 100%. Just because the thrill of moving, the mechanics of just doing that backtracking that's necessary because of that kind of game design was fun. It felt like triple jumping and long jumping in Mario 64. Like I just did it because I liked it, and then it got me to where I could accomplish other stuff.
It was a beautiful mix of that like speed and precision-based platforming, especially in those escape levels, with that exploration of a Metroidvania that I just absolutely. Plus, like
The
they just
aesthetic.
kickstarted our hearts in the
It's
first 10 minutes of that game too.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
Yeah.
Pour it right out of the chest.
That's some
The feels. All right, gentlemen. We did a pretty good job getting through some great games.
All right.
Yeah. Craig, I
did
thought
okay.
you did a wonderful job with your
Craig,
list.
Can we
what-
do this again tomorrow so I can come prepared?
If you guys want to follow Craig on Twitter, he'll have a list. He'll be tweeting out tomorrow. He'll be updating his.
Tomorrow in 24 hours, my list goes up.
We'll come back here. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your PAX. Much appreciated for coming on stage, folks. Exciting year so far. Awesome games and more games to come here on the live stage here at PAX Prime. We'll be right back.
Let's do it. Come on. Let's do it.
Here on the YouTube stage at PAX Prime 2015, we are about to take a look at not one, not two, but 3 excellent games, all wrapped up into one pretty little package for y'all. Courtesy of the folks at Naughty Dog. One of those guys that join me right now, Eric, hello.
Hey, Chris.
Hi, man. Uncharted collection.
Yeah, man.
You guys taking those Uncharted games as sort of the main PS3 classics, slamming them all together, making them look real nice.
Yeah.
Not that they didn't already look real nice. I mean, how much wiggle room do you guys really have?
It was pretty incredible. We actually partnered with Blue Point Games down in Austin, so they took the up-res over, and you know, they actually blew it out. There's pretty incredible to see, like, you go back to Uncharted 1, and you're like, okay, this was 2007. That was a little shakier time.
Yeah, we're 8 years on from there now.
Right.
You're gonna see a difference.
Oh yeah, it's almost like, you know, and a lot of the things they were able to do too with our, you know, the PS4 now, they could take our cinematic models, and those cinematic models became the gameplay models for this, and they were able to tweak them even more. So like the character, the faces, and like how they look, it's really crisp. It looks
That's
awesome.
fantastic, and of course, like the facial expressions of characters in Uncharted, super key and such a big part of expressing the individuality of these awesome characters that pull these adventures together.
Yeah, that story and sort of that emotive effect. We want you to like connect with the characters every time you're playing the game, so it brings that on and makes you, you know what's up. So
Well, here's our boy Nathaniel.
Yes.
Just cruising, going for a nice, pleasant Sunday drive.
Right out
through war-torn Tibet.
Guys with AKs. Yeah, it's Nepal. Yeah.
I think it literally just said that on the side.
Yeah.
So this we're in Uncharted 2, and a little bit of the ways into the game, but things are about to go bad for our boy, as they tend to go.
He's got a proclivity for getting in these situations. You know, it happens.
All right, you got it.
So what, like, you know, obviously, like, these are games that people know and love for many years across, like, many different adventures. What's like cool for you about having this project, about bringing these games like sort of up to speed and remastering them?
It's amazing to just, I mean, this game, especially Uncharted 2, was the reason like I even wanted to apply to work at Naughty Dog. It was like one of those games I played it, and I was like, you know, I got up to, I think, level 61 or 62 in multiplayer. Wow. So I was just into it. I was crushing it. I beat it on Crushing. It is honestly the only game I've ever platinumed.
Oh, really?
So it's one of those games that's like super dear to my heart.
It is. I know. I can't claim to have platinumed it, but it's like you play that game, you play this game through, and there's just so many moments that just astound you and excite you and are just so fantastic, like so best in class.
Yeah.
That it's one of the all-time greats for sure.
Yeah. You go moment to moment in this game too, and there's just so much stuff that drops your jaw, and you're like, how did they do that at that time? Especially when I was on the outside looking in as a fan, I was like, I don't know how any developer is keeping up with them.
How could you possibly? What magical organization could pull this thing together?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good organization to go to work for, I guess.
Yeah. It ended up working out. It's pretty awesome.
All right, so you did mention multiplayer in your own experience, but there's not multiplayer coming back into the collection. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, we have multiplayer in the form of Uncharted 4 beta.
Okay.
Yeah. So what we thought, and it's really, it sounds weird, but 2009, you know, when this game came out, people are still playing Uncharted 2 even. And then 2011, when Uncharted 3 came out, people are still playing multiplayer in that. So we were looking at that in these communities. I still get a couple videos every week from like Uncharted 3. They're like, oh, can you add this to Uncharted TV? Can we put this in the game? And I'm like, all right, we don't want to like fracture those communities and tell everybody now like go play on PS4. So we were like, all right, what's the next best thing? We're gonna give them the Uncharted 4 multiplayer beta.
The Uncharted 4 multiplayer beta, that's next year sometime. Do you guys have a date on that?
Yeah, we don't have a date quite yet, but we're going to be releasing some info about it really soon.
All right, so it's the single player experience here, of course. That's like one of the best things about this game. It's so good. But the single player experience, you know, in terms of the gameplay mechanics, it does evolve over the course of these 3 games. So, and this I think was an interesting thing to sort of play, you know, sort of play the recent Gears of War, you know, enhanced or updated Ultimate Edition, seeing what lessons they took from later games and applied to that game. So like, where are you guys pinning down sort of the movement, the grenade throws, the aiming from across those 3 games?
Yeah, so we looked at what sort of, one of the biggest issues that came up was the aiming in Uncharted 3 when that came out, and we looked how that functioned still, and we were like, all right, when did we actually get aiming right? When was it like the sweet spot with it? And Bluepoint even did a little bit more research. We've been playing this game for what, like 8 years now, like these different games. So we figured out what the best sort of aiming mechanics were, and we tried to apply it across all 3 of these titles. So you sort of get a different feel for the game, and it'll feel like something new, and it's running now at 1080p and this really high frame rate, so it plays quite differently.
Now, do you ever have these moments where you go back and you look at it through, 1080p, running real quick on the frame rate? Do you ever have moments where it's like it looks too good, or like the frames are too fast? Because like that's a thing, Like if your frame rate's not in balance with the experience, the bigger number is not always the better number.
Yeah, and that's something we pride ourselves on. So we did a lot of tweaking with this to make sure it looked good. One of the most remarkable things is we have some sort of, if you look at some of these buildings in the background, if you go back to the old PS3 game, it sort of looks like a brown square on top of, because the draw distance, you couldn't draw things in the background. But now, like Vic's coming up on here in the back, the smoke you see and everything, you see the details and the textures on everything. It's really remarkable. That's one of the biggest things I noticed about this.
And Uncharted has always been a series where the environmental design is so good and so rich that multiple times per level I'd find myself, like, I'm in a dire situation, like guys are trying to kill me. Like it's a pretty high stakes, but I'm like just standing around like golfing and buildings. Like, oh my God, those plants are so green.
So pretty.
Oh, the painting on this mural that's like half faded in this ruin is so good.
Yeah, I mean, like even the little thing, like
little
the
skull
map,
here, right?
It's incredible. Our environment and our artist teams are remarkable in how meticulous they are with all the details to everything. And even going back and looking at some of this, they're like, oh wow, now at this resolution, that's how I wanted it to look. And like it's awesome to just sort of like see it almost become like the ultimate vision of what they had in mind.
And that's cool, from an artist perspective, to get to see your work brought to life in a slightly different way, or maybe realized in a more truer vision of what you had originally imagined. Do you guys have any of those kind of like, I don't know, like reactions or any kind of extra content in terms of like the development side or Uncharted history in the collection?
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to be doing some, we're going to get the developers on camera, and we're going to do some live streams and have them play through this. We've had a few developers in our studio, look at the collection. They're like, wow, I forgot we even put this in the game. This was really fun at the time. Or that, oh man, we should have changed that. That looks bad. Like it still looks bad, but we'll make it work. So one of those things. It's just great to hear those reactions. And what we're going to do is we're going to have them get on camera, get on live stream, and just sort of walk through like the times that they did. They made the Nepal level. They made whatever level and that sort of thing.
All right, so like follow Naughty Dog on Twitter or something if you
absolutely
want to keep an eye on that stuff.
Yeah.
Cool. You mentioned sort of we maybe shouldn't have done it that way. Did you guys do any tweaks about stuff that you maybe shouldn't have done? Any little things to sort of just help yourselves out a little bit, help the player out?
Well, it's crazy because when you get up to the higher resolution, especially with Uncharted 1, like back with lower poly count and lower resolution, you can sort of fudge stuff with the lighting and sort of you hid stuff and you angled it away. But we actually went down to Bluepoint and they did a playthrough of each of the games while we sort of sat there and we're like, all right, that floodlight or that spotlight, you can see it looks like flat right now. Like we got to figure out how to tweak that lighting so it's more dynamic and it sort of fits into everything. So there was a ton of stuff that was done like that, and it's pretty incredible to see like those changes being made as you play through the game now.
Very cool. Kind of a surreal experience for you as one Uncharted fan, now still an Uncharted fan, but now a guy with his hands on the Uncharted collection, which is coming out in just a month or two now.
Yeah, October 9th it'll hit stores, and it's going to be remarkable. I'm excited for people to get it in their hands, especially there's this whole new generation of players that may have never even owned the PS3 to play it. So now you can check it out on your PS4. get their hands on it, and then they're going to get their, dip their toes in the Uncharted 4 beta, which is going to be awesome.
The multiplayer beta coming sometime next year. And
It's coming
sometime.
We're coming sometime soon. We're going to give a date very soon about it.
All right, announcement coming soon on that, and then Uncharted 4 announcements coming soon on that one too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like maybe now soon?
No.
Okay, probably not
Right
now.
No.
All right.
Now.
Eric, thank you so much, man, coming on.
Awesome.
Uncharted
Thanks,
Collection is
Chris.
looking excellent. Folks, for all the Uncharted Collection hotness, you got to check out gaming.youtube.com/GameSpot, and we'll be sure to keep you guys updated as always. We'll be back with Guitar Hero Live just a few minutes. Hey there, folks. Chris Waters from GameSpot here on YouTube's live stage at PAX Prime 2015. And we've had an awesome day of game demos and interviews from the show. What better way to close it out than with some Guitar Hero Live? Rocking to close the show out, I've got Nathan from Freestyle Games here. Nathan.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome to the stage. A place that, like, you guys are familiar with.
Oh yeah, we were born on the stage, man. Living for the crowd.
Yeah, emulating that experience, and especially with Guitar Hero Live, you guys are really bringing that trying to bring that on-stage experience into the game.
That's right, man. We've switched the perspective now so that instead of looking up at the crowd, looking up at the band performing, you're on stage playing out to your crowds of fans. And depending on how well you play, if you're rocking out, the crowd are going to react. They're going to be loving you. If you're messing up, they're going to be hating you.
Yeah,
it's
they
all been
get,
shot
you
with
get
real
some
footage.
Serious thumbs down going on. I've seen
booing.
that in action, and
it gets pretty messy, man.
You know, it's like, is it going to motivate you though, or is it just going to be like, oh man, I got to practice this some more before I come back in front of this crowd? But that's just one of the ways to play, right? You've got the crowd, sort of that live experience, but then you've also got Guitar Hero TV.
Yeah, so GHTV, Guitar Hero TVs, are always online playable music video network. So 24/7, we've got the official licensed music videos to the tracks, and we're going to be curating different programs just like TV, so you can jump in and play with everyone else around the world who's playing the same song at the same time as you.
And you've got like different hours too. It's like radio. It's like station programming.
Yeah, that's right, man. You have like your rock hour, your indie hour, and you can switch between the two channels and just play along with everyone else, just like the TV shows.
And you're playing it, of course, on the brand new guitar.
This is right. We've got it here for you today to check out.
Yeah, and now this is like, it looks slick. Guitar Hero guitars have always looked slick. You guys have great craftsmanship, great kind of weight. The series history does, but now it's a big change because it's not the 5 buttons along the neck. It's 6 buttons, but they're stacked.
Yeah, so we've done a lot of work redesigning the controller and listening to players' feedback as well. So that's fed into the new button layout. So there's 6 buttons, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, in your 2 rows. So what that means is at the lower difficulty levels, it's nice and easy to play just using 1 row of buttons. No more dangerous use of your little finger, no more losing your hand moving up and down.
Yep.
But at the higher difficulty levels, when you really want to start to shred, you're using both rows, like multiple strings on a guitar. You've got power chords, crazy chord shapes to really push the difficulty as well.
It can get very complex, but yeah, and it like kind of looks a little like, you know, I got some facility with plastic rock.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
But you know, the slide, like I was never an expert player, so like the slide is kind of like, all right, I'm kind of hanging in there. But when I was playing this a couple weeks ago, it definitely, like, it built nicely. And also I think that the fact that the complexity is a little bit more like a natural guitar chord, and it's moving the fingers like this way instead of like sliding.
You get a bit more of a kind of authentic connection to the music, and it really helps offer a new challenge for people that maybe got really good at previous Guitar Hero games and now want to try out something else, learning something new.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I played it for 4 hours straight and got a mild hand cramp, but like, it's just like when you're learning something new with your hand, you got to train those muscles. But it's really cool, and I think we're going to play a couple songs right now.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump into the game and show you what we've got going on.
Strum along to us while we talk about some Guitar Hero.
Sure thing.
And then we'll go on and maybe I'll join you. So you've got a couple songs here, and this is in the quick play mode. So
yeah, we're jumping right into quick play now. So when you play GH Live, the different tracks are set across 2 music festivals that we've created specifically for the game, and you'll be playing in one of our bands that we've created from the ground up as well for the game. So let's pick out one of these ones and jump in. I'll just show you the basics of what we've got going on, and then we can play a track together.
All right.
So we're going to jump into Paramore. This is one of the newest songs that we're showing off this week. Oh, and we've got it on expert mode as well, which is really going to make me struggle doing the talking and playing.
Well, so here's one of the things to notice, right? You've got black cues and white cues for the different rows, but also the pick-shaped notes were a neat kind of like visual trigger. The white row is on the bottom, the black row is on the top, and the pick points in that direction.
That's right. So we figured because we've taken away the row of 5 buttons and now it's 3 and 2 rows, the most important information to get across was the ups and downs. So we really redesigned all of the HUDs and the note highway so that it really gets that information across to players nice and clearly.
Your lead singer's pretty excited about how you're doing.
I'm doing pretty good at the moment, right, which is a bit of a miracle while I'm talking and playing. But you'll see if I start messing up, the crowd, they're going to flip on me, they're going to change, and all of a sudden it's not going to be such a good story. My bandmates are going to react.
Remember,
I'm doing an interview, I'm not playing, give me a break, come on. No. Okay, so if we pick it up again, we can try our best. Going into the chorus, we'll try and win them back over. Oh, they're hating me, aren't they?
Down. That is definitely the gesture they would be giving you at a rock concert. There you go. Pulling it back together.
I'm trying.
And so this is...
Here we go. Now we're rocking out.
Playing it on which difficulty level?
This is actually expert mode, which was a bit of an accident.
Nice. But so I've also, like, you're basically playing one button at a time, though, here, right?
That's it. So expert is everything that's in the guitar part of the actual track you're playing something for in the game here. If I were to pause it and switch it down to regular, this is our default, which is a little bit more easy to handle and easier to talk and play at the same time.
And so the note highway is slower, there's less populating it. But we're also not seeing like the, because some are half black, half white. You have to play the full thing.
So
the
new button layouts really introduce some new gameplay as well. So what you're talking about is bar chords, where you're pressing both buttons on the same fret, moving up and down. Gives you a different connection to the music if you're playing chunky power chords, and different chord shapes as well that you get as you go through the difficulty levels in the game. So that's the basic idea. If I'm playing well, the crowd's going to react. Here we go. The band's going to be behind you, and you're really going to feel like the super guitar hero. If you're messing up, then you better start playing well, otherwise people are going to be hating and booing you and everything else.
And now, in terms of the sort of the video that's back here, like, is this band going to be the band you see every time you play a Paramore song? Or
so this band is one we've created just for the game, and you'll play different stage shows. We've got 10 bands across all of Guitar Hero Live, split between 2 festivals. So you'll be playing different stage shows with these bands, taking the role of the lead guitarist. So this song's Paramore. This band will also play a few other songs as part of their stage set. It won't all be Paramore songs. There'll be other artists that you're playing with them as well.
Very cool. And now, like this is sort of a more like focused, like let's get into it, let's play kind of mode. But if you're playing the mode like TV with the music videos, you can kind of drop in, drop out, right?
Yeah, TV's a lot more about kind of the gamey, score-chasing, competitive aspect. Like, you've got Guitar Hero Live, which is about making you feel like the rock star up on stage. TV is much more about social multiplayer, playing with other people online all the time. So you can drop in, drop out, have a second player come in whenever you want, and it's, more about competing against other people and discovering all the new music, because we're going to have hundreds of songs at launch in GHTV, running 24/7 in curated programs that we've set up. So there's always going to be something new for you to get into and enjoy playing.
Sounds like you guys have got a pretty robust slate, and it's not just for one guitar. We've also got 2 guitars playable simultaneously.
Yeah, that's it. Across both GH Live and Guitar Hero TV, you can play with 2 guitars, local multiplayer, and you can also plug in a microphone and sing.
And you can plug in a microphone.
Oh, you got one right there.
Lo and behold, there's a microphone here, as if I need more microphones here. I'm just like gathering microphones unto my person. That's how I sustain my life. So, can I give the singing a try?
Yeah, let's do it.
This is a caveat for anyone who's watching. I'm like pretty sure I know the song we're going to choose. I'm strong on the chorus.
Well, you did say you were good at singing heavy metal songs, so...
I mean, claims once made have to be backed up. All right, so let's do this. Let's get in there. I feel like we should stand
Yeah, I think so. We've got a crowd here. If we're going to rock out, we should rock out properly.
Can we stand up? Is that cool? I like
Just don't boo us too loudly if we suck.
Are we? I want to give you we got to both be able to see this thing. Jam this couch back. Does this microphone probably not gonna...
When the game comes live, hopefully...
All right. These guys have figured out the audio situation between me actually singing and me singing to the microphone. All right.
Ready to go. I'm excited. This is going to be fun.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. That's the song started.
Cool. So we're going to play Gold on the Ceiling by the Black Keys?
Yeah. I feel strong about the chorus on that one.
Nice.
And you know what, folks? Even if you don't know all the lyrics, it's still fun to sing.
Sing along.
It says them on screen. Let's do it.
Here we go. So this is set in front of a slightly bigger crowd than the track I showed you. So
I mean, I see them. They're
be
right
prepared.
Here. Yeah, they are actually looking at me. Thumbs down are not allowed on the YouTube gaming stage, by the way, at PAX.
Right, you ready? Here we go.
Yeah, all right. 2 tambourine.
It's all good? Get ready.
If anybody knows the words, feel free to sing along. Help me out. Down in the waves, she dreams skip this part.
Are we rocking?
I literally don't know that I can't hear it.
Here we go.
It's up
we
to
know
you,
this
buddy.
bit.
They want to get mine. They want to get mine. They want to get my gold on the ceiling. I ain't blind, just a matter of time before you steal it. It's alright, ain't no God mine. It's awesome, They wanna get mine. They wanna get my gold on the ceiling. I ain't blind, just a matter of time before you steal it. It's alright, ain't no gold in my high. They wanna get mine. They wanna get my gold on the ceiling. I ain't blind, just a matter of time before you steal it. It's alright, ain't no God, my gold on the ceiling. I ain't blind, just a matter of time before you steal it. It's alright, ain't no God mine. You too can be a rock star if you only know the chorus, ladies and gentlemen. It's possible.
Wonderful. Thank you for
Great performance.
holding up your end marvelously, 93%. Great work. That's fun. Singing is like one of my favorite parts to do. I really enjoy it.
Excellent, man. Well, we didn't want to forget about singing and playing with your friends locally as well as being able to play online and all of that, because it's a big part of what makes Guitar Hero games so much fun.
Absolutely. Well, Guitar Hero live, man. You guys have hundreds of songs coming out. Couple different ways to play within the game.
That's right.
Very fun. Do you want to do another song, or should we just wrap this up? I don't actually know if I know any of the other songs.
Oh.
Let's see. Can you like hover over them?
I'm up
and
for
we'll
playing
see
another song.
if I'll subject all of you to that again.
Fall Out Boy? You must know a bit of Fall Out Boy.
I probably do. This song? Tay, do I know this song? Sure. Let's give it a shot.
If you're going to sing, I'll put the difficulty up just to make it, make it a bit more of a...
That's your difficulty right now.
That's my difficulty, yeah. You're singing, you'll be fine. As long as you're in pitch, you're doing well.
All right. Pushes in the dark. No, I don't know this song. Yes, you do. Anybody out there know the song? Come on up here. You know the song, please. All right.
You were doing so well.
Oh, messing up now.
'em up, 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 light 'em up, 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 light 'em up, up, up. I feel like I'm just not even gonna try anymore. I'm sorry,
make it up.
We've gotten you into this.
Let's talk about the guitarist here and how well you're doing.
So I'm doing all right at the moment. You can see that
How's
the crowd
your,
is still
how's
loving
your
me.
singing and
the band
playing
is still
game?
loving me. My singing game is on point. Too good to show off though. Don't get jealous.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm jealous that you don't have to sing right now.
Yeah, well.
There are like 4 people looking at me who know the song who are not coming up here to sing, and you are the greatest villains of this demo. This is clearly not shyness.
Come on, you can get them to clap along. Do your frontman piece.
I saw what you did in the dark. I saw what you did So light 'em up, 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 light 'em up, 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 light 'em up, up, up. Singing in falsetto, trying to match the actual note.
I had to listen to the whole song just to sing that part.
It was the ending that was important though. We nailed it.
Where's the
Well
off
done.
switch on this thing? Oh, thank you for being a good sport
No
during
problem,
that
man.
debacle. This is I think the lesson here is don't be shy. You can
Yeah.
play the game and have a good time.
We've got a bit to work on. We can practice and get our act together.
Also, it's very realistic. The people out here were heckling me, and the people on the
Yeah,
game,
some of
game
them
were
even
heckling me. At least they didn't leave in the game.
Yeah, right.
If you just had the empty arena empty out,
that would be too mean.
That would be too harsh. You don't want to be too harsh. All right. Well, hey, thank you for coming on and showing the
Great.
game off.
Thanks for singing along.
I am going to have
Checking it
to
out.
do some practicing before this game comes out. But tell us when the game's coming out.
It's out on the 20th of October, and it will be $99 on PS4, Xbox One, Xbox 360, PS3, and Wii U.
And that's game and guitar bundle?
Yep, so you're getting the game with Guitar Hero Live that you just saw, GHTV, and the guitar.
All right. Thanks so much,
Awesome.
Nathan.
Thanks, man.
Much
Thanks for having us.
appreciated. And thank you, folks, for watching GameSpot here on the YouTube stage. Please be sure to go to gaming.com. I'm going to hit it this last time. Gaming.youtube/ Nope, not. I am just off my game. Gaming.youtube.com/GameSpot. And if that singing didn't convince you to start, I don't know what will. Thank you, folks, for watching. Stick here at PAX Prime for live stuff from YouTube stage all weekend long. We'll be back with live action just after this.